Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Excuse me, sir. Explain to me like I'm 5. How do I play Big O? I want to learn. I don't know how to play it.
I don't want to give away too much strategy, but always have an ace in your hand.
Deuce to 7 all in.
I'm very confused how to play Big O. One guy says have an ace in your hand. One guy says 7 deuce all in. Let's see if someone else knows how to play Big O. You have to make a high hand and a low hand.
Yeah. Sometimes high hand, low hand, different people split the pot.
It's a split pot game. The best high hand wins half the pot. The best low hand wins half the pot.
Yeah.
I got that. Cool. Cool.
Ah, cool.
You get 5 cards. You can only use 2 in your hand, and you use 3 on the board. You want to make your best high hand and your best low hand. And if you don't know, trust me, the other players will help.
It's a community here. We're not just here to take your money.
You don't think the other players would help him to be a better Big O player?
You think they would just exploit you for your money?
No, mixed game players aren't like that. Mixed game players are the best players out there.
You get the high hands, you don't want to play them that much, so be careful with the high hands. Never leave home without an ace. Play low cards, do your best, forget the rest.
You get 5 cards, and you've got to use 2. Same as Hold'em, you get a flop. Highest hand gets half the pot, lowest hand gets half the pot. But the lowest hand's got to be lower than an 8.
That was the most concise and simple explanation I've heard of Big O today. Thanks, bro. I want to play Big O.
Go for it, it's right there.
You actually have 4 or 5?
6 under push.
Oh my goodness. I think I'm dead. I'm dead, right? It's over.
I don't think matter what you have.
That was awesome. That was really great. It's not about winning the game. It's about like learning how to play. It's a pay-to-learn game. That's what poker is. Wow, that was fun learning about Big O. Lots of interesting tips and rules and things. But if you want to try something new, or if you're tired of Hold'em, come on in, join the fun at APT. We've got lots of mixed games. We're known for our mixed games, and we've got a fun one every single day. If you want to learn more, please go to apt.poker.
Welcome everyone, I'm Neil Johnson, president of the Asian Poker Tour, and I'm here inside the poker room of the lovely Paradise City Casino in the beautiful city of Incheon. And today, I'm going to explain to you why you need to come and stand in this exact spot at the end of the summer. First, you get to come to South Korea. It's an amazing country. You're going to land at the airport, and we're like 10 minutes from there. You can almost walk off the plane into the property. We're 40 minutes from downtown Seoul by train. It's truly just one of the loveliest cities in all of Asia. And after the sun sets, the city transforms and you get to discover it all over again. Now the second, and I'm pretty sure I'm contractually obligated to say the most important, is the poker. From August 25th to September 3rd, we're going to be here for 10 days, more than 50 tournaments, more than 10 variations, draw, Hold'em, stud, Omaha, if you name it, I'm probably going to let you play it. Buy-ins from 300,000 all the way for our Superstar Challenge to 13 million. And of course, there is the crown jewel of every Asian Poker Tour festival, the main event. 2.3 million gets you a shot at a 1.3 billion guarantee. That's approximately $1 million US. And you can get a share of that, maybe even the lion's share. Trust me, look at our trophies. If you come and you stand here at the end of August, not exactly here, you have to sit in one of those for like 5 days. But at the end, you could hold a trophy, you could stack up all of this cash, we'll take your picture, it'll be fantastic. trust me, you really should come. Like, it won't be the same without you. Like, I'll have like one less person in the event. So, come on, let's go.
Man, how are you still holding up? Like, this is spicy.
You find spicy?
Yeah.
I leveled it up. Maybe my immunity is very high to spice.
Josh is just better. This show is not about Ray crying at the end of every video. Oh my god. Hello, welcome to APT Attractions, and this time we're doing hot. No, like for legal reasons, we can't use that word. What we're doing is Ray and friends eating some hot wings. Today with me is Josh McCauley from Australia. What's up, man?
Well, not much. How you doing?
Glad to have you here. Can you take spice?
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
We'll see. So we're here in Incheon, South Korea. Have you been here before?
No, first time.
You've heard of Korean fried chicken though, right?
Yeah. So.
Okay. You know what? Before we get to the crazy things, let's have one without sauce first.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, let's
do it. Let's do it.
Oh, it's gonna be messy. But okay, in a good way, it's fine.
Good. Delicious.
So, you've been to most of the APT stops recently, but I don't think I know a lot about you. I only know you're from Australia. You're
correct.
So, but where are you based out of mostly right now?
Mostly out of Bangkok in Thailand. And I was originally born in UK.
Oh.
Yeah, so I was born in UK.
Learn something new.
Yeah. But we moved when I was 3 years old, so I don't really have any like memories or recollect living in the UK.
Yeah.
And then we went to Sydney, and then to Melbourne, and then to Brisbane. Brisbane and Sunshine Coast. Well, that was mostly where I grew up as a teenager and a kid. Yeah.
I see. Actually, so I did a little research on you. I looked you up on Hand Them Up. You guys can do the same. You have a massive amount of online winnings. You're really a more online player, is that?
Yeah, predominantly online. But this year I've been like branching out to play live poker as well. And I've got a few like results the previous years, but mostly was online.
Remember, this is not the other show. This is Ray and friends eating hot wings. So we prepare some sauce. Actually, the first one's kind of interesting because I don't think this is even spicy. This is a gochujang. Gochujang is what you would see in like what they call a bibimbap. But anyway, let's go for it. I mean, even if it's not spicy.
Let's do it. May as well, right?
Okay, give you a little bit. Give myself a little bit also. All right, let's go at it.
Dig in?
Let's dig in.
Butter it up.
It's even a little sweet.
Yeah. That was my first impression, a bit sweet.
It's not bad though.
Not bad. Definitely not spicy though.
No.
Not at all.
You know what? Let's try to get to something that may be spicy. Let's try the next one too. This one, yeah, I throw away the packaging, but also does not look spicy, huh?
My first impression was it looked like a Hershey's chocolate sauce from the packaging, but
Yours to get with?
I think
It's not chocolate sauce.
Yeah, definitely. I hope not.
But it does look like.
It does look like
chocolate sauce.
Similar. I think we got to butter it up a bit more.
Yeah, let's
lather it up.
Let's do that.
It's got an interesting taste.
Yeah. Still more barbecue-y than anything, honestly, to me. Okay, so Josh, how long have you been playing poker?
Yeah, I first started in the end of 2014.
Okay, great. So about 8-9 years?
Yeah, about 8-9 years. And I was sort of, at university, working 2 jobs and trying to play a bit of poker on the side.
Like a third job?
Not for a job, just for fun. For poker, it's just for fun, yeah.
Oh, that's ready to go. Huh?
Yeah. And then a few years passed, didn't do uni, quit uni, and I was starting, actually poker, it's quite an interesting game. I was starting to do well. I kept playing more and more and more. And basically, by about 2017, I decided to turn professional.
So I assume you start really low stakes?
Yes, correct, So I basically started at depositing $10 and then trying to play,
$10
once.
is very small.
Very small. It's the minimum deposit. You can't go any lower. So it's playing 1 cent, 2 cent cash games, or play a 10-cent sit and go, maybe a 50-cent sit and go, $1 sit and go. Then you look, oh, there's a tournament, 50-cent tournament. I'll try that one. And that's sort of how, you sort of $10 deposit, lose. All right, next time, $10 deposit, lose. And then $10 deposit, ooh, maybe after a week or two you win $30. And then you start building from there.
Wow, man, fascinating. So you know what? Let's go for the big boss. So this one comes with the fried chicken. This says red spicy seasoning. Let's do that. And before we get to the big boss.
Yes.
How about that? Okay, let's do
that.
Let's
yeah.
do this first. This
Crack it
like
open.
Powder. Oh, it is powder.
It is powder, yeah.
Get some on your plate. Ooh.
Okay.
Okay, I like the color.
Okay, enjoy. Still not spicy.
Oh, you didn't really take your heat, huh? This is okay. Man, this show is a bust. I mean, Jaws is too good. I don't want to be racist, but I kind of feel like I need to step up.
You definitely need to step up. You can't let me win.
Damn. Come on. This one needs to be good. But anyway, so, well, I really this is something I'd really like to ask my guests. Because you have success in online poker, right? Because it's rare to be successful in online poker. I know people who are good at online poker, they just stick to online poker. They stay home and play a lot. But here you are. I've been seeing you coming to APT since a couple of years ago. And this year, you hardly miss any of our stops.
Yeah.
So why?
I think there's like a few things that pop to mind. One, I think it's the welcoming staff, the venue choice. Everyone is very lively. Everything's just really nice. You feel comfortable. Everything's just structured well. And then you can go into the other aspects like the buy-ins are fantastic. You have like ranging from high to low, and you have the structure, numerous tournaments a day. So basically, you can just keep playing. If you bust one tournament, you go to the next one, and then you can go to the next one.
Like that is the strong point of APT, isn't it? Like where the schedule is packed to the...
Yeah, it's jam-packed, and it's sometimes disappointing if there's only one event per day, because what else are you going to do that day, Especially if, let's say, you bust the tournament in the late afternoon, there's not much rest of the day to do, but you can basically jump into the next event. It's just event after event after event, 4 or 5 tournaments a day. Like, that's fantastic. Even in Da Nang, I won 2 tournaments.
Yeah,
so it was back-to-back days. I won the Superstar, and then I won the Bounty event. So, and they were both the
Bounty high roller.
Bounty high roller.
You seem to be making a lot of good decisions. Me, on the other hand, whenever I do these videos, I always do something I end up regretting later. Let's see if we regret this. So this is, have you seen this?
No, not before. Not until
Unfortunately,
today.
I have seen this, so I kind of have an idea. Let's go.
May as well.
Okay. Yeah, because it's not like I'm gonna like bring this bottle back to Hong Kong.
Now that one looks spicy.
Yeah. Actually, I realized, like, because I know this one's spicy, right? You can't really judge from color. I mean, this one almost looks like cranberry sauce.
That's true. But I just have a feeling this one, for my spidey senses.
Your spidey senses,
yeah,
eh?
it looks a little bit more spicy.
Okay, let's go.
Let's do it.
Lather it up.
Yes.
And then regret later.
I do like the taste.
Oh. Man, how are you still holding up? Like, this is spicy.
You find spicy?
Yeah.
I leveled it up. Maybe my immunity is very high for spice.
Josh is just better. This show is not about Ray crying at the end of every video. Damn.
I think your audience enjoys that though. Give the people what they want.
Oh my god. I can't tell if like these are sweat or tears.
I think it's a mixture. Sweaty tears. I really like this one.
Me too, but at the same time, it kind of hurts. Love hurts. Jeez. I enjoy that. I'm sweating, I'm crying, but I enjoy
Enjoys the pain.
Oh my god.
I think now it's
Now it's hitting you?
mildly.
Aww. Well, anyway, glad you have fun. I sure have fun. I mean, you know, tears of fun.
Yeah.
Which is just fist
Okay,
bump.
sounds good.
Well, thank you, Josh,
Thank
for
you, Ray.
coming, and good luck.
Thank you.
Here in APT Incheon.
Thank you, bro. Cheers. See you guys.
It's day 2 of APT Incheon, and we just reached the final table of our kickoff event. Let's see what happens. Taniguchi all in for his tournament life with 10-9 offsuit versus Piao Guangguo's Jack 8. River is a 7. That's going to be a good game for Taniguchi Takashi of Japan. Piao still behind with 9 high. Needs a 9 or a 5 on this river to stay alive, and it's not going to be there, so that's going to be a good game for Piao Guangguo of China, eliminated in 8th place. Hua Xuefeng of China finds himself with some kicker problems, eliminated here in 7th place. King 6 offsuit against 9-8 suited as he gets outflopped 9 on the board plus a flush draw, and he's not going to improve, and that's going to be a good game for Shin Jung Huang of Australia, placing 6th. 4-1 favorite to double up here. Just needs to fade a 10. Just needs to fade a jack. Oh my goodness, wow. Made straight for the pocket 10s, cracking the jacks. And that's going to be a good game for Zhao Zhangxin of China, placing 5th. What a bad beat. Needs to find a 5 or a 4 on this river to stay alive. And it's not going to come. And Ho Shen Xiu of Taiwan eliminated in 4th place. Seiki Koichi all in for his tournament live with the Jack 6 suited versus the 9s. Needs to find a Jack. Is not going to find it. And that's going to be a good game for Seiki Koichi of Japan, eliminated in 3rd place. Which means we're now down to heads up. Zhang Hongru of China versus Kimura Shogo of Japan. Kimura all in for his tournament life with 10-9 offsuit against pocket 4s, flipping for his tournament life once again as flop comes. 4 on the flop. Gets out flop, drawing dead, and that's going to be a good game for Kimura Shogo of Japan, placing 2nd in kickoff event, and of course, placing 1st, Zhang Hongru of China.
It feels pretty good, and joined the APT event for the first time.
So, first APT, first event, first place, amazing, congratulations. Thanks so much for watching. Hit that follow button, and for more information about APT Incheon, please go to apt.poker. Elfie, do you know what day it is today?
I think it's Mystery Bounty Hunter.
That's right. Why is it a mystery?
Where is the mystery bounty?
That's right. Where's that 20 million won mystery bounty? We don't know. We're gonna find out. Let's go, bounty hunter.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
A very warm welcome as we kick off the streaming coverage here at the APT event, coming to you live from Incheon, South Korea. My name is Vidar Singhal, and I will be guiding you through what is going to be an week of Pokerhead, kicking off with perhaps the most exciting way to kick off quality poker coverage, the Superstar Challenge. This is the best of the best, the elite fighting it out. A 13 million Korean, it's not a coincidence, that's 10,000 US dollars is the buy-in, with 72 entries, around 50 of them still left, as we bring you what is going to be an exciting night, going to the winner, who, by the way, might be looking at locking up almost $200,000. That is event number 26 here at APT Incheon. By the way, only the fourth day of the series, event number 26. We have almost events. The schedule is absolutely fantastic. It's not one you want to miss in case you're able to get your way to Incheon. But if not, of course, as you can see on your screen, the APT Hanoi Billions also coming 1st of December. Mark your calendars. But for now, we are excited to kick off what's going to be an amazing week of poker. Of course, the Super today, a bunch of National 8 events, some of them regional by country. And then, of course, main event, the epic $1 million guarantee main event that is coming to you live, starting with day 2, going all the way to the final table, followed, of course, by the way we usually cap off our series, the High Roller. Both of those events, by the way, the main and the High Roller, fight for those epic new era APT Lion trophies. As we take a look at the floor, what an amazing few days of poker it has been already at Incheon. So many events going on simultaneously. South Korean poker has never been buzzing like this. By the way, our feature table is what we're going to be bringing you for this event. As usual, so many nationalities. This has become the hallmark of the APT, of course, the diversity. Players from Hong Kong, Malaysia, Thailand, the United States, Uzbekistan, Serbia. The super high roller, the super high roller winner, Milos, on the feature table there, as well as a familiar face, Lester Edok, from the Philippines. I will be introducing each player to you as time goes on. But for now, I hope you are excited. I hope you're ready, just like me, to watch some elite poker. These people have ponied up 10,000 US dollars to be battling it out. 13 million in the local Korean currency. No Koreans, by the way, on the table for now. Hope to see some of them in the mix as time goes on. Phones being taken away. The rules of the feature table, a bit unique. Of course, if you are joining us for the first time at one of our Asian Poker Tour coverage, just know that things are going to get crazier and crazier from here. The prize pools have never been bigger. Registration just about closing, I believe. We'll get a final tally. 72 entries when I last checked, about 53 remaining. Almost $200,000 for first place prize. Perhaps even a single additional entry will lock that up. Bring the total to 200 for first place, about 254 million Korean won as it stands right now. As we get that beautiful handheld shot of the feature table. I always like to see this because now you can see what these players are experiencing looking out to the poker room. I mentioned some familiar faces. Of course, Lester Edok from the Philippines. An APT regular. Milos in the frame. Winning over 110 US dollars at the Super High Roller, event number 9. That's seat 7 in the black shirt. 8-handed is this tournament, as a lot of the high rollers are. I'm sure the players cannot wait to get going. Now that the registration has finished, we have a good sense of the total prize pool, over 800 million Korean won. Just that extra incentive for these players to really fight, give it their all. Looking down the prize pool, 180 to second. Once again, subject to slight change in case there's any last minute entries. And 119 million Korean won to third. Huge sums to fight for, considering that the entry was 13 million Korean won. Joining me on YouTube, hello. Cannot wait to cover these events with you, particularly the one we're looking at. I'm just such a sucker for quality poker. Having covered so many events at the Asian Poker Tour, I'm so used to watching hectic mix of poker, especially with the main events. I mean, that's really the point. Players from different countries, all over Asia and the rest of the world, often America, Europe as well, of course, my native country of India. You get to see a clash of different styles of play, but here, if you have players ponying up 10,000 US dollars, you have a good sense of what's going on. They're all going to be the best of the best. Chat alerting me to some technical issues. Sorry about that. We'll get that sorted in a moment. As we head to the first hand on the feature table, and action might just be brewing already. The nut flush draw. The flop, king, jack, tray, 2 clubs. Very favorable flop considering the loose open under the gun. Look at this. The player from Thailand, Tani Som, not going anywhere as the nut flush does come in. A club in the hand of Tani Som as well. Could be dangerous. 40,000 is the bet. Wants to make sure his opponent does not go anywhere. That's about a third of the pot. Let's it go. So we're off, ladies and gentlemen. First hand in the books. The direction of Lu, player from Hong Kong. There's those stacks. We have Pak. He is from Uzbekistan, by the way, in case you did not recognize that flag. I know I certainly did not. 47 blinds. Lester Edok, familiar face, as I said. Essentially, 5 players between 38 and 47 bigs on the table. But the short stack, Kiat, goes all in. Very, very experienced high roller. Kiat from Malaysia. Has pocket sixes, and I suspect this is getting called. Surely, ace queen suited. There's the call. Ace king for Lu. Wow. This could get interesting. 36 blinds. And all in for 7 bigs. And a flat call in the cutoff. Lu should surely want to isolate here.
Triple up. Then you can double me up. Maybe less.
All in, says Lu. And what a sick spot for Pak here. And he find the fold. Lu's range has to be extremely nutted, as they say. Aces, kings, ace king, queens, maybe jacks, maybe ace queen suited. That's a time bank, by the way. Buys him 30 seconds. Look at that. What a great laydown.
Ace king is good for me. No, 40 something.
Great result for Kiat as well. Can triple up now. Flipping to triple up. Not a bad spot at all. Lu needs an ace or a king to knock out one of the stronger players on the felt. A 6 right in the window. Almost locks things up. And look at that, the king and 10 of hearts. And now the ace actually does give the runner full house outs. Not to be. Ace queen of hearts would have been a very interesting holding on that flop. Would have flopped a royal flush draw, by the way. Incredible start. Kiat has tripled up. Look at that. Made his way to 22 bigs now.
Do you win?
love the world, but the world is not enough.
I've loved the world. I rather have my card than his card.
Yeah.
I think the table would have wanted to see.
One blue. I win the tournament double again.
Ace 9 for the super high roller champion. The winner of the Pewter Lion trophy, the APT New Era trophies. If you haven't had a chance to take a look, I'm sure we'll cut to it in the coverage, but also put up some great videos explaining the thought process behind those. Just go to our YouTube channel or apt.poker. Check those out.
Victor, where's the clock?
Fairly narrow range of stacks there between 19 and 40. That's trouble when you're talking about players as talented as this lot.
Thank you.
Quick fold by the ace 5 off in the hijack. Good discipline. Lester, however, feeling no such compunction from the cutoff. Ace 8 off, good enough to open. And the player from Thailand, Tani Som, third, by the way, in the super high roller. That bronze medal, good for over 50,000 US dollars. Three bets from the small blind. Typical elite reggae poker, as they say. And Lester has to quickly let it go.
It's time to return.
This is what we are here to see.
How much is that?
Learn from the best. See some chips splash around.
Really can afford.
See who ends up with almost 200,000 as the first place prize. Queen Jack off. Milos. Opening it up. I'm the gun +2. Pretty loose. The name is M. I want to say Takovich. I'll just go with Milos because I know that is his first name. Wow, a 3-bet from ace 4 suited. This is going to look 3 bets. But one of the biggest signs you moved up in stakes is when you sit down on the table and just non-stop start facing 3-bet. Aggression, the name of the game, of course, in poker.
Never try.
Maybe.
After the flop, ace, deuce, king, rainbow. You'll need a king or a 10.
Okay.
We even.
No change on that turn. 5 of spades.
I just go US. No.
Lifter will going for value as well, but question is, continue.
Yeah.
The small to actually get value. What from the king 10 off? Could have easily say our way with a bigger thing. Instead, manages to squeak in another 35 skill. Safe river, although does put straight on the board. Under either of them to be holding a 4, but any of them can. It's going to be the player in the big. Should give loss to maybe check this behind.
He comes here pretty often, though.
Yes. Step best from the rest. Going for thin value on that. Go to a straight on the board.
Married.
Fearless.
Different life.
Right.
That was before. Yeah, maybe like 10 years ago.
How's the party? Like, do you think the party here is better?
Yeah, it's good.
It's better than
Really?
US?
Oh no, I think it's better here.
Get call. Incredible trees of value. Top versus second pair on the 8-5-3 board. How's that to tip the lead?
Oh, let's see. It's expensive.
I know.
New York.
LA is the
And
same,
girlfriend.
yeah. LA is the same as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're both expensive. Yeah, the tip culture is pretty
Yeah,
crazy.
I know. This is annoying. I feel like I'm
So
just
annoying.
scamming for the tip
Like, I
culture.
was born there, and so I'm kind of used to it, but then now I live here for a long time, and I go back, and it tilts me.
It's like if they leave with the money like straight away, I feel a lot better.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
冇所謂咪。
唔係有利息嘅。
拎翻兩啖俾佢。中哥。12-24，有冇興趣？我見你咁問啊，我以為你有興趣喎。
唔係啊，你快拎個第一啊！
好想。
遲啲爭少少。係。
我唔知攞5個定6個第二嘅喺梯度。
我望你記錄嗰啲差。上次以為真係有機會咧，最新盤㗎咋。
冇運啊！冇運啊！ 我翻馬拉先幾個星期，一個星期出搞啲嘢之後就。
Some technical issues, I believe. Chat for alerting us. We will be getting those fixed ASAP. Of course, just bear with us for a few moments. And may I say thank you for joining us, of course. 91 of you on YouTube. We're live on Facebook and Twitch as well. Hello to everyone there. Do have a guess the winner contest going on. You have between now and final table being formed. If you're watching on YouTube, it's pinned right up top on the chat.
20.
$88 in tournament money pool for simply guessing the winner. It's a free roll. If you guess correctly, you automatically get registered to a $288 flip out on Natural 8. Back to the action. Queen. Opening it up in the cutoff. We've seen a lot of frisky business from the blinds, and Ace 8 of diamonds does exactly that. 3-bet, 100, huge 3-bet, 10 big blinds. And Chris commits. And back is bright. So here we go. The player from America, Chris. Clean board so far. The 7 on the river does not. Queen finds the double up.
I cannot double you now. I cannot afford.
Lou still in the chip after that excellent 3 streets of value hand. Kiat found the triple up now. Once again, loving the diversity, of course. Good to see players making their way to South Korea, to Incheon. Participate in this event. 72 entries as of last count. We'll get the final tally to you shortly as well, but what a showing. $10,000 buy-in. Perhaps the best named event here. That being said, I want to point out some events on the calendar that have more poker talents, including 6 game events, a new addition to the tour, starting with series in Da Nang. 73 events total. Buy-ins as low as, I believe, 130 USD. Of course, all the way up to the superstar event you're watching right now. Is the board. One of the situations, who wants it more? See how he makes the bet. Takes it down. This is why aggression is the name of the game. The betting lead super valuable when both players usually goes the way of the person willing to fire chips into the middle. Exactly what happens here. 20 big blinds is the shortest stack here on the table. 47 big is the largest stack. It's all for the taking. Nobody too deep. Perhaps no table captain as of now. Milo, Jack 10 off. On the button. Certainly a fair open. Lester, not any of that get through. The bet comes. Seems like today is an ace in the blinds. You must 3-bet. Once in a while you get into trouble, like the ace-8 of diamonds, getting into trouble against the ace-queen off, but for the most to be working, and perhaps a lesson to learn for your own tournament ranges. If you see some of these guys do it, it's probably a good thing to incorporate your own game.
That was a good dinner choice. Triple up, double up.
It's actually really good as well. Yeah. I haven't tried that one.
Good choice.
Okay. There's more coming. There's more coming.
Yeah, keep going.
175. 183.
Ace 10 off for Chris. There are some players that could play tight enough to fold ace 10 off under the gun. After all, 7 players to get through. That being said, 8-handed. We have the big blind and big blind ante as usual. Makes people a little bit looser under the gun. And look at that, pays off. Picks up those big blinds and big blinds. And now post comfortably. Ace 9 off. Surely Lou opens this one up. Could end up becoming captain. Trying to. Goes for the 2.2x sizing. Gets the job done. The next time this happens, I have a feeling the table will be a little bit sus. So many superstars and superstars in the making, of course, on the table. In chat, I know there's been some technical issues. I thank you so much for bearing with us. Hopefully, should have it all. Also, the first stream of a week of streaming. It's gonna get smoothened out quickly, and then it's gonna be a fun ride ahead. If you can't hear me clearly, I'd love to hear what is the line you guys have ever ponied up for a poker tournament. 10,000 US is the buy-in we're looking at. Of course, made most famous as a number by the main event of the WSOP, but here we are, the superstar here at the APT. $10,000 long in Asia. To the rest of the world as well. And how about almost 200,000 winner? Sometimes, depending on which country we're covering from, we like to look up what perhaps real estate, the first place prize in some of our bigger tournaments will get you. Perhaps Incheon, not exactly the Vietnam and maybe the Manilas of the world, but I'm thinking $200,000 still goes a long way.
Basketball very good.
Back to the action here. Chris with the pocket queen outflopped, unfortunately, by the king high board. Usually one overcard can be a recipe for losing some chips. Tiny bet, quick call. Wow. Drills it on the turn. What a perfect card. And now Xiao should not be too worried. Obviously, does not have the best kicker, but the 7 of clubs could be an interesting one as well. Wants to get some value. Chris has to know he has, well, basically the nuts, of course. No chance at Xiao Kings in this scenario. Question is, does he want to raise and give his hand away? There are 2 flush draws on the board. Not only does he want to protect against those, he can even represent some of those. Another reason why he might want to raise. Check raising just comes off so strong in poker. The trap was set in the small blind. Does he announce his presence? Indeed. He's definitely bumped there. We see it. 225,000. How attached is Xiao to his top pair? A call, apparently. The backdoor heart flush draw. Not something Chris can be too worried about. He's essentially committed himself now. 310k in the middle rather. Active stack, 106k. The shorter stack of Xiao. King with the 7 kicker. Seems mighty weak on this board now. But it is a bluff catcher. If Chris had something like 10 of clubs, the hand could go this way. Perhaps flush draw on the turn. Let's see how let's go. Good fold, sir. A turn set is about the hand in No Limit Hold'em to put someone on. Everybody looking super focused. The stakes are just so high. Once in a while, you see very jovial talking, lots of camaraderie, maybe. Fun. It's a battle. Chris is effectively the new chip leader on the table. Jack 9 suited now on the button. That's a go. It's one of those table dynamic folds, and mind you, what timing. Kings now for the short stack. Who limps perhaps in the small blind. Just going back to that Jack 9 suited fold. So often you'd see Jack 9 suited open the button. One, he had the short stack of Xiao rather. And second, I think he just didn't want to come off as playing the momentum, playing the rush, as Doyle Brunson used to call it. Winning a big, handing the next one. Let it go, and his sixth sense was completely on point. Xiao wakes up with pocket kings. The trap working out so fast has just got enough of a piece. Bottom. Ouch. Trips now. Back can comfortably bet for value. Set up that river jam. Not going anywhere, but has to be getting up to the SPR almost won. As we hear. A 6 change is nothing.
How long is the flight here? 6 hours or something? 7?
6.5. Yeah.
It's an easy all-in here for Pac, but does he want to go for less?
They don't have a poker room, but they have like a...
Very, very hard for Pac to have bluffs here. Wow. Xiao does not think too long, makes the call, and we're going to have an elimination here from our feature table. Chun Tong Xiao from Malaysia. Unlucky with pocket kings. Ended up being a bluff catcher on the river, and
Do they have tournaments
thought his
there?
opponent was bluffing.
Yeah, they do run. I think
Pick
one year
up
they
there
ran
for Pac.
It's called Poker Dream.
Third in chips now.
That's like the only league. Is
Do you go there?
So 5 players between 33 and 3 big blinds.
Oh.
Yeah, so I'm just there.
Support.
2 slightly shorter stack.
Yeah, but they do like they have
No
pretty much
breakaway
like
chip
APT
as of yet.
schedules, like to buy in.
Oh, really? Oh, so it's pretty big.
Perhaps the most feared or at least coveted players on the table. Kiat
The high roller is like
saw him triple up.
40k Malaysian ringgit, like roughly
The
just under
absolute
10K.
shark from Malaysia.
pretty big.
And of course the super high roller winner, Milos.
They have like 60 runners, like
14 and big blinds respectively.
So similar to this.
Sure, one of the others would love to be the one to eliminate
more or less
either
the
of
same.
those two.
One of his friends won the high roller in the Malaysia.
Ah.
'Feel is really good over there. Like really, really good. 24.
6, 3, 8, 24, 7.
Mystery hand raising it up. Lines are up. 6,000, 12,000. 12,000 is also the big blind ante. Standard 2x open from Kia.
And we're going to witness an all-in here with the pocket fives from the big blind and a call from the hijack with the mystery cards. I see King Queen offsuit versus the fives. So Kiat all in for his tournament life with the King Queen offsuit versus pocket fives. I'll take a quick moment to introduce myself. Hi, this is Greg goes all in, pitching in with Vidder. Really happy to be here and joining in on the action. And we're off to a flop. King Queen offsuit all in for his tournament life. King in the window. Petkovic now drawing to a 5 on the turn. Wow. 2 pair versus set. What a cooler. And Kiat of Malaysia eliminated here on hand 17 of our Superstar Challenge.
Greg, good to have you, my friend. Let me just fix my shoes over.
Excellent. Yeah, so seems like a bit of connection issues on Vidder's side. We're getting that remedied right away. But in the meantime, thank you all so much for having me. Really excited to be back here in the live stream room here in Incheon. Folks, it is day 4 of APT Incheon, and it's been a wonderful time, and it's great to see that we're starting off our live stream strong with a record-breaking Superstar Challenge, 10K buy-in, folks, 10K USD buy-in, just about approximately.
Keep going or stop?
And we have shattered that record now with the 72 entries.
So one hand.
Aless DP7 on the live chat saying, Greg all in took over. Straight away we got an all in. What a warm welcome. Thank you very much. $40 players left remaining here. We've got a question. How many events are there in this series? We run for 10 days, folks, and there are 73 events. 73. That's 73 Lion trophies we're giving away. And wow, Liu picking up the pocket kings under the gun. Going to raise it up just over 2 big blinds. No action as it folds all the way down to the big blind to Lester Edok. Very decorated Filipino player. Going to defend his big blind with 5-3 of clubs. Heads up, single raise pot. Pocket kings versus 5-3 suited as flop comes. 9-4-4. Lester Edok with 5 high and some backdoors. Liu with kings in position. Liu, continuation bets here. Bets 26,000. And a fold by Lester. And a nice pickup here with the kings by Liu. And I'll just say what everyone else is thinking. Liu looks a lot like Rampage Poker. I said it. Everyone was thinking it. I said it. And I am the person who is allowed to say it. As because when you're one of only a few Asian content creators in the poker world, you will get compared to Rampage. And it's happened many a times to me. So if anyone is allowed to say it, it is me. Kwak Anbu, I apologize for mispronouncing your name, in the live chat asking, is this Greg's voice? This is Greg's voice. Bringing you live commentary on our Superstar Challenge 10,000 USD buy-in as Chris Park raises Ace Jack of Hearts from the hijack. Action and Pak, Ace 9 off, makes the fold. Petkovic, mystery cards into the muck. Liu, 9-6 off, opts not to defend the big blind. Chris Park picks up the blinds and the ante. And to summarize hand number 19 of the Superstar Challenge, not much happened. And to echo the Asian Poker Tour here in our live chat, do check out our Facebook, natural8.com, for the full APT live stream schedule. We're live streaming every day to the rest of the series, and it's going to be a great time. You won't want to miss it, so make sure you hit that subscribe button for me. Please and thank you. We've got a blind and blind battle here as it folds down to Liu.
The free dinner from us. He was sitting right here. And like, within the first orbit, when we come back, it's like he tripled up and I doubled up. It's like, damn, no. No, he tripled up, but then he got busted. He was really short though.
Some banter about short stacks and dinner.
Yeah.
We've got a limped pot here, folks. Queen 5 offsuit by Liu versus Danny Soms. King 9 offsuit. 31 big blinds effective. As flop comes, Jack 4-3. King 9 high is ahead. Liu gonna make the check here with Queen high, which against a very wide random range of capped range of the big blind. Is going to have some showdown here. Going to go check, check. As the turn brings the king of diamonds, Tanusom gets the check mark with top pair, 9 kicker. Action on Liu. It's going to check. Love seeing the Thailand representation here in Korea. Tanusom's going to bet here. Limped pot, flop went check, check. Turn goes check, bet, fold. And Danisom going to pick up a decent pot here. As we take a look at our chip counts, fairly deep. Our shortest stack with 31 big blinds. Plenty of play to be had. Very condensed amount of chips for everybody. Sitting between 30 to 40 big blinds. As I just see Josh McCulley joining our feature table. Very decorated player. Won 3 Lion trophies in Da Nang, one of which included the Superstar Challenge trophy. Our little inside joke between us. APT Lion trophies are like potato chips. You can't just have one. Right, Josh McCulley? I hear about 1 million in live earnings and 8 million online live earnings. Josh McCulley, as you see there on the right side of our screen, representing Australia.
What's going on?
I'm wondering the same thing. Aw, some good camaraderie here. Stay hydrated. Keep your friends hydrated.
Like tell them to stop here and there.
Oh, they gotta set up your like info or something.
Some banter here as we pause briefly on our live stream table.
448만 줄게.
2,544만 8천원 줄게.
Okay. Oh, so we need to move around then? Okay. So you go. So I'm here. Who's this then?
Nobody.
It's a 9-handed game, but we're 8-handed. That's why we're skipping one spot.
Oh, okay.
So that's the spot
So it
that's
can
being
be someone
skipped.
else.
No, no,
So
it's not going to be somebody else.
Okay, I understand.
They're skipping the 6
Okay,
seed.
that's fine. We don't really have to move around. All good? So it just has to be here. Yeah, cool.
3 minutes right there.
Yep.
So just a slight adjustment and brief pause as we introduce Josh McCulley to the game.
Oh my goodness.
You bring a 5, 6.
Lots of logistics going into this so that we can bring you the best live stream possible. These pristine graphics, accurate chip counts, thumbnails and headshots for each player. A lot goes into this. Big shout out to our production team as Joshua Curtis McCulley enters his first pot here with the mystery cards. Still has yet to get accustomed to scanning the cards on our RFID scanners, radio frequency identification scanners. So we're going to play some poker in the dark here with Joshua McCulley as he raises and opens to just over 2 big blinds from early position, as Yun is going to defend his big blind with Jack 10 offsuit. So folks, we're off to a flop. Single raise pot. Joshua McCulley getting right into the action as flop comes. Jack 5 deuce, Jack high board, so top pair for Yun. Joshua McCulley, of course, has a very strong range advantage raising from early position, has all the overcards and uncapped range, if you will, and is going to make a continuation bet here. There's 68,000 in the pot. And Joshua McCulley will make a C-bet. Of 18,000. Yun will call with top pair.
No, I'm here. I missed the spot, yeah.
He just told me.
Oh, I just got told by the other boss.
Okay.
As we're off to a turn 6 of spades.
Check.
Joshua McCulley gonna check this one back. Better for the big blind range as the river is the 10 of spades. Spades top 2 pair for Yun. And now at a decision point with 18 big blinds remaining stack. SPR just over 2. Check to induce, a bet for value. And looks like we're gonna see a bet for value here.
14,000.
It's going to be a very small bet. 14,000, I heard the dealer say. Pardon me, misspoke. 40,000. About a third, just over a third pot bet. And McCulley now with a decision. We still don't know what his cards could possibly be. Can't imagine it's an overpair at this point, as that would have probably snap called by now. And we're going to see a call as Josh McCulley's hand immediately hits the muck. And folks, we will never know what Joshua Curtis McCulley of Australia had in hand 21.
Different hand.
I would have folded my hand for sure. I only played it in this box.
Yeah, different hand.
I
Because
wouldn't have played my hand.
Because 6-5.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I wouldn't have lost the hand.
Yeah, you should have lost it.
I had 5 deuce offset, so I wouldn't have played it. On this box, 5 deuce is good. Yeah, no good.
Nice piece of production value that is new to this live stream is that each and every player here has a lav mic on. So now we can much more accurately and clearly hear the banter that's going on at the tables as well. And we're going to see very decorated Filipino player Lester Edok get into the mix with 6-5 suited from the hijack. Gonna raise to just above 2 big blinds. It's gonna get around to the blinds. Yun gonna fold in the small, and Park with 4 deuce will fold, and Lester's gonna take it down uncontested pre with 6 high like a boss. As we take a look at our chip counts, Chris Park of the US of A leading the pack with 44 big blinds, but everyone else following very shortly. No one extremely short here. Our shortest stack with 30 big, so plenty of post-flop action to be had here, folks. And folks, if you're watching on our live chat, especially on YouTube, please feel free to join me in the live chat, say some good stuff, and hang out.
Josh, what? This is there. Come on there.
Everybody taking a piss off on Josh for missing his RFID card reader. Seems like he's gotten some mixed feedback about where to put his RFID cards. We will see if he's done well this time. And moment of truth, yes! Joshua McCulley, good job, mate. You found the RFID scanners. And we see that you've got Jack 10 offsuit in the big blind versus a limp from Chris Park, the chip leader at this table. So we're off to a flops, folks. Limped pot, King 9 off versus Jack 10. As flop comes 8 deuce 5 2 hearts. Chris Park ahead here with King 9 high. Josh McCulley with Jack 10 high. 2 overs to the board. Chris Park going to check. And Josh McCulley in position. He's going to take a stab here. Bets 15,000 to 36. Just under half pot bet. And I imagine we'll see Chris Park float here with it. We will not. Chris Park going to make the fold. Not going to defend King High on this board. As Joshua McCulley now chips up to 41 big blinds. Second chip leader on this feature table. But with all of the stack sizes running so closely, folks, it's anybody's game. Remember, 10,000 US dollar buy-in, folks. $72 entries. So probably just under 700,000 US dollars in the prize pool. As we see Dinosom of Thailand pick up pocket kings in the hijack. What a great spot. Just like Josh Groban's going to raise it up. But no action from late position players. Down to the big blind. Pack.
Too bad it's not the Macau stocks. I trade that all day.
Will defend 7-6 offsuit in the big blind. So, premium overpair versus 2 unders. anything could happen. 19% equity. It's not 0% equity. As flop comes, Jack 10-8. 2 clubs. Gut shot for Pak. Needs a 9 to make the dumb end of the straight. Pak with check and flow. Very wet and connected board. So Tanis, I'm going to decide on checking this one back. As the turn brings the 7 of hearts, as this board just gets worse and worse for pocket kings. All kinds of straights, sets, 2 pairs on this board. And Pak gonna put max pressure on the overpair, reducing them to but a bluff catcher. As we see a bet and a call. Bet of 120,000. Wow. Massive overbet, 120,000, and a call. 2x overbet, bet 120 into 60. And now we're gonna see a check. Check. And the great call by the pocket kings. On the turn, gets massively rewarded with a huge 300k pot. Now skyrocketing Tanasum to, I believe, the chip lead. Yes, there he is, 47 big blinds now, just past the half-mil mark. And Pak now, 23 big blinds, our short stack on this table.
8-16. Big blind. 16.
Folks, do me a favor, please hit that like and subscribe button. It helps out the channel quite a bit. And of course, the overarching goal here is to grow the game of poker in Asia. It's already a very booming game and industry, but it could always be bigger. So folks, hit the like button. It's going to help us grow the game of Asia, poker in Asia, and all over the world. Truly, the diversity here at the APT is immense. You can see all the different flags. We've got Philippines representing, Thailand, USA. A great sight to see. As Liu is going to get into the mix with 9-8 suited from early position. Wow. I'm seeing double Chris Park, also with 9-8 suited, clubs variety.
No, 95.
Raises to 95,000. Adds 9-8 suited to his 3-bet range. And wow. And gets the fold from 9-8 suited. The most EV positive way of playing 9-8 suited versus 9-8 suited. Be in position and 3-bet aggressively. Power poker, everybody. Whoa, I see a poll from the Asian Poker Tour here on the live chat of YouTube. Are you a natural 8 player? And the answers are yes or gotta sign up for an account now. Those are the only 2 options. No other possibility is possible or conceivable. So folks, make sure you go to natural8.com and sign on up and join one of the best online poker sites here in Asia. Safe, secure, fast, good action. What else could you want? What else could you ask for from an online poker site? Natural8.com. Heck, I'm going to hit yes right now. Oh, wow. Look at that. We've got 8 votes already. 9 votes. 8 votes. 62% people said yes, they are a Natural 8 player. Everyone else saying they're going to sign up right now. There's no other option, folks. That's it. That's all you get.
Genki. Hisashiburi desu ne. So long time. Ah.
Chris Park with King Jack offsuit in the hijack. And Pak, whose chip stack has just now been reduced given the overbet in the last hand. He's going to defend on the button with 10-8 of diamonds. Petikovic with King 4 of diamonds blocking Pak's diamonds. Lots of diamonds hit the muck. We are going to see a single raise pot here. Hijack versus button. Pak only has 15 big blinds left behind. As flop comes Queen 3 deuce all hearts. Chris Park ahead here with King High with the draw to a flush with the King of Hearts. And Pak with 10-8 of diamonds. Drawing to some pair outs. Ace of spades on the turn. Chris electing to check. Pak electing to check it back. Drawing to only a few outs. Not going to hit it. Chris Park gets the check mark here. With King Jack high. King of Hearts blocker. Bets 40K. Takes it down.
할 때가 아니야.
Going to see yet another blind on blind battle here. Lester Edok limping in with 9-5 offsuit in the small blind. Liu in the big with 10-8 offsuit. Love these blind on blind spots. Very wide ranges. 22 big blinds effective. Flop comes. Queen 10-5, 2 spades. Lester Edok with a pair of fives. Liu with a pair of tens. Both with a pair. Let's go from there. Lester going to check. Liu is also going to check. Lester needs a 9 or 5 to improve. 6 of spades on the turn. Lester going to bet a third pot bet here. Against a wide range with big blind. Likely feels like he has the best hand as any pair. And the flop might bet. Might be more of an equity protection bet. Or to charge some flush draws. And we're going to see a raise here by Liu with second pair. Great read. Perhaps trying to get some thin value. charge flush draws that decide to bluff on the turn. And Lester Edok without a spade in his hand, unblocking flush draws. Might be some consideration as he makes the call on the turn. River, 3 of hearts. And action will go check, check. Lester Edok has shown the bad news. And Liu, gonna pick up a nice spot here, blind versus blind. Hey, check this out. The Asian Poker Tour live chat just says we have 116 viewers now. So all 116 of you do check out our pinned comment. Don't forget to join our trivia quiz. Let's check it out myself. Join our trivia quiz here. Oh, and then you click the link. And it's a form. I believe it takes you to a Google Doc here. Join our trivia to participate in the Natural 8 Trivia Flip Out prize pool, $688 tournament dollars. Wow. So folks, you can just click on this link and you can get signed up with Natural 8 and have a chance to win a part of that prize pool. And here are the questions. They're super simple. First question is, what is Natural 8? You have 4 options. OnlyFans, Asia's largest online poker room, FPS shooter game, e-hailing platform. Folks, easy game. Just like poker, it's an easy game. So make sure you check out our trivia quiz in the pinned comment, sign up with Natural 8, and stand a chance to win some free money. By not clicking on it, you're saying no to free money. And you know what I think of people who say no to free money? Gonna see some blind on blind action again. Liu go limp in here with King 3 offsuit. Dinosaur. Gonna check back with the mystery cards. So let's get ready for another episode of Poker in the Dark. As flop comes Queen 10-6. Liu with King 3 high. Hard to make a pair. King high does have some good showdown value, especially against a wide range. Some optimistic backdoor straights as well for Liu. 1 over card. So facing the 16K bet into 48K, third pot bet. We may see a float here by Liu. And also, we may not. And so Dinosaur going to win this blind on blind battle. As we take a look at our chip counts, Chris Park of the US of A leading the pack with 41 big blinds, closely followed by quite everybody. As actually, no, we're seeing a bit more of a wide range of chip stacks. As we started this feature table, everyone was sitting on very close to 30 big blinds, and now that disparity has widened. 41 bigs leading up top, 15 bigs at the bottom. But 15 big blinds still very, very playable. One double, you've got 30. Funny how math works. Joshua Curtis McCulley of Australia from early position with ace, queen suited. The blinds have gone up from 6K, 12K to 8K, 16K. So Josh gonna raise 34K, just over 2 big blinds, very standard. Lester Edok will wisely fold the King Jack offsuit versus the early position raise. And Yun with ace 10 offsuit, finding himself in domination nation here. Is going to call with ace 10 offsuit. So, single raise pot, big blind versus early position. As flop comes. 6, 3, 5, 2 clubs. Yun going to check. Joshua McCulley has to be very concerned here on this board, as big blind's going to have the nut advantage a lot here on this board that Josh will never have. Josh will never have 7-4 suited from an early position raise, while the big blind will a lot of the time. But with the 2 overs and the nut flush draw for Josh, Josh is going to put some money into this pot. Half pot bet by Josh McCulley. And with the 2 over cards here, with ace high, with the decision, will make the fold.
Yeah. Well, I think we were doing like everyone was kind of because it's kind of like especially if it's on your decks and you looked at it.
And that's a very interesting concept. Actually, I'm going to interrupt myself real quickly as I introduce my very esteemed co-commentator back into the commentary live stream, doing remote commentary. Bitter, how have you been, my friend?
Hello, hello. Sorry for the technical issues. Thank you for taking over. And more important than me, how have you been? How's the Incheon life treating you?
Bro, Greg Goes All Incheon has been a blast. It's been great food, great people, great action. What else can you ask for, man?
Oh, trust me, I've been following all the stories and the content. You guys are having a lot of fun without me, but such is life.
Wish you could be here, man. And we saw Josh McCulley pick up ace-queen in the very last hand. Picks up ace-queen once again here in early position. Now the offsuit variety. And he's going to raise it on up. And wow, Pak with a spot here with the 9s. 15 big blinds to start versus the under the gun raise.
Really no shortage of premium holdings and all-ins on this feature table so far, huh?
Absolutely not. As someone astutely pointed out when I first joined in the commentary, it's like, wow, Greg Goes All In just started doing commentary and now we have 2 all-ins. So I think it's continuing.
Well, while I was away, let me interrupt myself as you did a moment ago. Talk about premium hands being dealt all over. Ace King now. What a spot.
What a spot. Vitter coming into the commentary booth, and now we're getting all this action. Great
Vitter
time
goes
to come
all
back in. Yeah. And Yoon in the small blind going all in now with the Ace King. Action back on Josh, facing the 20 big blind jam from the small blind with ace-queen offsuit versus a +1 caller as well. Has to think he's up
Greg,
against some pretty strong ranges.
Yep.
We actually saw a situation like this early on in the feature table. That's how Kiat actually tripled up. Very similar. Went all in with 6s. Ace-queen found the call, and then ace-king jammed behind, and ace-queen actually found the fold. Josh McCulley, of course, an absolutely experienced player. But look at that. That also means he's not afraid to take flips, and he's going to get it in with the worst of it here. Unfortunately, this is not a flip, even though he probably thought he would be on the receiving end of one. Of course, ace-queen, you tend to think you're blocking an ace. And can Pak actually be thinking of this as an opportunity to triple up? I would think he would be out of the hand already, considering all the action behind.
Yeah, because if you're Pocky, you have to be thinking at best you're flipping against 2 overcards or completely dominated by a bigger overpair. So Pak in the tank with the pocket 9s versus an open from early position, a 3-bet from the small blind and a rejam from the early position opener. And it's going to make the fold with the most equity. And Josh going to be shown the bad news as he sees ace-king. So Josh not all in for his tournament life. Yoon all in for his tournament life with ace-king, but is the 3-1 favorite.
What a great spot. 3-1 favorite and has the dead money as well from the pocket nines. Got the call from the worst hand, got the flip to fold. Good life. At least if the poker gods stick to the equity here. Clean board, 6 high. No spade in the hand of Josh McCulley as well. No chop outs as well, so queen and a queen only, 2 outs up top, not to be.
Chop.
Did someone just say chop on the table? I wouldn't be surprised if Josh had said it.
315. Yeah.
A $10,000 buy-in. These guys are having massive swings in terms of chips and making jokes. When do we get to that level, Greg?
I know. And Gilbert Go very accurately points out what I've completely missed. 9-9 would have made a straight.
Shower Lena.
Wow. Missing a triple up there.
Now the king got
But,
me
of
so
course,
good.
cannot be results-oriented. Made the good fold. Would have been flipping.
킹 파켓이어야 되는데.
지치게 하지 마. 지금 진지해. 말로 밥 사야 돼.
나도 먹일 놈들 많아.
네가 더 많긴 하다.
난 침묵이야.
Greg, the consummate professional that you are, I'm sure you mentioned our trivia contest going on.
Yes, absolutely. But I'll reiterate it again since you just mentioned it. Folks, we got trivia in our pinned comment, Natural 8 trivia. The questions are so easy. And if you just submit, I don't even think you have to get the answers right, but if you just submit your your answers in the document, you'll be entered a chance to win entered into a flip out on Natural 8, of which I believe there's close to $700 tournament dollars in the prize pool. So folks, don't say no to free money. Go check out our trivia quiz in the pinned comment as we get back right into the action. And Pak, starting this hand with only 13 big blinds or so, gonna open up ace-9 suited under the gun. Dinosaur with ace-deuce suited in the cutoff with the decision. He'll make the fold, and Yun might try to mine a set here with the pocket force. Though doesn't have great implied odds as Pak is very, very short. Opts for the fold. Action back on Josh McCulley, whose chips have been reduced now to a 12 big blind stack.
I like the open, by the way. Not jamming the short stack. Instead, almost representing more strength by going the standard open from under the gun. So, Greg, part of the reason I asked was, of course, to prompt you to remind our lovely viewers about the trivia contest. But also, have you had the chance to look at the very first question?
Absolutely. The first question is, what is Natural 8? It's multiple choice, folks. And the multiple choice options you have are A, an OnlyFans site. B, poker site. The best poker site in Asia. C, first-person shooter game. Or D, an e-hailing, I don't even know what that is, an e-hailing website.
Like Uber, maybe.
Ah, yes.
Like Uber or Grab.
Yes, yes.
Guys,
I have no idea.
I mean, there's free money and then there's this.
Yeah. We're trying to give
sure
it
you
to
sign
you.
up.
We're not even just we're trying to give away money here, folks. Please don't say no to
And
free
entertaining you with these
money.
options.
Exactly. We'll see Liu get into the mix with Queen 8 suited Chris Park. Now on the button with King Queen offsuit. Cuts out some raising chips. I hear 95,000. 95,000 it is. Action will fold back to our initial opener to Liu in +2 with Queen 8 suited versus the 3-bet. Double check. Yep, it's still Queen 8 suited.
Now, Greg, I heard you mention what you said everybody was thinking. It is true. I thank you for stepping in and doing your duty as an Asian content creator to point out the resemblance between Lou and Rampage, of course, Ethan. However, what about the playing style? Does that remind you of Rampage as well? Rampage, of course, a known punter, a known aggressive opponent. What about Lou?
I have to admit, I haven't seen too large of a sample size. Nothing I've noticed that seems completely out of line by any means. But hey, the night is young, Vitter.
Big size.
Well, in terms of results, Liu certainly has a lot to show for his efforts over the years. Hong Kong national, of course. $375,000 in live tournament earnings and counting. Some of them have come from his current expedition to Incheon, winning $31,000, 5th place in the Super High Roller. So we have 1st place, 3rd place, and 5th place. 1st place, of course, Milos. 3rd place, I believe, was the player from Thailand, Thanisorn. And 5th place, Liu.
Wow.
All battling it out here.
We love seeing APT money go back for more APT events. The circle of life. The circle of APT tournaments.
Well, I think back to an interview you did in Da Nang, or was it Hanoi, asking people what they would do if they won or they shipped the main. And how many of them said they would just buy into bigger high rollers?
Like I would say like 75%.
Average. So.
Degens.
Degen's gonna degen.
We're such losers.
Well, we're watching perhaps the ultimate degen, or perhaps the opposite. The elite battle it out. $10,000 is the buy-in. I believe we're approaching knowing the final prize pool and the prize distribution. Standing steady at almost $200,000 for 1st place.
Wow.
That's about 260 million Korean won.
지금 3,000불이야.
Certainly top heavy. That's how you want it. And you're making the best of the best battle it out.
Alas says, easy questions on the trivia, but need luck to win the flip out for the trivia. Never won a flip out before. Greg, send me some luck, please. Well, sounds like Alas is still gonna do it. But hey, it's plus EV. You lose no money by doing it, and your EV is always positive. If you have a chance to win free money, EV positive, baby. Trivia questions, pin comment, check them out.
Yeah, you can't be results oriented. The moment you submit the form, you made money.
Exactly. And Lester Edok gets a wand. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, my apologies. Well, I was just going to point out, of course, our wonderful live reporting team doing an amazing job covering the event that we are covering, of course. They tend not to spoil anything on the feature table because we are on a 30-minute delay. But if you are following one of your favorite players, perhaps friends or family members, you can always go to apt.poker, go to the live reporting section. A lot of info on the outer tables as well.
Yes, and most notably on one of our outer tables is Elky. Elky's back at the Asian Poker Tour. We can't wait to get him on one of the feature tables. Hopefully we'll see him at a final table. Maybe we'll see the Elky final table dance once again like we did in Hanoi. But yes, if you want to check out those live updates, just as Vitter just said, please go to apt.poker for the live updates.
Well, I know you'll be seeing Elky at the players' party.
Oh, yes.
Not one to miss those.
Absolutely not. The man loves to bust a move. And not one to miss a party, that's for sure. Gilbert Go astutely saying, Elki stays in Korea now, I believe. Of course he will play. Yes. Elki does live in Korea. Lester Edok with pocket queens. Blind versus blind. 19 big blinds to start. We'll raise to 45,000. Green chips are 25. Blue chips are 5,000. And wow, basically almost a cooler here. Blind versus blind. Liu with queen 10 suited.
Certainly cannot fold. Pretty hand. Happens to be very, very dominated.
Off to a flop. Ace, Jack, 5, 2 spades. Lester Edok with a second pair with the pocket queens. But against a big blind defend range, pocket queen's going to be very good most of the time. Liu with queen 10 high and the gut shot. You can see in our beautiful graphics up top right, 4 outs. 4 kings for Liu to make a straight. As action goes check, check, turn. 4 of diamonds.
The same table as in the 3-mil one, the beginning one.
It was always a little different from other Japanese houses. He had a little showdown in it.
Lester with the value bet, 33,000.
He wasn't fully there.
Under a third pot bet.
God, I used to hate when he did the like limp raise shit. Oh, oh my god.
Liu, queen high, gut shot, no spade blockers.
Everyone hated that.
Gonna float as the river brings the 3 of diamonds, 4 to a straight on the board. Spades brick, Lester with the check mark with the pocket queens. Gonna go for a 78,000 chip bet. Trying to extract some very thin value from Jack X or perhaps induce, but Liu Wing Po with queen high. Gonna let this one go. As Lester increases stack to 26 big blinds and Liu now down to 22. As we take a look at our chip counts, Josh Curtis McCulley, death by ace queen versus ace king, our shortest stack, followed by Pak with 13 bigs, Yoon of the US of A, and Chris Park, also of the United States, leading the pack with over 40 big blinds.
One thing I've noticed on this table, considering the stakes and the caliber of the players, is how comfortable people are going for thin value. We actually saw top pair versus second pair go 3 streets of value with 4 to a straight on the board and actually get paid off. It's just so impressive to see. I mean, so much to learn.
Absolutely. Hand 37. 37 players left remaining. Coincidence? Yes. Yes, it is.
Well summarized, yes.
Thank you.
Indeed. So many things are.
Blind versus blind. Liu Wing Po, 17 bigs to start in the small blind. Just like Elsa, just gonna let it go. And Dinosaur gets a walk.
Double down.
Double down. Shows the 7-4 offsuit. Someone says double down. Wrong game. But I like it.
Look at those flags though, Greg. Have Uzbekistan in the mix. That's Pak, seat 6. Of course, you mentioned the Malaysian contingent, the US of A, always making an appearance.
Hit and run.
Liu from Hong Kong, we just
Hit and
mentioned.
run.
One of the super high roller finalists, as was Milos. He's from Serbia. Lester Edok, regular from Philippines. Absolutely incredible. And of course, Josh McCulley, who I believe went to lunch with Ray Chu, our marketing director. Looking forward to seeing that video come out as well.
Yes, that is correct.
Good luck.
It's turned out it was a good teaser video, and the full interview. It's basically Hot Ones, but APT style. I think it's about a 10-minute video, and it should be very, very fun. As we see a seat open here, and maybe, just maybe, we'll get some fresh blood in here. And I just got the finalized prize pool bidder. You ready? 873 million Korean won in the prize pool. 254 million of that going to first. So you're just about right. 200,000 or so USD.
Wow.
Wow.
Over 650,000 US dollars in the prize pool. I mean, when you have a high buy-in like this, that's where you end up. I mean, we're talking about 650,000 US dollars, often main event prize pools for many tournaments across Asia. And here's 72 players ponied up, battling it out. Just under a hair, I believe 191,000 to first is where we ended up. That's USD, of course.
And
just the old single day $200,000 win.
Absolutely, and hate to interrupt you here, but we've got a really cool spot. So Lester Edok, starting with 20 bigs, opens 9-7 off on the cutoff, trying to steal, and Liu picks up ace-king on the button, jams for just under 20 bigs, maybe 17 bigs. And now Chris Park in the big blind with pocket sevens. And Chris Park in the blender here, right? Because he's not just facing an open from Lester Edok, he's also facing a 3-bet jam by Liu.
$355.
And sevens will fold. And Liu with ace-king. Gonna pick up the dead money.
Yeah, sevens there, the old flipping at best conundrum, perhaps. Knowing your opponent's probably not jamming sixes that way. Don't want to take the flip, and of course Lester did not have much to think about.
But at least Lester's got the virtual rail behind him. Jiao Ko, a very vocal Lester Edok fan. All caps here. All caps, no chill. Lester Edok will represent. Pinoy will win. 4 fire emojis.
Not just that, our friend Zhao in chat seems to have predicted the hand that Lester will win as well. Aces versus ace-king. Sounds pretty great if you can get it.
We saw Lester Edok raise a 9-7 offsuit last hand. So of course, with the suited variety, going to get into the mix once again. 9-7 suited in position from the hijack and runs into Dinosaur's aces. Lester Edok just running into it here. But that's a bit of the payoff for when you do decide to play a bit of a wider range, perhaps to exploit. But just running the top of everybody's ranges today. A small 3-bet
The
here.
three
By
bet
Dinosaur.
is- Yeah, I was gonna say it's small, so it's gonna be tempting. Surely, I mean, when you open 9-7 suited, clearly you like speculating a bit. 50,000 to call, 180,000 in the middle, but only 16 bigs behind. And look at this, decides to peel. Very, very frisky. Has that sort of aces cracker kind of hand, but 20% equity going into the flop.
As flop comes 10, 10, 3, 2 clubs. Aces for Tanasorn. 9 high for Lester. Not even a diamond in sight.
What a whiff. 4% is the equity now, representing a few runners.
And we'll see a bet. 60,000 it looks like. 60,230. Quarter pot bet. Action back on Lester. Double checks his hand. Yep, it's still 9-7 suited. Jauko going up in the live chat. Tom Dwan plus Michael Adamo equals Lester Edoc. 4 fire emojis. Says GG rigged. Always have AA or AK in position. Yep, live poker is rigged. And not in Lester Edoc's favor as he has to fold.
Our friend and often co-host, Stephen Lai, loves saying live poker is rigged. And to be honest, I'm a bit afraid every time he says it. I'm convinced a small percentage of the population actually believes him.
Small. Massive, bro. It's like, hear that every other day, you know? It's just like, and especially, and you especially hear it for online. It's like, oh, it's rigged, you know? Well, it's like, yeah, you're playing more hands per hour, so you're gonna get coolered more often, or you're gonna get sucked out more often. But yes, you is right. A lot of people believe live poker is rigged. They're surprisingly, actually not surprisingly, the same people who believe that birds aren't real. Fact.
Exactly. Well, actually, I had this mathematics teaching assistant who pointed out once that, in fact, if crazy situations and coolers did not happen, that's when you would say it's rigged. The math demands, the statistics and the probability demands that crazy things happen. So every time you have a crazy situation, you should yell.
Sorry. So if
you should yell birds not real.
Yes, yeah. So I mean, like, it would be crazy if birds aren't real. So there's a possibility. You're saying that there's a possibility that birds aren't real.
You want to explain this meme, by the way, because I only heard about it. I only heard about it when Daniel Negreanu started talking about it.
You know what? I popularized it in the poker world. Essentially,
yeah.
so birds aren't real.
You?
Yes, I did. So it's like, okay, so if we could just, you know, let's step back from the satire and let's actually analyze it. The birds aren't real thing. So that kind of just started as specifically as satire to make fun and comment on how so many like conspiracies were coming up, especially in and around 2020, right? But it was such a
wow. I'm so sorry to interrupt, Greg, but what a weird situation just happened on the table. Joshua had a small blind versus big blind scenario, refused to fold the 9-4 off, trying to steal it, raising it up, and of course, getting the bad news when Pac popped up with the king-queen off. And look at this now. Josh McCulley crippled to just 4 big blinds. Took that spot, did not work out. Perhaps even an all-in would not have worked out. And we have a clear short stack and perhaps one of the most decorated players on the table from the Asian Poker Tour circuit is on the verge of possible elimination here.
Wow. And he our last Superstar Challenge, he won it. So he's trying to defend that title, and now we'll have to do so with 4 big blinds. Anyway, I don't think we'll have time to finish Birds Aren't Real, but it's essentially Birds Aren't Real. Lester Edoc under the gun with Ace-Queen offsuit. 14 bigs. Is going to go all in. 7 players to get through. 1 folds, 2 folds, 3. I have a feeling I've miscounted at this point. But down to the blinds. Pak, 12 big blinds. Hasn't scanned his cards. We'll never know. Oh! Petkovic with Ace King. So we're going to see Ace Queen versus Ace King once again. Seems to be the running theme of this future table. Lester Edok, an immaculate professional and a good sportsman. Almost in smiles here. Has seen it all. Needs a queen. Off to a flop. 7 deuce deuce. Stay loose. They never do.
Your
Turn.
flop.
My flop. Yeah, 9 of hearts. Needs a queen. Or some chops. 9 or 7 will do as well. Or wow.
A deuce on the river does not make the cut to save Leicester. Takes it with a smile, consummate professional. And Petkovic, Milos, as we've been calling him, finds almost a full double up. I believe he had Leicester covered by just 1 big blind. What a great result here. We're going to have a chip leader on the table. Not to mention, coming hot off his win, off the super high roller, has bagged the big Lion trophy on offer. Of course, we have one for the super high roller, the main event, of course, and the final 2-day high roller. Petkovic looking to add one of the smaller Lion trophies, but perhaps one of the most coveted ones for the Superstar event. This double up is going to really help in that process. There we have it. Co-chip leaders, perhaps 3-way. 31 bigs, 32 bigs, and 33 bigs. Josh McCulley at the bottom. 4 big blinds. So we're down to a 6-handed table. And I have a feeling Josh McCulley is going to be all in fairly quickly.
Good game to Lester Edok. A disappointing bust out, but surely not as disappointed as Zhao Ko seems to be in our live chat, screaming, rigged! Rigged, rigged, rigged. Can't win against Leicester without rigged. GG's to Zhao Ko. Okay, so birds aren't real. Basically, it was just it was satire to commentate on the conspiracies that are happening. It was just so beautiful because young people who heard birds aren't real immediately understand what it is and what it stands for, which is just satire. But it was also so funny because there's the older generation also some of them will look at that and actually believe it at face value. That birds aren't real and that birds are government surveillance drones meant to spy on general population. One of the biggest defenses or arguments for it being, have you ever seen a baby pigeon? Have you?
Whoa.
Have you ever seen a baby pigeon bidder? No, you haven't. You know why? Because they make the birds. They make the birds in these factories that the government controls. And they release them in their adult-seeming form.
And clip. I'm going to clip that. I'm going to tag you.
Yep.
You're going to have a whole new set of followers. Congratulations.
You know what? Hey, any publicity is good publicity. And, you know, honestly, if I expanded into that very polarizing kind of statements and you know, I don't even want to get there. But, yes, misquote me. It'll be good for the brand.
Next Superstar Challenge, you might be buying in.
Yeah, maybe. You know, I'll just start a GoFundMe for, you know, expose the truth about birds fund. You know, I really could make a fortune off that. But I'm not greedy. So for now, stay loose, play 7 deuce. That's as extreme as we'll get.
Milos, by the way, limped in the small blind, not getting too carried away, thought that maybe a raise would not be as respected considering the huge pot he just won. And now with that board, Jack, Tray, 2 spades, comes out firing. Liu just cannot withstand the heat. He only has 19 big blinds left. I think we might be on the verge of having a table captain. This man knows how to get the job done. We have about 34 players left. you'll know the pressure points.
Josh McCulley, our short stack protagonist with 4 big blinds right now. And it's going to be a tough orbit because if he gets to the big blind without picking up a hand before then, that's half his stack going into the middle involuntarily. 1 big blind for the big blind, 1 big blind for the ante, and be left with 2 big blinds behind. Needs to find a hand. Any ace or king or pocket pair will do. Mystery
I
card.
have a feeling his standards
There
might
it
be
is.
much lower. Well, there you go. There's the pocket pair. Easy all in. Would love to see a fold, of course. Unlikely.
Josh McCulley goes all in. Pak with a spot in here. King Jack offsuit on the cutoff.
Has to be worried about the players behind. Never mind. He did not know the action was on him, clearly. Was lost looking at the poker room.
It is a
Josh taking
beautiful
it with a
poker
smile, as
room.
always.
I do not blame him.
Look at this. Gets the fold. What a great result. Plus 50% to the stack without any risk of being eliminated. And by the way, Tanisorn would have had 2 overs and a flip even with the 8-4 off. 7 bigs now.
Definitely can win. Not a hand, but can win. Good
Chip
very
and a
good.
chair,
Very,
as
very
they
good.
say.
I know I can't lie. You see on stream, right?
Josh has 7 big blinds now.
Oh, finally.
It's not much, but it does mean he has a lot more fold equity for if and when, and I suspect it's when, he goes all in next.
Another fish. Sorry, I should say another fish.
So Greg, you were saying the poker room, the vibes
Is
look great. Of course.
beautiful. The vibes are good.
More.
The value immense. It's a level. It's honestly a really stunning casino, and paradise casino here in Incheon. Honestly, paradise. I love something that's really notable to me and stands out personally to myself is just there's a lot of art here, a lot of different art installations that are just breathtaking and honestly just so aesthetically pleasing and ingenious, and I love seeing that. I love being able to see that, and that's really integral and part of the culture.
Very cool. And of course, the all famous food in Korea. Have you had a chance?
Oh,
to try it
I
out?
had Wagyu steak Korean barbecue yesterday, and honestly, I really sincerely believe this. It was the best food I've ever eaten in my life.
Wow.
Yeah. It was so good.
That is quite the statement.
It's ruined food for me. It's absolutely demolished food for me.
Well, is that a good thing or a bad thing then?
It's
Confusing.
worth it. It was worth it. Nothing will ever taste as good ever again. Button versus big blind spot here. Liu outflops with the pair of 10s. And Chris Park now drawing to an ace and only an ace. 3 outs. Flop went check. Liu probably feeling pretty good with second pair. Pair of 10s. Hard to make a pair. Let's go from there.
Does have the gut shot as well for some added comfort. The old nothing for Chris. Let's it go. Approaching our first break here, by the way, for the stream. About 4 minutes to go.
And
2 chip leaders. Everybody pretty short, by the way. We have about 30 players remaining in the field. Maybe slightly over. Of course, 9 get paid. That's going to be the unofficial final table. considering we play 8 max, except for when we get down to 9. Minimum payout, 26 million Korean won. That's double the buy-in, going all the way up to about 10 times that for first place, 192,000 USD.
10K USD buy-in. Absolutely insane, don't you think? And to get 72 entries, absolutely blows my mind. And a great, yet another record broken by the Asian Poker Tour. Love to see it. Nice to be part of the winning team, as Milos Petkovic.
So true. Well, I believe you mentioned this on the stream, Greg, while I was away, but I think the last time around we had this event, it was 40 entries or so, right? And we
Yes.
almost doubled it. That's
Absolutely.
insane.
Milos with Ace King offsuit, opening up on the hijack. Josh McCulley, King 5 off in the big blind. Managed to pick the blinds in the orbit and sitting on 4 bigs. Allows him to survive the big blind and lets this one go. Josh McCulley lives to see yet another orbit here. And just to interact with the chat a bit, Liebert says, love the stream quality for Asian Poker Tour. Wish I was there for this one. Love from Bert. Wish you were here, Bert. And wow, yes, the stream quality for this, absolutely stunning. We've got, you can see that one of the cameras we have there on the top left. That is what we refer to in the industry as a PTZ camera. I believe pen, tilt, zoom camera. So we can remotely adjust all these cameras as we need. Unlike in the past, it was probably just a locked off shot with a prime lens, a lens that doesn't zoom, or we required camera operators running them as we streamed. And then for this stream as well, something that's new is that each player has a lav mic on, so we can pick up all the nuances and banter that's happening at the poker table.
Well, firstly, excellent summary, and not to mention, I learned a lot there. The PTZ camera, did you say?
That's correct. Pan, tilt, zoom.
Pan, tilt, zoom. Very cool. And thank you so much, by the way, for the shout out, for the production value. And of course, all credit goes to our production team, including the ones who've helped us along today. But that was a great, I guess, advertisement for the 7 days of streaming we have here out of APT Incheon. Usually we're looking at maybe 4 days, you know, the main event and the high roller. We're bringing the superstar event and of course the natural 8 events this time as well. It's going to be a fun week leading up to, of course, the main event, $1 million guarantee. And I believe the day 1 actually kicked off today. Things are only going to get crazier and crazier. And of course the stream coverage begins starting day 2. And then we wrap it all up with a nice little bow in the form of the 2-day high roller final table on Sunday. Back to the action. Mystery hand here. Mystery player as well. That's of course a minor graphical error we'll get fixed, but this is actually the last hand before the break. Mystery hand betting out. Cutoff versus button. Standard C bet. King Queen high for Chris. Quickly continues. Knows the theory, knows he's going to be good often enough. Going to have enough equity, not to mention has position, can steal the hand on later streets. Double paired board now, 2 flush draws as well. The 6 of hearts coming in on the turn. King high could certainly be good, but if he was to face another bet, Chris that is, would be tough to continue. There's that steal attempt. Utilizing power of position. knows that he can represent having perhaps a 6 considering he called on the flop. A lot of leverage in this bet as well, as I like to sometimes put it. Yes, 60,000 right now, but if called, the pot would be 340,000, and indeed that is what happened. And now look at the SPR. 255k is the effective stack, 340k in the middle, and a dangerous looking 4 of hearts on the river. I mean, backdoor hearts certainly possible, but does it change too much? Most hands that were ahead on the turn will remain ahead. Potentially some gut shots, the 5-4 suited, maybe even 5-3 suited, maybe with diamonds, could have converted into a made hand. Those are the kind of hands Chris is trying to represent. Not satisfied, taking a showdown value with the king high. And
Wow.
this gets the fold.
Alright guys, break time.
That is the difference between the $10,000 buy-ins and perhaps some of the lower buy-ins we have going on in the rest of the field. Of course, something for everyone, but this is the poker we're here to see and learn from. Absolutely incredible first segment, I'd say, Greg, and thank you so much for filling in as well. I think we are off to the races here, not just for the Superstar event, but perhaps for the remainder of the week. As we've hit our first break, thank you everybody for sticking with us. Do stick around as we join the action after this break. My name is Vidar Singhal, and Greg goes all in, of course, in the booth. We will see you shortly.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
3次我長水咯喎，一次，有紅心嗎？一次，係2支長水喎。
Malaysia? How long is the flight here? 6 hours or something?
6.5.
Do they have a poker room there?
They don't have a poker room, but they have like a venue for it's a casino. They rent some poker down there.
Look.
Cool.
You got cover, right?
Yeah, covered.
216.
Yeah, yeah. 없었어 그리고 국어국
제육 반상.
요.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hello, 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 and welcome back to the APT Incheon live stream. I'm your host, Greg Goes All In, and I'm joined by my esteemed colleague, Vitor Single, doing remote commentary. Vitor, how was your break? Excellent, excellent. And we're watching the Superstar Challenge here, folks. 10,000 US dollar buy-in. 10,000. That's 4 zeros. A massive buy-in. And guess what? We broke records with APT Incheon because we've got the most amount of entries that we've ever had in APT history. 72 entries, generating a prize pool of 873 million Korean won. That's about 658,000 USD. About 200,000 of that is going to first place. So again, folks, this is the highest and the most elite poker players that you're going to see. And we've got an incredible live stream. We're playing down to our winner tonight. Check it out. 72 entries. Average stack right now is 580,000. 31 players left remaining. One of them walking away with the coveted APT trophy and the 191,000 US dollar grand prize. And you're going to witness all of that tonight, today, on this live stream. It's going to be a great time. Don't go anywhere. Hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, all the things. And wow, guess who I see in this shot? In the white hoodie with GG plastered all over it. We're sponsored by Natural 8. Is Jeff Gross. Jeff, of course, being a GG Poker ambassador, the weekly commentator for the GG Millions. It's hard not to say GG when it's all over his hoodie and his hat. And it's going to be, wow, a very decorated player himself, very highly intelligent, has a great eye for commentary and poker. Cannot wait to do commentary for him as we welcome back Vitor Single from his break, my co-commentator. How are you, Vitor?
Doing very well. Now, firstly, Greg, I hope you're taking lessons as to how to be an ambassador for GG. I mean, just plaster the branding all over yourself. Seems to be the first move. Now, second of all, if you had to guess at Jeff Gross's live lifetime earnings. Mind you, he plays mainly online now.
Mhm.
If you had to guess at his lifetime hand and mob, let's
Mhm.
hear it. Let's see how close you get.
At least $5.
Good, good, not bad. You're only off by $3.5 million.
Woo! Live? Sheesh.
Indeed.
Hey, at least I was close, and at least I wasn't wrong.
Nice, nice, nice hedge.
Thank you, thank you. Well, looking to add 200,000 US dollars to that Hendon mob. Really excited to do some. I feel a bit shy. I feel a bit shy. Jeff Gross is a very esteemed commentator for poker himself, and I feel a little bit shy. So Jeff, when you rewatch this back, please be gentle.
And of course, I cannot help but advertise the diversity of the feature table, the new feature table we have lined up for you. One familiar face in the form of Liu from Hong Kong, joining us once again on this feature table. Jeff Gross, of course. After that, Masaki Nakamura from Japan, a player from Hong Kong, Australia, the United Kingdom. I think with the exception of Hong Kong, we have all new flags. So 7 players at the feature table right now, 6 nationalities being represented. Once again, the APT outdoes itself in terms of diversity.
Yes, some series call themselves the poker series of the world, but you know, I feel like I see much more diversity from the world here at the APT. And wow, action immediately, Bitter. King 4 offsuit on the button, peanut butter and jams it all in, and Lee gonna call with Ace 3 of hearts. So Joseph Chong, all in.
Well, let's not forget Joseph Chong, an absolute poker hero as well. Unfortunately, at risk right now, the verge of elimination, it seems like. Had to get it in under 10 bigs. King on the button. 36% equity. Could get eliminated by somebody with the same name as him, Chong at least. Jack 9 8, 2 hearts could be the end of the road here now. Outs reduced, and that ace seals the deal. We say goodbye to Joseph Chong, I believe, if I remember correctly, from back in the day when I used to follow poker religiously. I think he finished maybe 3rd at the WSB main event, using that to launch an extremely successful poker career. Originally from Seoul, South Korea, so sort of a local, moved to the United States. We do say goodbye to him. Very brief stint here at the feature table, but GG. Well, I say GG as Jeff and his hat pop up in the frame, but good game to Joseph.
Yes, very, very good branding and marketing by GG Poker, and GG's to Joseph. Looks like Mr. Jeff Gross is our chip leader at this table, as I caught a quick glimpse of the chip counts. 31 bigs or so, so no one overly deep, no one overly short. We're just kind of average is around that 20 to 30 big blind mark. Jeff Gross, 37 bigs, 10-3 suited, hits the muck.
I did notice chat during the break, by the way. Believe it or not, our sneaky moderators from the Asian Poker Tour in chat actually gave away a prize during the break. I mean, talk about rewarding people who are watching the highlights during the break. Make sure you keep an eye out for all the prizes and activities we have going on currently. A trivia quiz, mind you. Trivia is a stretch for the questions you have to answer. Just go check it out. It's free money. Pinned to the top of the YouTube chat or wherever you're watching. And by the way, while you're at it, don't forget to hit the like. Over 100 of you have joined us once again after the break. We really appreciate it. Sure, some of you are yet to hit that like button. I'd really appreciate it. Believe it or not, it makes a huge difference to our compensation. I'm kidding. Although
it
imagine,
does?
Greg, if it did.
Here's an example of a question from the trivia quiz. Natural 8 has the largest player pool in Asia. True or false?
Don't give it away. Do not give it away.
No spoilies. Here's another one. Natural 8 is fully licensed and regulated. True or false? Folks, what I'm trying to say is it's easy money. Fill out the trivia form, link in pinned comment, and also keep an eye out on the live chat because our moderator might be dropping in some fun, spicy questions for you to answer and for a chance to win more money. Free money in the pinned comments, free comment in the live chat. Excellent, exceptional value in our live stream production. What more do you want? What more do you want from us? Nothing left to give. Jeff Gross in the cutoff. Mystery cards. Hits the muck. Lee Hon-cheong. Lee with queen 6 suited on the button. A fine hand to open. 25 big. This is the start. The later position you are, the wider range you can open, as you have less players behind you to act, and you get to play in position post. And Jeffrey on the big blind with ace deuce offsuit can defend very wide on the big blind because you got great pot odds because you already have your big blind in. There's dead money because of the big blind ante. And ace deuce is going to be a fine defend. So we're off to a flop, single raise pot, queen 6 versus ace deuce as flop comes 9-7-4. Ace high is ahead, but queen 6 of hearts has the flush draw. Jeffrey low, gonna check in flow. Over to Lee. And you can see equities here running very, very closely. Ace deuce ahead with ace high, but has 49% equity.
I know I'd rather have Lee's hand, much more playable. And make all kinds of moves with it.
Lots of great turn cards to improve Lee. Any heart, of course. And any 5 or 8 for some straight outs. Any queen as well. Would feel pretty great. Wow. It's almost a pot-sized bet, 110 to 135. Not going to float with the ace high with the ace of hearts. And we take a look at our chip count. Jeff Gross, 37 bigs, leading the pack.
Just another reminder of what is at stake here. Of course, the buy-in 13 million Korean won. That's good for 10,000 USD. Not a random number. That's why we chose it. 72 players ponied it up. 72 entries. About 30 remaining at this point. Of course, the feature table will be 9-handed, and that is also the number of players who will be in the money. Minimum payout, double the buy-in, 26 million Korean won. That's 20,000 USD. Going all the way up to over 190,000 USD for the first place finisher.
Whew.
Everything to play for.
Incredible. We're going to see Jeff get into a hand. Ace-10 offsuit gets raised by Jeff on the hijack. Nakamura going to call with the pocket 4s on the button. Trying to set a mine. Pardon me, mine a set.
Set a mine? Set a mine on what?
I have no idea. As we're off to a flop. Ace-10 versus pocket 4s. As flop comes 10-5-3. Jeff Gross with top pair, top kicker, TPTK. Nakamura misses his set, or mine, I should say. Sitting with third pair. And Jeff, not going to continuation bet here, is going to check. Does induce a bet here from Nakamura, who might feel like 4s are good and might need some protection. But Jeff is going to call as the turn brings a queen of hearts. Now, Jeff Gross with the ace of spades does block some of Nakamura's bluffs, flush draws, and so on. Does have good.
Indeed. Could be a key card going into this hand, considering that Nakamura, of course, has pocket fours. If an ace or a 6 comes on the river, perhaps even a 7, could start representing some straights. And look at this. He's turned his hand into a bluff. He knows that once he gets called, it's very, very likely his fours are not good. And Jeff, with that check on the turn, has completely changed the dynamics of this hand. I mean, we could have easily seen this go continuation bet, perhaps a call, and then a fold on the turn. Instead, Nakamura has turned his hand into a bluff as we head to the river. I mean, unless a 4 hits, a 5 doesn't change much.
It's going to be a pretty good card here for Jeff, as reduces the combos of sets that Nakamura has. The spades brick out. And so
yeah, great
Jeff
point.
going to check it once more and to Nakamura, who is going to just check back here. And Jeff makes the most by trapping. As you said, Vider, if he had maybe just c-bet, it could have just been over right then and there, but he wouldn't have gotten the extra chips from Nakamura.
Super impressive stuff. No coincidence, perhaps, that Jeff has 1.2 million in his stack, crossing that 1 million mark. Certainly one of the tournament chip leaders. By the way, I just got the news thanks to the lovely reporting by Kai on the apt.poker website, where we have the live reporting for the outer tables. Milos has been eliminated. The super high roller champ cannot go back to back. Would have been an incredible run, of course. Did bust about 15 minutes ago. So a new champion will certainly emerge as it comes to sort of the bigger events here at APT Incheon.
And a warm welcome back to Liu. Back to the feature table. Gonna raise ace queen offsuit under the gun. Jeff Gross with queen jack offsuit. Wisely makes the fold. Queen jack off really does not want to be calling versus an early position opener, as you'll find yourself dominated very often, as Jeff would have found himself with queen jack versus ace queen. And we're going to see action fold all the way around to Asa Smith. 8-6 suited. Suited gappers, Vitter. Suited gappers are my vice.
So tempting.
So tempting. But big blind gets
Have
to
to be
defend.
careful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can defend, of course, very easily. And wow, why not when you just flop trips with the 8-6 suited against the ace-queen off? I was about to say, very, very easy hand to defend in the big blind, but as you would well know, considering you said they're your vice, you have to make sure you don't get too sticky. Of course, no amount of WD-40 will unstick Asa from this hand. Has absolutely smashed the board, and now with these low cards, can actually represent a lot of bluffs here. After the hand goes check on the flop, it's very likely for the big blind to bet their entire range, try and represent a piece of this board, considering the under the gun opener cannot have these cards, or for the most part should not.
90.
Could be what gets Liu to continue in this hand with the ace high. Let's
Wow.
go.
Great read.
Great timing.
And that's why you should play suited gappers.
Oh no.
I feel
Don't-
enabled.
don't-
I feel enabled by that hand.
You have a lot of influence here, Greg.
I know I do.
Our chat is...
Birds aren't real.
Our chat is
Vitter.
gonna... Let's hear it from chat, actually.
Let's make a poll
All
about
of
it.
you watching.
Are birds real?
Well, no, not the birds.
Oh, okay.
Greg.
Sorry.
Let's go. You
Sorry.
already have the following you're going to get.
Mhm.
I promise you. You're going to be the king of birds on real memes in about a day and a half. What I was actually wondering is what the chat's favorite hands are, because everybody likes these suited connectors. I remember, thanks to Daniel Negrano, I believe, 10-7 suited used to be my favorite hand. I think we all know what your favorite hand is, Greg, but I'll let you say it out loud anyway.
7 deuce. Stay loose, play 7 deuce. Does it mean I play it?
Less crowded now, right? Less crowded.
Well, forget about me. We got an all in here by AA Ron with A3 on the button.
Many people are going to Macau now.
Asa will fold. And Liu at the big blind will fold. Aaron picks up the blinds. Nice hand.
Well, Aaron, by the way, seems to have 5 names in his name. Aaron Matthew Z. Hua Lim. From
Wow.
Australia.
Very cool.
That's like
congratulations.
Anthropology in a name. 5 cultures probably coming together. Very cool.
Wow. All the diversity of the Asian poker tour reflected in one man. Love to see it.
So true. Well said, my friend.
Wow. Hey, look at the players remaining and how many entries we had. 27 players left remaining. 72 bought in. Stay loose, play 7 deuce. Coincidence? Yes.
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 Well, 27 players remaining. Quick math. 9 players paid. 2/3 of this field will still walk away with nothing. All in says the culturally eclectic Aaron Lim.
Wow.
Same hand for Liu. Surely
hand
has
for
to call
blackjack.
here. Indeed, 2 blackjacks. The shove is just over 10 big blinds from the cutoff. Ace jack is usually good enough. Liu knows the math and the charts, gets it in. Likely heading towards a chop. Let's not have any crazy upsets here. There's too much at stake. The buy-in is too big. For once, I'm not rooting for maximum pain.
Flop comes. Top pair, top kicker for both players. What a cooler. 2 pair, top 2 versus. Wow. And everyone loves a chop pot. Chop it up. What a cooler, eh? Nary a spade to be seen. Take a look at our chip counts. Very huge disparity in chips here. 46 big blinds up top. 2 11 big blind stacks. And as someone very astutely mentioned, I saw the dealer in the live stream table wearing Korean traditional dressing. That is true. That is true. The name of the traditional garment escapes me, but yes, it's something that we do try to reflect every stop we make. The same thing happened in Taiwan, the same thing in Da Nang, and same thing here. Each time that the dealers wearing garments that reflected the culture of the country that we're in. Aaron, 3 hands in a row, goes all in. Went all in with ace-3 on the button. Went all in with ace-jack on the cutoff. And now, all in on the hijack with king-jack. A really sick run here for Aaron. It is called hanbok, says one of our comments on the live chat.
Very
Good
cool.
to know. Thank you for educating me.
Okay, Greg. Here's another
Okay.
pop quiz.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron Lim. Total live earnings, hand and mob. What are you going with? Aaron Matthew G. Hua Lim from Australia.
I'm going to say at least $7.
Only off by $2,370,000.
Wow. But at least I wasn't wrong. Amazing, of course, and no surprise that we have multi-million winners at this table. It is a $10,000 US buy-in. And excuse myself, while Liu Wingpo goes all in with ace-king on the cutoff for just under 16 bigs. And Nakamura makes a snap call with pocket sevens with 9 big blinds remaining. So Nakamura all in for his tournament life with pocket sevens versus Liu's ace king. Needs to fade an ace, needs to fade a king to stay alive. We're off to a flop, folks. As flop comes. Ace in the window, devastation here for Nakamura. Needs to find a 7. Only a 7 or running straight. Turn 6 of spades, no good. Needs a red 7 on this river. It's not going to come, and that's going to be a good game for Nakamura of Japan, eliminated here in 27th place at the Superstar Challenge of the Asian Poker Tour here in Incheon. Good game, Nakamura.
GG, sir. Always tough to lose a flip. Just the nature of the beast, not much you can do. Both players getting it in as they're supposed to. Sometimes your fate is just up to the poker gods. And when I say sometimes, I think I mean all the time.
Always. Poker gods are always watching. Rebuy or Die says, "Hi Greg, Dylan here. I miss you." Aw, thanks Dylan. I miss you too. I assume this is Dylan from Australia that has frequented some of our APT stops. Miss you too, bud. Thanks for commenting. Commenting. I'm commentating. Vidder's commentating. Commentary brought to you by Greg Goes All In and Vidder Single.
Wait, do you mean Dylan who came runners-up in the Hanoi High Roller?
I believe that's the Dylan I'm thinking of, yes.
Rebuy or Die, is that you? Because I distinctly remember the final table goes down to the last hand, and him and the eventual winner are just singing and hugging each other. Really cool vibes. That's what you love to see, even on high rollers, even when there's hundreds of thousands of dollars at stake. Thanks for the entertainment, Dylan. We hope to see you at the next stop, in case you're not joining us at Incheon. But hey, there's still a few days to go for the main event. Come join us.
We love good vibes here at the APT. We love inviting good vibes. We like putting out good vibes. Folks, if you're interested about the Asian Poker Tour, want to check out our later stops, or be a part of the APT, please go to apt.poker for more information. Single raise pot button versus...
Whoa.
Wow. Look at that. Quads for Jeffrey Lowe in the big blind. And that's why you defend your big blind wide, because you might just flop quads.
So pretty.
Gorgeous.
On a slightly more serious note, no reason for Chong to think he's behind. After all, he has an ace. There's 3 kings on the board. The chances of the big blind having a pair or a better ace are minimal. Considering a 3-bet jam would have been very likely. Could easily see Lee lose some chips here.
An ace on the turn or the river would be absolutely devastating for Lee. Looks like an ace. It's not. It's a 4.
Must be the last levels, right? No more break.
And now
Nothing for Jeffrey to do.
Yeah.
But check, surely.
Really? Yeah. Okay.
Check he will. Action back on Lee now.
One
Lee
thing's
has-
for sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Greg. I was going to say, in these scenarios, you want this hand to be a 2-street hand at the most. There we see Lee check behind. Wow,
Oh,
a
no.
5, a disaster card.
That's right. Lee
Very,
just rivers
very-
a boat here. Kings full of 5s. But unbeknownst to Lee, Jeffrey's got quads, or 2 pair if you will. Kings over kings.
Wow, a lucky check from Jeffrey. And I say lucky because, of course, now that Lee has hit the 5, he will be betting this. He basically has the best full house, considering the action pre-flop.
Yep.
If, of course, the 5 had not come, maybe a check behind would have been more likely. But Jeffrey, the 6th sense acting perfectly, finds the check and is now going to check raise.
Yep.
And Lee will be in the blender. He's actually legally bound to check raise, considering he has the nuts. A good ruling in live poker is that you must raise the nuts. This way, there's no doubt about any collusion or something of that sort.
Legally binding, written to the criminal code. But just how much? That is the question.
Once this check raise comes in, his hand does look like a king. I know it's tough to put your opponent on quads. 3 kings are on the board. He says all in. I love this bet. It could look like a big bluff. The moment he check raised, hands just like a 5 and a 4 had to be much lower frequency in his range. So he just decides to go for all of it. In case in case Lee had a slow played hand, like perhaps aces or queens or just a bigger pocket pair than 5, could get max value here. With the 5 though, Lee has to be in the blender. This is not an easy call, but it is certainly not an easy fold. The reason this bluff has any credibility is, sorry, it's not a bluff, but the reason this ever could be a bluff is the way the action went. Check, check on the turn. As a result, Lee's range looks a little bit capped. Once Lee decided not to go for 3 streets of value, Lee could perceive Jeffrey to be taking advantage of exactly that capped range.
One might say
it is not an easy fold.
No.
But certainly, you have to think you're behind here.
One might say this is a very polarizing bet, wouldn't you say, Vitter? It's complete air, or Lee's just got, or low, just got the nuts, slow played aces or queens, quads, and wow,
Indeed.
hard to fold a boat, but does find the fold. And he'll be very happy with the fold when he watches that back on the live stream. Wow. Quads, folks. Quads. Flopped quads here at the Superstar Challenge. And an elite fold on the river. Folding boats. Wow. The level of play you see here at these 10K buy-ins is just astonishing. Love to see it. And what an honor to be able to witness and do commentary. Well, I'm going to add that to the notable hands so that we can make a highlight reel of that. Don't you think, Bitter?
Absolutely, as suggested by Meng Ting in the chat. Certainly, when you flop quads, and with the king as well, you know, just so pretty. As I said, that has to go into the highlight reel. Very interesting spot as well on the river. Always interesting to be folding full houses.
All smiles and camaraderie here at this 10K buy-in. Love to see it. Lots of money at stake, but we never forget the value of having a good time. 25 players left remaining here at this 10K buy-in of the Superstar Challenge. 873 million Korean won in the prize pool. That's about 658,000 US dollars. And our grand prize winner, first place, walks away with 254 million Korean won, about 191,000 US dollars. As we get right back into the action, it never seems to stop. Leo under the gun with King 9 suited. Going to open up to 2 big blinds here, starting with 27 bigs in his stack. It's going to fold all the way around to Jeffrey. Going to fold down to the blinds now. Going to fold down to the big blind now. Wow. So much action, Vitter.
crazy. I mean, you're so right about the fact that it never seems to stop. The number of premium holdings that have been dealt on not just this feature table, but the previous one as well, is actually astounding. The poker gods are gifting us with some entertaining poker hands and entertaining, aesthetically pleasing poker hands as well. The quad kings, now pocket kings, in the hands of Asa Smith, the player from the United Kingdom. Surely a 3-bet is coming. Under the gun, opening range should be a little bit stronger. Blue seems to be at the bottom of his opening range.
It's going to be a very strong looking 3-bet from the big blind versus an under the gun open. But a 3-bet we will see. 3-bet of 175,000. Just over 3x. 3x plus a big blind. Action back on Liu. Very dominated here.
As we said, Liu opened perhaps the bottom of his under the gun opening range. Should be an easy fold to a 3-bet. No reason to get sticky here. Gotta stay disciplined. Only 25 bigs in his stack. Throws in the time bank. I'm not sure if he's actually considering a call or he just wants to Hollywood, as they say. Preserve the fact that he has a solid under the gun range. There we go. Lets it go. What do you think, Greg? Worth a time bank chip to Hollywood there?
24 left, right? So shouldn't it be?
You know what? I do not know what, I will be candid and honest with you, Bitter. I do not know what my 4-bet jam bluffs are under the gun versus a 3-bet from the big blind. King Knight suited might be one of them. I do not know. But might be some consideration there. Maybe not.
Okay. You're not as cynical as I am, clearly. I have a feeling he knew he was going to fold, and the idea is to make sure the rest of the table doesn't look at you getting abused with that 3-bet from the small blind, from the big blind rather.
Absolutely. And hey, you know, it's your money, you do it with it what you like. It's your time chips, you do with it what you like. Bitter! There is so much action happening at this feature table. Pocket Kings once again, back to back. Jeff Gross under the gun with the Kings.
Quad Kings, Pocket Kings, and now Pocket Kings again for Jeff Gross, the chip leader at the table.
How many GGs do you think he has on him? Like, if you had to guess.
Should the next activity in chat be counting Jeff Gross's hoodie GGs?
Yeah, I feel like that should be the next trivia question. We should actually count and verify.
Ace-9 off in the small blind for Asa Smith. Does he decide to get sticky? Under the gun range again. Look at this. Just lets it go.
And Liu
very, very disciplined.
Back in here with another suited king that's very, very dominated against kings once again. Not going to defend. Easy money.
Great timing. You are supposed to defend suited kings in the big blind, considering the pot odds that you're getting. But of course, you have to be heads up against Jeff Gross, who will be in position and open under the gun. I like the decision. On to the next one.
24 players now left remaining. Again, folks are playing down to a winner. And one of these players will walk away with 191,000 US dollars. But more importantly, the coveted APT Lion Trophy.
So 24 players, meaning 3 tables of 8 each. It's coming to that point where you can sort of stand up and see the rest of the field. Maybe see their stacks as well, make some decisions accordingly. Now these guys, if you're buying in for 10,000 US dollars, chances are you're trying to go for all of it. We counted many 7-figure Hendon Mob live tournament earning totals. These guys are used to playing at such massive stakes. I doubt the ICM pressure of the bubble gets too real before we're down to maybe 2 tables. That would be 16 players. But things should get tense very shortly.
And it just might here. Blind versus blind. Liu with the 6s. We'll find the raise. Raise to 80K. Just over 2.5 BBs. Oh, sorry, pardon me, just under 3. Big blind raise. Action back on Jeff.
Fairly standard sizing, considering the big blind plus big blind anti combo you're trying to win.
Oh wow.
Holds out hands exactly like the ones Jeff Gross has. Well done.
Somebody is coming, right?
Two, I think.
Two people coming.
Yeah, two.
Asa Smith in second position after the dominating chip lead of Jeff Gross. The table did ask if somebody's coming. Indeed, we will be filling those seats considering we're down to 24, which means we'll have 3 tables of 8 each. I was going to mention Asa Smith, by the way, from the UK. Almost $500,000 in live tournament earnings. Certainly no spring chicken, as I'm sure nobody on this table is, but very, very respectable total. Obviously looking to add another $200,000 or so with the first place finish from today.
Just use all your time banks, you'll get it. Alright. You got a bunch to spare.
Jeffrey Lowe, 7-6 suited, under the gun, 21 big blinds to start. Very pretty hand, though does prefer to have deeper stacks here. 21 bigs, prefer to have hands with more showdown value. So, gonna fold.
An ace on the button, pleasant enough. 21 bigs, should be a standard open. Probably loving the fact that Jeff Gross for once does not have position on him. Jeff's cards hit the muck. Oh, the Robbie hand, Jack. Meanwhile, Lee has Jack 10 suited on the big blind. 12 bigs though. He will certainly be continuing in this hand, but the question is, does he want to just 3-bet jam, maximize his fold equity? I have a feeling it would work against the holding that Liu has. All in, he says. These guys just know what to do. Jack 10 suited has so much equity against the entire range of holdings that might even call. Not to mention, with the 12 big blind jam, getting a lot of fold equity. Liu has to do the math, 325k to call, 500,000 in the middle. Hot odds are being offered, but ace 8 off just tends to be dominated far too frequently by all the pairs above an 8-bet shove, and of course, better aces.
350, 430.
Nasty in chat pointing out how there's a small graphical error that actually Nasty, our production team, has been on top of. It'll just get fixed in a moment as the delay catches up. The photo we have for Liu is not correct. It is actually Lee in the photo. Of course, Liu on your screen right now in the purple hoodie, contemplating calling it off with ace 8 off.
Poor guy gets compared to Rampage Poker and then gets Lee's picture instead of his. Poor guy, poor guy. But yes, folks, we are aware, and it's going to get changed the very next ad. And our apologies to you.
Does make the call. Great call there. And it's, look at the equities here, Greg. It's a dead flip.
Wow. So, folks, Lee all in for his tournament life with Jack 10 of clubs versus Liu's Ace 8 offsuit. As flop comes King 9-7, 2 hearts. Liu still ahead of Ace High. King of clubs, no good. Pair outs and straight outs. It's not gonna come, and that's gonna be a good game for Lee of China, eliminated in 24th place here at the Superstar Challenge. A good game to Lee Honcheong of China. Great call there by Lee.
Going the way. Yeah, excellent call. I mean, winning the flip is one thing, but making that call, given the pot odds, very, very commendable. Clearly not afraid to take marginal spots and arguably gamble it up. I mean, he had to know that the chances of him actually being ahead were few and far in between. It was likely a flip. He was ahead, of course, of the 10 jack suited, but the equities essentially made it a flip. So rewarded for his daring there. Chips up massively. We're actually 5-handed on this table, so the seat should be filled very, very shortly.
One big blind? I have to wait 1 hour, I think. I was just big blind on the other table. Why does it matter?
Just bad luck.
Yeah, I'm button. But I can't come in on the small blind, right?
He was big, he bust.
Yeah, so...
So you're just big. I think it's one big. Actually, I don't know. What's the rule? Look, last hand, he's button, small blind, big blind. He busted. Now I'm button. So who's the blind? Because they just came, both players just came now.
우린 새로 앉아가지고 빅 블라인드가 여기서 시작되는지.
Some confusion here about the button. I think in addition to player busting and the button moving, we also have a couple new players coming in at the same time. So a rare spot. So just a little bit of facilitation here from the floor.
I want to make sure.
Check, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was...
Did you play a hand last hand?
Huh?
No.
There's no way. But he was here, though, yeah, so it should just be... Now
should be one big
blind.
Every blind can be crucial.
Well, wait a sec. He's going to
considering the stack depths a lot of these players are working with.
What's that? Yeah, but they're gonna check. They're asking.
After all, it's a $10,000 entry.
We're waiting for
each blind is hard earned.
Yeah. So now this I'm button for sure. So
in the meantime, how many GGs do you think Jeff Gross has on his hoodie?
Who? He or now we're waiting.
It's at least 2.
No, unlike you, I'll actually venture a guess. And instead of chat just guessing, chat can also comment on how good they think my guess is. I'll go with 45.
I'll go with 46.
Ah, you take the over, okay. And what do we bet? A Wagyu steak, Korean barbecue next time we meet each other?
Call, bro. Call.
Daniel Lee is the new player from the United States coming in under the gun after a lot of the discussion got cleared out. So he does get that free hand. He's going to be in the big blind with the big blind ante coming in. I believe his stack was it 6 or 8 big blinds? Either way, it's not going to be pretty. He's going to have to put in a huge chunk of it on the very next hand blind. Under the gun +1, Jeffrey Lowe. Does have pocket nines. King Jack for Liu in the cutoff. Offsuit variety. Probably a bit too loose to consider calling. Could turn it into a bluff if he so desires. Certainly thinking about it. Not this time. 9-6 off for Jeff Gross, hits the mark, as does the hand of the other new entrant to the table, Adam Martinson. So 2 short stacks coming in. Adam must have had complete rags, forced to fold, with just 6 big blinds behind. There we see it. And Daniel Lee, 8 big blinds, as I said. 2 of those going in on the very next hand. Aaron Lim, by the way, the Australian sensation, over 2 million in lifetime earnings, also down to about 11 bigs or so. Players are getting short, and if this is the case across the rest of the field as well, I think we might be down from those 22, 23 odd players or so, down to the final 2 tables very, very shortly. Things are heating up. You do not want to go anywhere. And to all the 130 of you or so in our chat, thank you once again for joining us. Do hit like if you haven't had the chance to yet. And of course, take a look at the trivia quiz pinned right on top of chat. I won't tell you much, but I'll just say it's basically free money. You might as well participate.
Oh my goodness,
Kings once
Vitter.
again.
We've seen Kings 3 times in the past, I want to say half an hour, maybe 20 minutes. Incredible to see. Love to see the action. Let's see what happens. Aaron Lim, +1. 11 big blinds to start with pocket kings. My guess is that he might go all in. Ding, ding, ding. Aaron Lim goes all in. Ron with the KK. All in for 11 bigs. It's going to fold all the way around to the big blind. Daniel Lee, Ace-6 offsuit.
Nice timing. Let's go. By the way, your pronunciation of Aaron's name,
yes,
which I know is a joke, of course, the man has pocket aces in his name. How sick is that?
That's right.
$13 bigs now. Shortest stack. I think a correction on the stack of one of the new players. Actually, it's 14 bigs. Adam Martinson has 14 bigs in his stack, apparently, 435k. So, in fact, nobody too short. The graphics have adjusted. There we go. Our apologies. I'll just remind you of the 2 new entrants to the table. Well, let me pause on that because Aaron has picked up a monster once again. Went all in last time, under the gun this time. Of course, that big blind plus big blind anti-combo looming over his head. All in, he says again.
Players might start thinking that maybe Aaron Lim's shoving wide because he shoved 3 hands in a row about an hour ago from the button cutoff and hijack, and now shoving twice in a row again. But little do they know, Aaron Lim just running hot in terms of picking up premiums pre-flop right now. Doesn't get any calls once again, but has just won the last 2 pots here. Aaron Lim now 490,000 in chips. Our second shortest stack at the table.
Yeah, the new player Adam Martinson is indeed the shortest stack, but not in the danger zone. About 14 bigs in his stack. Aaron, the second shortest, as you said, 490,000. That's good for about 16 bigs or so. All the way up to Jeff Gross. Effectively tied with Liu for the chip lead. Over 1 million chips, 1.1 to be precise. Hovering around the 37, 38 big blind mark. Asa Smith, action on him. He's actually 3rd in chips, around 800k. Let's go on Liu now with the extremely pretty looking suited connector. 10-9 suited. Tied for the chip lead. Opens it up. No hand worthy of resistance. So the 10-9 suited takes it down. And now he's officially tied at 38 bigs for the chip lead with Jeff Gross. Seems to have stepped away from the table.
As we take a look at our chip counts, once again, shortest stacks at 14 big blind stack depths, medium stacks around the 20 big blind mark, and our big stacks sitting 30 plus big blinds. So quite a bit of a disparity in the chip counts here, but of course still anybody's game. 14 big blinds still very, very playable. 24 players left remaining here. Again, folks, you're watching the Superstar Challenge, $10,000 US buy-in. We've gotten a record-breaking 72 entries, accumulating 873 million Korean won in the prize pool, about 658,000 US dollars. It's a lot of money. There's a lot of action. There's a lot of highly skilled poker players here, and you're not gonna want to miss it. So stay tuned, and while you're at it, hit that like and subscribe button. It really helps us grow the game of poker in Asia and internationally. And if you got some time to kill, hey, hit that link in the pinned comment. You get to fill out a fun trivia form. And if you do so, you can win yourself some money on Natural 8. We're giving out free money. Vitter, do you like free money?
Love me some free money.
Mm-hmm.
Yum, yum.
Yum, yum.
Now let me ask you this. Now we have the Superstar Challenge relatively early on in the series. This is event number 26. We have about 73 events in total, which is absolutely amazing in itself, by the way. Now, whoever binks the Superstar Challenge, and perhaps even those who come in the top 3, just the way we saw the first, third, and fifth place finisher from the Super High Roller, event number 9 in the series, participate. I mean, are you just committed to playing all the single-day high rollers because A, you're clearly amazing at poker, you won the Superstar Challenge, and B, you have the momentum, you have the heat behind you, and C, you have the bankroll, you just won the Superstar Challenge. So, are you just firing? What do you think if you were in their shoes?
If I had the amount of money that they had, Vitter, I'd be firing every day. Anything. Anything, everything. You want to bet on how many GGs Jeff Gross has in the hoodie? Snap call, bro. Okay, we've got a hand here. Jeffrey Lowe on the button. Ace King suited. Started this hand with 22 big blinds. Pardon me, 21 big blinds. Raise it up. Asa. Gonna call in the big blind with Queen Jack offsuit. Not dominated, but is a 2-to-1 dog. But the flop might just change everything. Actually, it certainly will. As flop comes King 8-8 TPTK for Jeffrey Lowe. Top pair, top kicker, and Asa, Queen Jack offsuit in the big blind. Checks and flow to Jeffrey. Dry board, wide ranges. C-bet at a high frequency incoming. C-bet is here. 165K in the pot. Imagine. It's gonna go for 60K here. Just over a third pot bet. Action back on Smith here with a decision to float with Queen Jack high. The decision has been made. It's a fold. It's gonna be a nice hand here for Jeffrey Lowe.
Easy life. Find yourself with ace king suited. Raise it up. King high board. Take it down.
Ah,
Just
see, that's where I go
chips.
wrong. That's where I go wrong. I raise ace king, and then flop comes 6 high, and then I float, and then I don't improve, and then I lose. So just hit. Just hit your top pair, top kicker. Easy game.
I don't understand. If you had ace king, why would you not make the flop come king high? It seems obvious to me.
I know, right? So I keep telling the dealer. I'm kidding. Be gracious to your dealers.
Greg, by the way.
Yeah, shout out to the dealers. They're doing an incredible job. Honestly, I've been so impressed. I've been firing these late night turbos. You know, it's all I do here at the APT is I work for the APT, make my bag, and then give it back to the APT at the late night turbos. But even late at night, you know, all the dealers are dealing at an exceptional level, even in the wee hours of the morning. I'm a little bit embarrassed to say I was up till 4 a.m. playing the midnight TikTok turbo. here.
Oh,
in
please,
Incheon.
please do tell our audience about this event. I have been
Yes.
hyping it up ever since I heard about it.
Oh,
in Down.
snap.
The most
Okay.
beautiful structure of all time.
Absolutely. So, Midnight TikTok Turbo. What is that? Is that a social media app? No, it's not. So, Midnight TikTok Turbo. The blinds levels start at 20 minutes long. And then every hour, they decrease until they're only 5 minutes long. So, first hour, 20-minute levels. Second hour, 15-minute levels. Third hour, 10-minute levels. And of course, by the last four, did I say 4 already? By hour 4, it's 5-minute levels. Absolute degeneracy.
5-minute levels.
There were 60 entries in my turbo last night. I made it to 14th place, 8 paid. So once again, Greg busts another APT tournament. Has yet to make a single cash in an APT tournament.
Fish.
I know.
Well, let me just say.
Yes,
the
I know.
buy-in is only the buy-in is only 225 USD. So it's all splashing around for fun. Of course, if you bink it, it's a great payday. But really, it's sort of to unwind, get ready for the next day. But really, that's what it's all about. You know, there's 73 events. There's something for everyone. You forgot to mention one additional part of this structure. I think maybe not every event is like this, but I do know that the one yesterday was actually a win the button, which makes it even crazier. Perhaps that was the one day before.
It was the
so
day
not only do the
before.
levels keep going down in time, it's win the button.
Yes, I played the one the day before. I busted my third hand in. I don't want to talk about it.
Rough. It actually reminds me of a friendly sit and go that you and I played with some of the other people in the APT production team. Winning
yes.
the button, blind levels going crazy. You, of course, were the
times.
excellent dealer.
Thank you. Too kind, too kind. Well, you know what they say. If you can't play, commentate and deal. This doesn't
Well, you
apply to
managed to
you.
do all three somehow.
Yes, well, I play. Not very well, but I try. I think my goal here at the APT is to just cash in an APT's turbo event.
When you do, and I do mean when, and not if, please take a lap of the entire casino floor.
100%. I'll never be happier for a min cash in my life.
Take a look at those flags, by the way, before we highlight the chip stacks. Incredible diversity as always. Jeff Gross leading the way from the US. Tied for the chip lead with the player from Hong Kong, Liu. Of course, no shortage of experience amongst either players, but Jeff Gross with over 3.6 million USD in lifetime earnings. Towering over the same figure for Liu, which is around a 10th fit at 373k. But I doubt any player on this table is intimidated by anybody else. These guys are just here to play and win. Hand number 69 begins.
20 players left remaining. Only 9. 9, right, Fitter? 9 get paid.
2x is the min cash, 2x of the buy-in, that is 26 million Korean won. Goes up at the rate of about 2/3 of a buy-in for a few pay jumps. And then 4th place, for instance, good for 90 million. That's about 7 times your buy-in, all the way up to 254 million Korean won. That's 190,000 USD plus. And look at this, by the way. Adam Martinson takes the spot with just an ace against the small blind. 375k for Jeff Gross to call. It's going to be way too much. Blind versus blind. Adam knew, and ace is very likely to be the best hand. Maximizes the fold equity there. Well done.
As Jeff now loses the chip lead as it goes to Liu Wingpo of Hong Kong. 36 big blind in the stack. Aaron Lim, our short stack. 13 big blinds. 20 players left remaining. 191,000 US dollars up top to first. And of course, the coveted APT Lion Trophy.
Ace King again for Aaron. He has been going all in from early position with holdings like these. Just saw he's one of the shortest stacks. Effectively commits himself. Ah, apparently he did say all in. There we go.
Oh wow. And Liu with the 9-9 facing the 14 big blind jam by Aaron Lim from early position. He's gonna re-jam all in. And like you said, Liu not afraid to take these spots here. And so folks, we're gonna see Aaron Lim all in for his tournament life with Ace King versus Liu's pocket nines. We saw Liu win a flip earlier. Can he do it again? Aaron Lim needs an ace or a king. Ace on the flop. Aaron now the favorite to double up and will find the double with trip aces, king, queen, kicker. And Liu gonna lose a chunk of chips. Now down to 22 bigs. Aaron Lim running hot, picking up a huge distribution of premiums pre. Chips up to 30 big blinds. Stoic as a rock.
And Liu, who was the chip leader not a moment ago, down to 22 bigs, still plenty considering the chip stack distribution on this table. But that does mean that Jeff Gross is the only one above the million chip mark. Now, technically the chip leader on the table by a decent margin. Hasn't really made the most of it, so to speak. There's no table captain. And I suspect it's because everybody is... Look at that. I was just about to say everybody has similar chip stacks. 6 players, I believe, or 5 players rather, in the late 20s and 30 big blind stacks.
Aaron
Action
Lim.
on Aaron again.
King jack off under the
Does this-
gun.
Does this count as a premium, Greg? I mean, considering the kind of hands we've seen, King Jack seems like a weak holding, but Aaron still opening it up. Jack 7 off for Jeffrey. Not the prettiest looking hand. Too disconnected. Shaking his head should signify a fold. There it is. Aaron playing the rush, getting it through. Picking up 100,000 in chips every time an open gets through.
It just
Look at that, he's
reminds
caught up
me
to Jeff.
of what you said, Vitter, that if all you do in an orbit is win the blinds, you win the tournament. Aaron on
Indeed.
overkill here, winning all of the blinds, every single hand, every orbit, just open jamming, getting no action. Love to see it. And shout out to our merchandise, by the way, folks. Hey, we've been pushing that real hard, and the players love it. You can see Smith here with the Asian Poker Tour white hoodie there. I have one of my own. And Liu's got one too. Listen, all the cool people got APT hoodies, and you can purchase your own right here in Incheon. But forget me, Adam's gone all in for 11 big blinds.
Mystery hand.
Mystery hand for the
Should
mystery
be a good
man.
one. Really now, Aaron? Is this just posturing, or perhaps he's not convinced that Adam has enough of a chip stack? Jack 9 suited would be quite a gamble to take.
It's suited, Vitter. It's suited.
It is suited. That is true. Cannot deny that.
And better yet, it's a suited gapper. And you know what suited gappers do to me, Vitter.
I don't think we're allowed to say on YouTube.
I don't think so. So we're just going to heavily imply. And just leave it to the imagination. And that's how you stay PG-13. Okay, Adam Smith now, 680,000 in chips. Representing the UK. 20 players left remaining. 9 get paid. Getting close to the money, folks. You don't want to miss this.
We cannot impress upon you what a unique event this is. The action kicked off at 12:30 p.m. local time. The stream kicked off at about 6:30 p.m. local time. So 6 hours into the tournament is when late registration finished. 10,000 USD buy-in, single day event, plays all the way to a winner. If you sign up for this event, fatigue should not be one of the factors that affects your play, because you are going to have to fight through it. Every player starts with 250,000 chips, and we have 30-minute levels with very, very good, very slow increment going throughout the day. Here we are at the 20,000, 40,000 level, down to 20 players.
Something I've noticed is Adam Mortensen, I don't believe has scanned his cards once. I may be wrong. It's just something I've noticed the past maybe 2 or 3 hands, and I wonder.
Well, it could be the table. It could be an error on our side. I'll definitely give him a pass until the technical team gets a good grip on what's happening there. But would be nice to see his cards once in a while. I do enjoy a good mystery hand once in a while, though. Mixes it up.
All right, folks. Single race pot. Mr. Jeff Gross versus Smith. +1 versus big blind. Ace-10 off versus 7-5 suited. As flop comes 8-8-6. Open-ended straight draw here for Smith. Jeff still ahead with Ace-10 high with the 2 overcards and the 10 of spades for a backdoor flush.
Ace-10 off worked like a charm for Jeff Gross.
Check, check. Turn.
About 30 minutes ago. Yeah, checks again. I mean, he's very big about checking based on the range of holdings he's likely to have. 8-8-6. Could be checking very strong hands here as well. Decides to check behind with the Ace-10 off.
Action
Ace-7
card
catches up.
on the turn. 5 of spades. Jeff Gross with the 2 overcards and the 10 high flush draw. Smith still with the open-ended straight draw, but now also with a pair. Takes the lead in equity here. 61% favorite to win this hand now. Check, check. River. 7 of clubs. Smith gets the check mark with 2 pair 8s and 7s. 6 kicker. And Gross ace high. And it goes check, check. Very interesting hand with no action post. And 110,000 chips. Goes to Smith.
4-2 straight on the board. Nobody wanted to get too spicy. Let's go to Smith, as you said, who now has 19 bigs. Look how close those chip stacks are, between 12 and 24 bigs. This could get very, very interesting. I mean, on the one hand, of course, there's going to be a lot of all-ins and you need a lot of luck. On the other hand, if you can find that aggression, that 6th or 7th gear, you can actually take down so many blinds and antes and find yourself the clear chip leader. I really do suspect one of these players is planning to do exactly that.
Adam, the mystery man with the mystery cards. You can also kind of see that his RFID reader, the little T, white T right there, is covered by his time banks. I am curious to see if it's whether it might be an intentional choice. Again, players don't really have much choice in whether or not they play on the future tables, as players are just randomly picked. So could be some might be wanting to just keep his cards super secret. But it's gonna raise to 80k here with 12 big blinds to start from +1. Action now.
I'll lean towards a simple mistake, you know. And of course, we'll remind him when we get the chance. We're of course watching a 30-minute delay here, so for all we know, he's been reminded already as we speak. Lou, by the way, defending 9-8 off in the big blind. Pretty standard for the 2x open.
Off to a flop.
Completely whiffs to 10-5-4.
Yep, Liu with 9-8 with not much going on except some very, very optimistic pair outs, backdoor straights, but we can expect to be behind Adam's range very, very often.
As I said, this is the time to find that aggressive gear. Really fight for every pot. Look at that 220k in the middle. The SPR effective is just about 1.7.
Yes, SPR of course,
Adam.
meaning stack to pot ratio for the folks who aren't as familiar. Makes a big wow,
Indeed.
King! Of course, I should have guessed. When has someone
Wow.
not gotten kings on this table?
Another one.
Another one.
The biggest stack on our table is 24 big blinds. Now, this is the nature of a single day tournament, of course. On the one hand, it is an ultra high roller, the Superstar Challenge. But of course, everybody does get a little bit timid as we approach the money. The levels are 30 minutes. It's definitely up to the players to adjust. So far, nobody wants to get too out of line on the table. Even when we have mystery hands, they end up being pocket kings. But surely, all these experienced players, Jeffrey Lowe, $500,000 in live earnings, Aaron Lim, $2.3 million in live earnings, Asa Smith from the UK, $500,000 in live earnings, Jeff Gross, we mentioned, over 3.5 million, and so on. Surely they're looking to take advantage of the short stacks as we head towards the money bubble. Ace King and will have no problem getting it in. Not much to take advantage. Under the gun +1, Daniel Lee, 13 bigs, surely. Goes for it. I cannot think back to a hand where we did not see a premium holding, Greg. It's been kind of incredible.
The dealer is just dealing heat on this table. And a nice pickup there for Daniel Lee, uncontested. Seeing now in 16 big blinds. Wow. And yeah, you're absolutely right. The chip count's running very, very closely now. As we get closer.
By the way, our table... my apology. I was going to say our table is, you know, shorter stack than some of the outer tables. The chip leader currently, one of the players who was on the feature table, Hanisorn from Thailand, approaching almost 2 million in chips. 4 players above the 1 million chip mark, including Lou, who was very, and Jeff rather. And my, Mr. Bertrand Grospellier, over 2.5 million in chips. Wow. Surely the tournament chip leader.
Bertrand Grospellier, of course, more well-known and recognized with the moniker Elky. So that's right, folks. You heard it right. Elky is one of our the chip leader, or
I believe so.
Is the
over
chip leader
2.5 million
of our Superstar event. Incredible. One of the most well-recognized superstars in the poker world is here in Incheon playing our APT Superstar Challenge event. And hey, if you stay tuned, it might be, we just might, even just by precedence, we just might see Elky do his final table dance. So for those who don't know, when you play on Natural 8 or GG Poker, when you get to a final table, an animation of Elky pops up and he does a dance. Elky, the real life Elky, learned this dance and did it for our super high roller final table back in Hanoi. Will we see it tonight? Who knows? It's a gamble.
Well, certainly if Elky is one of the tournament chip leaders and everybody is getting pretty short as we approach the money bubble, I have a feeling Elky will really press his advantage. He will certainly be a favorite to make it to the final table, which means we are looking at a high likelihood of Elky doing the final table dance in person. An absolute treat, by the way, having seen that in person and on the stream. Now, Greg, this is a bit unfair because we were fortunate enough to have Elky on the high roller final table, as you just mentioned, in Hanoi. So I think I asked you this at the time, but do you remember Elky's total live earnings?
Well, I just looked it up myself, Vitter, and we were talking about 7-figure winnings. Well, let's talk about 8-figure winnings, because Bertrand Elky Grospellier has $14,925,367 in total live earnings. 14 million, just shy of 15 million. If he wins this event, or if he just makes 75,000, he will cross that 15 million mark. 69th all-time money list ever. Absolute crusher, and also really nice guy. Really great ambassador for the game. Never takes himself too seriously. Great dancer. Love seeing him here. And also he's gotten really jacked recently. He's been the gym has become, and he's very open about this on social media. Has become a big part of his life. And the man is looking ripped. So hopefully we get
really
him.
now.
Yes, sir. Hey, speaking of premiums, we got jacks.
Just never ends.
Never ends.
Love it.
$15 bigs to start. Leo's going to start with a raise here. 2 big blinds. It's going to raise call versus a jam, but gets no action. And winner, chicken dinner. Leo picks up the blinds with the jacks. Leo sitting on 18 big blinds now, as the chip stack counts just run ever so closely. And now if we search up, Greg goes all in on Hendon Mob. You will see a whopping. Actually, Vitter, how much do you think I have in total live earnings?
Oh, Greg. How far we've fallen in figures.
Oh, yes.
Well, I haven't looked it up. I've never looked it up, in fact. So let me take a moment and I think very highly of your poker abilities. I think all this 7 deuce bad play, I think it's all a scam. You're hustling all of us, and I will go a respectable 40,000 USD.
You're calling my 7 deuce bluff, are you? I'm pleased to announce that my total live earnings is $2,885.
Well, you play like it's $40,000. I'll grant you that.
Maybe
Very
Vietnamese dong.
respectable, by the way.
Maybe Vietnamese dong. Who knows?
That's right. That's right.
Oh,
Or
actually, no.
Korean won.
Yeah, in Korean won. Korean won.
That's millions.
Millions in VND. You know what they say, folks. If you can't do, make memes about it on YouTube.
Back to the action, by the way. Pretty standard open and defense. 6-5 off, a little bit loose by Aaron, but he can afford it for now. Flops the gut shot. Queen 4 deuce rainbow. Beautiful top pair, great kicker for Liu. Extremely dry board. Important to stay balanced and continuation bet here, even though he has absolutely smashed this flop. These guys do not need me to tell them what to do. Reaches for chips. The effective stack is the 16 big blind stack off Liu. About a fourth of the pot is the bet. Can this tempt Aaron into trying to spike that 3? Maybe he thinks a 6 and a 5 would be good as well.
Vitter, you know what 3 I want to see on the turn?
Of hearts, of course.
I want to see the 3 of hearts. But we might not even... Wow. We're going to see the check raise here by Aaron.
Oh my. I love to see this check raise. It is a bit ill-timed with Liu having absolutely smashed this flop with his king queen of hearts. However, a lot of the times, turning 2 low cards with a gut shot, just about enough equity, into a check raise. If he gets played back at, he would not have minded folding. It's not too much equity after all. Does get called. An excellent call there by Liu. If your opponent is bluffing, you want them to continue bluffing. Exactly what is going on. And now look at the SPR, the stack to pot ratio. Under 1, 485k is the effective stack. 540k in the middle.
Turn 10 of diamonds. Aaron Lim does not hit the gut shot or improve in equity. Needs a 3 and only a 3. Or somehow a fold by Liu.
I really do like the gumption shown with the check raise, but if you think about a board like Queen 4 deuce, even when you really smash that board, maybe you have a set, maybe you have a strong queen, you tend not to check raise because you're only getting called by better. And of course, if you have a set, you want to string your opponents along. So good timing there for Aaron to actually hit the brakes. Tough for him to make a very, very convincing bluff here. Get a strong hand like the one Liu has to fold. Would love to see a check from Liu. Aaron would, that is. To be able to realize his equity. No such luck. Liu puts a decent chunk of his stack into the middle. And I think this hand might be over. 6 high. Has to hit the muck here.
Wow. Impressive hand to see. Check raise by Aaron Lim on the flop. And pumping the brakes on the turn. see Lim now. Still 18 big blinds, still very, very healthy. As Liu picks up. Looks about 800,000 in chips. Pardon me. Looks like about $1 million in chips.
$20 players remaining still. Just seems to mean that players are holding on a bit tight as we approach that money bubble. 8-handed tables, which means when we get down to 16, we'll have 2 tables running, all the way down to the final 9 who make it into money. Jacks once again. No shortage of premium holdings on this table. Adam Martinson, 13 bigs, makes the standard raise 2x.
And Daniel Lee with the ace-6 of clubs here. Also short stacked himself, starting this hand with 13 big blinds. Going to let it go. Jeffrey Lowe, stay loose, play 7 deuce. They never do. Action on the big blind now. Smith, ace-5 offsuit versus the hijack open by Adam from Sweden.
Good rule of thumb usually is to defend aces in the big blind.
And
Ace seems to follow that.
We will see. So, heads up to a flop, single raise pot, hijack versus big blind, jacks versus ace-5 offsuit. This flop comes 8, king 8, 2 spades, 1 over to Adam's jacks, but still ahead here against ace-5 high.
Never too pleasant to see an overcard when you have a pocket pair, but do not be afraid of too many demons in the closet, as they say. Makes a continuation bet, ace are forced to fold. Nice pickup there by Adam. Only Liu in the 7 figures in terms of chips. 1 million chips for Liu. Jeff Gross down to 860. Everybody getting so short. I'm so worried about what happens next as I take a look up. 19 players remaining only.
And we're gonna see Liu once again depart from our feature table. Been pleasant doing commentary for you, sir. Good luck on the other tables.
We will, of course, redraw, as I have been saying, when we hit 16 players, because we will have only 2 tables left. Given how short so many players are, not just on our feature table, but surely on the outer tables as well. Certainly a few players could fall fairly quickly. Ace Queen suited, by the way, for Adam Martinson, following up the pocket jacks. Must be nice.
Two big blind raise here by Adam, ace queen suited. Generally the lower, the fewer big blinds you have, the smaller your open. 20 big blinds, 2 BBs. Very, very standard. And we're gonna see a fold by Jeff and Adam Martinson going to pick up these chips uncontested with ace queen of hearts. everybody. Under 20 big blinds now.
Once again, everybody can keep up with what's happening at the outer tables thanks to our lovely live reporting team led by Kai as usual. Go to apt.poker, hit live reporting. You can follow this event, and we try and not to have any spoilers for the feature table as well, which is 30 minutes delayed. Would love to see what Elky's up to. Chip leading the tournament, at least as of 15 minutes ago or so. Given how short everybody is, you just never know what happens. There's just some coolers you cannot avoid, especially with short stacks in the mix. There are just some hands you have to call off. The rest is up to the poker gods. But all these players are certainly up for the gamble. You do not sign up to the Superstar Challenge. You don't have a little bit of gamble in you.
You know what they say. No gamble, no future. And a well-timed moment to say that as Jeff Gross goes all in with Ace Jack of Hearts. BVB, blind versus blind here. And Adam Martinson with King 8 of clubs.
Adam confidently asking for the count. From a pure theory perspective, it is marginally plus EV to call off suited kings at 13 big blind level. Considering the big blind ante in the mix, Jeff Gross should be getting it in much lighter. Wow, he does call off the king 8 suited, an absolutely theoretically correct call, but not one a lot of players would make. I'm very impressed by the fact that Adam is willing to take the gamble, right as I said all these players are. He had to know. He was very likely behind there.
Yep. So, according to the graphics, Adam Martinson all in for his tournament life with King 8 of clubs. His flop comes 2 clubs, has the flush draw, hits the nuts on the turn. And it's going to be a devastating hit here for Jeff Gross. Getting it in good. Adam Martinson, stoic as can be. A very disappointing pot here for Jeff as we get the final count here.
It's like 7 something, right?
A monster pot as well at this stage of the tournament. It's not too big in terms of the total stack, but 1.5 million would be one of the bigger stacks in the remaining field. Jeff Gross is down to 1 big blind as per our graphics. As if to be the ultimate needle, he actually did have full house outs on the turn as well, hitting top 2 when that ace of clubs brought in the devastating nut flush. Taking it in as well as he can given the circumstance. Literally down to a chip and a chair. 1 big blind is all he's left with. We could be getting down to 17 players, considering Jeff is almost automatically all in within the next few hands.
Wow. And just the poise here by Adam, just absolutely stoic.
Oh, what a call. I mean, how many players would just fold that? But when you're playing at the elite level and the player shoving is Jeff Gross, who's actually going to be theoretically shoving the exact correct range of hands. Adam just knew he has to call off the suited King 8 there. Gets rewarded for the fearlessness. No gamble, no future, you said, Greg, right as we got into that hand?
No gamble,
seems
no
like the future seems bright for Adam.
Not even 15. Yeah, it's like 15. Yeah, 15 kids.
You can just hear the disappointment there in Jeff's voice, the heavy sigh. It just goes to show, no matter how seasoned you are in this game, no matter how much of an immaculate professional you may be, and the experience, the years of experience you have, just like Jeff Gross does, it's still disappointing. Still disappointing to lose pots like that.
Yeah, as impressed as I am when people remain stoic despite huge swings and sometimes devastating beats. I actually really do appreciate when even the best of the best let their emotions, show a little bit on the table. Just to remind us, we're all human. Even when you reach the top levels, it's okay to have those emotions. Does not mean you play any worse or better.
Yes.
By the way, Jeff finds an amazing holding to get it in with. Could quadruple up here almost.
And I was curious, so I took a quick look for Adam Martinson's Hendon mob. If I have the right Adam Martinson from Sweden, total live earnings is $1,970. Less than mine, Vitter.
Well, unless he's like an online phenom who's only now appeared live, I have a feeling we might be a little bit off there. That King Gate suited call just goes to show this man has been around plenty of poker tournaments. We'll talk about that in a moment because Jeff might actually be on the verge of maybe even quadrupling up. He's all in for 90,000, has flop top pair, mystery hand for Jeffrey Lowe, but Daniel actually has middle pair and the same kicker, so very unlikely to get ahead of Jeff now. Broadway draw for both Daniel and Jeff. Jeff Gross, that is. Jeffrey Lowe still checking. Goes check, check again. 4 of hearts on the river should not have changed much in this hand. Could Jeff have spun this up? Seems very likely.
Bit of a sweat.
Jack announces Jeffrey. Jack for Daniel as well. And Jeff Gross with the ace now has over 350,000 in chips.
One big blind to 6. Not often you 6x your chip stack. But there's hope.
Yep. Look at that graphic. What is going on? 3 hands. Lots of shared holdings, I suppose. As the chips go the way of Jeff Gross, would love to see a spin up. Nothing like a chip in a chair story.
Everyone loves an underdog story.
Like Dodgeball?
Is that a movie? Or are you just referring to the sport?
The movie Dodgeball, the full name is Dodgeball, an Underdog Story.
Yeah, I will add that to my watch list. How old is that?
You have to watch Dodgeball.
Okay, I'll write it down
pretty
right
old.
now.
It's pretty old. It's the Ben Stiller, Vince Vaughn era, but a satirical sports classic. And Greg, funnily enough, for when you actually do watch that movie, some of the funniest commentary you'll ever see, fake commentary of course, in a movie.
Well, I'll have to watch for inspiration then, won't I?
By the way, the real movie buff is our usual partner in crime, Stephen Lai, who of course is somewhere around you in Korea at Incheon. Writing a movie about poker, apparently.
Oh wow! Really?
Yeah, I actually first heard about it back during the Hanoi event, and by the time we hit Da Nang at the end of July, he said it was at stage 4 of 10. Not bad.
Wow. Well, Stephen Lai, if you're out there listening, if you need a trained film and theater actor who has a background in poker, I know a guy. Please hire me.
Greg, you have to be the lead. Come on.
Is it an autobiographical story? I could play a younger version of Stephen Lai.
Well, he did not reveal his cards, so to speak, about what the movie's about, but it kept coming up as sort of like the modern update to Rounders that we all need in the poker world.
Oh my goodness.
So think back to Rounders.
I'm all in.
What character would you be?
Honestly, it's such a fun movie, but all the characters are pretty rancid.
Well, there's Kanish. Let me pause
Oh,
there
Kanish
because the
character,
spin-up story.
Yeah, but let's get back into it. Wow. So Jeff Gross here goes all in for 6 big blinds with ace 4 of hearts. Daniel Lee picks up pocket nines in the small blind and rejams here for 8 big blinds. Jeffrey Lowe with pocket fives in the big blind with 9 big blinds to start this hand. Gonna make the fold. So folks, we're gonna see Jeff Gross all in for his tournament life here with ace 4 of hearts versus Daniel Lee's pocket nines. Jeff Gross is behind and at risk. 2-1 dog needs to find an ace or hearts or a straight or trip fours.
But if he can catch an ace, look at the chips in the middle. He would just be back in the game.
Wow.
3 deuce 8.
Got
Some additional
shot.
outs for Jeff.
Oh, needs a
9
5 and only
is-
a 5. And that is going to be a good game for GG Poker's Jeff Gross, eliminated here in 18th place of the Superstar Challenge. Good game to Jeff Gross. Absolute pleasure doing commentary for you, man. One might say that the that run out was gross. Too soon?
Why did I miss that one?
Too soon. Sorry.
Too soon indeed, Jeff. Good game, sir.
Good
Look
game.
forward to seeing more from him, not just in this series, but perhaps in the commentary booth as well, as you were
Yes.
mentioning, of course, Jeff. Very well-known streamer, commentator. I actually remember watching Jeff in the Premier League back in the day when I was just coming up in the poker world, and then more recently, I believe he had one of the biggest wins on stream ever. I think he won 6 figures on stream before poker streaming was really a thing. Really helped legitimize what has now become a very common content outlet and of course sometimes just career for people streaming. Very, very influential figure in the poker world. Very happy to have him here, and of course sad to see him exit the Superstar Challenge. By the way, we're on a soft bubble, so to speak. Not exactly, no money related, but we would be down to the final 2 tables after the next elimination. We will have a quick redraw to set those 2 tables. So it's going to be a 25-minute break when that happens, so stay tuned. If you were thinking about going anywhere, all 135 if you're watching on YouTube, and of course those of you on Facebook and Twitch, stick around. Let's see what happens, whether on our feature table or on the outer table, after which we will hit a 25-minute break so that the players can reset. As always, live reporting also available. I'll check in every once in a while, but make sure that I don't get too spoiled. I don't want to be half an hour ahead. We are on a 30-minute delay on our stream, of course. But it was exciting that last we checked, LQ was one of the chip leaders. Over 2.5 million in chips at that time. That's good for about 50 to 60 bigs at the current blind level. Our feature table, everybody pretty short except for the 2 players who essentially found double ups against similar stacks. Adam Martinson, one of them. Cutoff versus big blind, 5-4 suited, open it up. Big blind defended, 8-6 of diamonds, which seems to be a very favorable big blind defense hand. Last time around, flop trips. This time around, top pair on the 8-deuce-deuce board.
200.
There we go. Aaron did check raise with the 6-5 on the Queen 4 deuce board a little bit earlier. This time around, balancing, has the goods. Excellent, excellent timing this time. Adams surely cannot continue with the 5-4 suited. Aaron has managed to deny not only a lot of equity for those backdoors that Adam might have had, but also just cut short the hand. Does not need to be facing any more bets. Using aggression to his advantage. Second in chips on our table. Still 3 tables in action. 8 max. tables. 17 players, meaning a bit of an uneven distribution, 5 of them on our table.
Yeah, it'd probably be 6. 2 tables of 6, 1 table of 5. Adam Mortensen.
Believe it or not. Sorry, Greg, I was going to say, believe it or not, a huge difference between 6 max and 5 max in the ranges you're supposed to play. Just fewer people to get through. Hands such as King 10 off actually become fairly strong. And think about it, under the gun 5-handed. Let me do the math there. It's actually the hijack, isn't it?
Yeah. Makes sense. Aaron Lim, small blind, pocket 8s with 17 big blinds to start versus an effectively hijack open.
These two just clashed. Aaron getting the best of it. Surely
Aaron
we'll
Lim
get the best of it once more.
goes all in here. Snap fold. And a nice pickup here for Aaron Lim, 22 bigs.
Tied at the top now with Adam. Both over 1 million in chips. That 1 million chip mark is going to serve as such a crucial milestone. Everybody else surely vying to get into those 6-figure chip ranges. Feels very, very short to have anything less at this point. Constantly in the danger zone.
Jeff Gross Poker in the live chat saying, Ace! Ace! We were internally screaming it too, Jeff. Good game to you, man, and it was an absolute pleasure doing commentary for you.
I mean, talk about busting a $10,000 buy-in tournament and then making jokes catching the stream on a 30-minute delay in live chat.
Goals. Hashtag goals. Hashtag aspirations.
Keep it up,
Hashtag
Jeff.
justice for Jeff.
Justice for Jeff.
Hashtag gross.
There is no
runouts
such
for
thing as
gross.
justice.
That's
No such thing as justice in poker, Greg. You know that.
Yeah. But I'm due, right? I can't be busting every single APT tournament, right? I'm due for a cash at some point. Add a couple more dollars to my very meager Hendon mob of like just shy of 3,000 US dollars.
Well, I'll tell you what, Greg. I think where you're messing up is, you know, usually people say table selection is very important. Usually that applies to cash games.
Uh-huh.
In this case, you need game selection, which
Tell
is
me
to
more.
say you need to play some of the more eclectic events we have going on.
Such as?
Now, let me suggest a few.
Okay.
We already discussed the epic Midnight TikTok that
Yes.
you played. How about Deuces Wild?
Ooh, that
I
is
mean,
running
how
tonight.
often? Yeah, how often do you play in a live tournament series where anything is wild?
Bro, I would actually stay loose and play 7 deuce in that one.
Yes, you have to. It's
He was
perfect
right.
for you.
He
And
was
speaking
right.
of 7 deuce, how about the no limit deuce to 7 single draw?
Okay, too far. That was I like my flop turn and river games.
Okay, triple draw then. We have those going on as well. I mean, if anybody is a fan of mixed games, let me just say, you will never find a series offering this amount of mixed games at these buy-in ranges. I mean, it's just such a fun time. We literally have every combo possible. There's a triple stud event, by the way, tomorrow. Limit triple stud. It's Raz, stud, and stud high-low. If you go to the World Series of Poker, you have to pony up at least $5,000 just to be able to play an event like this. And here we are, $225 buy-in.
Yeah, and that's a great thing. I think because we're trying to grow the game for a lot of these mixed games, we try to make it as accessible as possible. So they often are our lowest buy-in stakes, $225 at least for this series. But yeah, also to mention a few more, there was Super Hold'em last night. So that's where, that's just Hold'em, but you get 3 cards. And you can use all 3, 2, or 1. It's not like PLO where you're forced to use precisely 2. You can use 3. So on like a board like
Which
Ace-7
means-
deuce, the nuts is quad aces. Which means
Wow.
what, Vitter?
Firstly, I did not even think about that. I was going to point out another esoteric scenario. which means if the board is ace-7 deuce with 2 hearts, let's say,
Yeah.
somebody could have a flush already.
Yeah. Or quads. Or a boat.
Quads.
Yeah.
I played maybe like 10 hours, maybe 5 hours of Super Hold'em, and I never realized that somebody can have quads on any board.
You can have a boat on an unpaired board. It's sick.
So fun.
It is sick. When I was in Da Nang, I played double board Hold'em single winner. So there were 2 boards, and the best high hand on either board wins the entire pot. That was sick. I didn't last too long in that. That was fun.
That sounds wrong somehow.
Yep. Crazy
By the way,
pineapple.
It seems like
oh yes,
we have hit the break here, which does mean that we would have lost another player because, of course, we were going to reset the tables when we were down to 16 players. So, yes, the graphic up top says 17 remaining, but I have a feeling we're down to 16. There we go. It does adjust. So we are down to the final 2 tables, ladies and gentlemen, as we try and get to the final table of 9 players, all of whom will be in the money. This is, of course, the $10,000 buy-in Superstar Challenge. We will be going on a slightly longer break so the players can reset and take a break, about 25 minutes. We hope you will all join us shortly after that. My name is Viller Single with Greg Goes All in the booth. We will see you after the break. Do not go anywhere.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
It's a 5 out. Come on, 2 5 out. plenty of bust outs and plenty of bounties pulled. We're now down to our final two players, Okamoto Shina of Japan versus Sang Soo-hang of Hong Kong. And Shina Okamoto all in for turn line with the ace jack versus queen. Seems to find an ace. Hits a jack. Needs to find a queen or an ace. And that's going to be it. That's going to be a good game for Shina Okamoto, placing second in the Mystery Bounty Hunter event. And a big congratulations to Dicky of Hong Kong. You just won the Mystery Bounty. How are you feeling, man?
I feel very amazing because when the heads-up stage, I am about 9 to 1 chip, so I think pretty lucky.
Congratulations to Dicky for winning the Mystery Bounty and of course also winning one of the big prizes. Go ahead, Dicky. Let's see what we got here. Guaranteed 7-0. We've got 10 million Korean won. Dicky, what are you gonna do with this money?
Pay more high roller.
Gee, Elfin, I'm sure glad we solved that mystery, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure you hit that follow button. And to learn more about the APT, go to apt.poker. Pew, 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 pew.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Excuse me, sir. Explain to me like I'm 5. How do I play Big O? I want to learn. I don't know how to play it.
I don't want to give away too much strategy, but always have an ace in your hand.
Deuce to 7 all in.
I'm very confused how to play Big O. One guy says have an ace in your hand. One guy says 7 deuce all in. Let's see if someone else knows how to play Big O. You have to make a high hand and a low hand.
Yeah. Sometimes high hand, low hand, different people split the pot.
It's a split pot game. The best high hand wins half the pot. The best low hand wins half the pot.
Yeah.
I got that. Cool. Cool.
Cool.
You get 5 cards. You can only use 2 in your hand, and you use 3 on the board. You want to make your best high hand and your best low hand. And if you don't know, trust me, the other players will help.
Because it's a community here. We're not just here to take your money.
You don't think the other players would help him to be a better Big O player?
You think they would just exploit you for your money?
No, mixed game players aren't like that. Mixed game players are the best players out there.
You get the high hands, you don't want to play them that much, so be careful with the high hands. Never leave home without an ace. Play low cards, do your best, forget the rest.
You get 5 cards, and you've got to use 2. Same as Hold'em, you get a flop. Highest hand gets half the pot, lowest hand gets half the pot. But the lowest hand's got to be lower than an 8.
That was the most concise and simple explanation I've heard of Big O today. Thanks, bro. I want to play Big O.
Go for it. It's right there.
You actually have 4-5?
6 on the flush draw.
Oh my goodness. I think I'm dead. I'm dead, right? It's over.
I don't think it mattered what you had.
That was awesome. That was really great. That was it's not about winning the game. It's about like learning how to play. It's a pay to learn game. That's what poker is. Wow, that was fun learning about Big O. Lots of interesting tips and rules and things. But if you want to try something new, or if you're tired of Hold'em, come on in, join the fun at APT. We've got lots of mixed games. We're known for our mixed games, and we've got a fun one every single day. If you want to learn more, please go to apt.poker.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hello and welcome back to the APT Incheon live stream. You're watching the Superstar Challenge, $10,000 buy-in. We're down to our final two tables and we're playing down to our winner. I'm Greg Goes All In, and I am joined by my co-commentator, Poker Llama, poker TikToker extraordinaire, influencer extraordinaire, and he has been, we were so honored to have him part of the APT here, creating the great content he does. Poker Llama, how has the Asian Poker Tour been treating you here in Incheon?
Wow, first of all, I don't know if I deserved that introduction. That was amazing, but I'm very honored to be here. Yeah, first time in South Korea. It's been amazing. Great experience, great poker action, and yeah, lovely all around, especially the food.
Oh, the food has been so good. As we take a quick look at our snapshot here, 72 entries. An average stack of 1.1 million. There are players remaining are 16, and one of those 16 players, of course, is superstar poker ambassador, celebrity Elky. Prize pool is $657,000 and first place gets $191,000. Poker Llama, please share with us a little bit. What kind of work have you been doing here with the APT?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So I'm basically running around looking for action, what's going on out there with events, what events are going on day 1, day 2, etc. Updating the folks on Instagram stories, on prize pools, like entries, etc. So I'm capturing everything you see on stories, plus some posts on Instagram, Facebook, just keeping everyone updated, really.
That's great, and the updates are so helpful. Just like getting the word out about what events are happening on the day and what's going on. It's great to have you here in the commentary booth. It's going a good time. Wow, you've missed some crazy action the past few. Oh yeah, we saw Pocket Kings like 5 times within a half hour. We saw this one guy just pick up premiums hand after hand after hand, and of course we saw Mr. Jeff Gross depart from our featured table, eliminated in, I believe, 18th place. It was a gross run out for Jeff Gross. He got it in good with ace jack suited, blind versus blind. gets correctly called by King 8 suited. Flops top pair, Jack kicker. Turn is the Jack of clubs, giving him 2 pair, but the nut flush, just the nuts for Adam, and does not improve to boat outs.
Oh, that's
reduced to 1 big blind after that hand, and then gets into a 3-way all in, which he wins. Sextuples his stack from 1 big blind to 6 big blinds, and then loses a flip. Gross run out from Jeff Gross.
That's poker for you.
That is poker. So sad. As we see our live stream get back into it, as Mr. Burry gets into a little bit of a run-in with our on-the-floor camera guy. Such good production value, man.
Have you guys mentioned the dealers?
Yes.
fashion?
Yes, we did. The name escapes me, but it is reflective of, one more time for me, Victor, in my ear, hanbok. They're called hanbok, is the traditional garments that they are wearing. And it's a feature that we have here at the Asian Poker Tour for our live streams. The dealers will often be wearing wardrobes, or garments that reflect the culture of the city that we're in. So the same thing we saw in Vietnam and in Taiwan as well. In Taiwan, we saw a chi paos being worn. I should know this. I'm Chinese. I should know this. But I'm from Canada, so I am the whitest Chinese guy you'll know. But enough about me. Let's get right back into the action here as we see a new contender on our feature table I haven't seen before. Woo Junhao, King 9 suited under the gun, first to act. But I see cards hitting the table.
I should put it here.
Yeah, he opens to 90K.
Opens to 90K. I see actions happen. We're getting folds all around. To Lim in the small blind now. Lim in the black cat with King Jack offsuit versus an early position open. Holds the better hand, and Woo Junhao picks up this pot uncontested with King High. And to summarize, Llama, not much happened. And we'll take a look at our chip counts here. Huge disparity here. Abraham, 37 big blinds. The Singaporeans leading the pack. Woo Junhao and Abraham, over 30 bigs. Our shortest of stacks, under 10 bigs, 8 big blinds. And folks, 8 players get paid. We are down to our final 2 players tables. 16 players left remaining. Playing down to our winner tonight. Should be a treat.
For those of you tuning in and you are curious, it is currently 5 minutes until 11 p.m. here in South Korea.
5 minutes to midnight.
To midnight.
5 minutes
Wow.
till tomorrow.
Where does the time go?
I know.
Good morning for those of you in the States.
Yes, good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Hey,
good
Eric.
night.
Thank you for tuning in and saying hello. I see you, Eric.
Llama Llama and the speaking emoji. Love to see it. Wow. And Jeffrey Lowe, 9 big blinds, +2. Goes all in with ace-6 of hearts. Gets it through all the way to the cutoff. Gets it all the way through. Oh. Almost faked out Lim on the button there. Also ready to fold. But K from Thailand. 20 bigs. Gonna let go. 9-4 suited. Sometimes we'll see the tank just for a bit of balance, if you will. And Jeffrey Liu is gonna take this down. 9 big blind stack. Up to 11 big blinds now. 3 players. That's our short stacks. 11 big blinds and under. Lots of middling 20 big blind stacks. And of our Singaporeans up top. 30+ big blinds. Did you know I was born in Singapore, Llama?
I did not know that. I know you probably mentioned it before, but
I was born in Singapore. Ethnically Chinese. Moved to Vancouver when I was 8. But fun fact, I cannot ever go back to Singapore.
Why is that?
If I do, I will get arrested.
Oh.
Oh.
What'd you do?
What did I do? It's what I didn't do, sir. I never did national service. So if I ever go back...
That's a 2-year requirement.
It's 2 years to serve the army.
That's what I heard.
but because I've missed it, if I ever do return, I will go to jail for 2 years, and then I will serve the army for an additional 2 years after that. So very happy, chilling out in Canada, and here in Incheon in South Korea at Paradise Casino. What do you think of the casino so far? The facilities and
It's very prestigious, very luxurious, very clean, very premium. If you will. Everything.
It's a massive.
Yeah.
Absolutely massive resort.
455.
Might see a spot here. Blind versus blind. Love these blind on blind dynamics. Wide ranges. Wow.
He goes all in.
Singapore making a stand, but Asa with 8-3 offsuit, also known as a Octo Crab.
I've heard that around the streaming streets.
I heard that a lot all of a sudden in Vegas when I was there past this summer. Never heard it before, and then suddenly everyone was saying Octo Crab. I was like, why is it called Octo Crab? Oh, because it looks like an octopus and a crab. And I'm just like, how?
It's one of the memes, if you will.
One of the memes.
One of the meme hands.
Yeah. It does dominate, or pips at least my meme hand, you know. Stay at least by 7 days. Hit 3. 1 up. No? Okay. Here we go. Hand 92 of the day. Folks, this started, the tournament started today at 12:30 p.m. I believe, somewhere around that today. It's now almost midnight, so the players have been playing for 12 hours. The live stream started at around 6:45, and so it's been a long day for these superstars. Lim, back in the action, representing Australia here. Pocket 7's on the hijack. Gonna raise to 2 big blinds here. Very standard raise, starting with 20 bigs, and wow.
We're waking up with the pocket jacks here on the button. Definitely gonna go for the raise here, I assume. You want to remove the small blind and the big blind from the field.
Yep.
Can we see an all-in here, do you think, from Aaron?
Maybe. Pocket 7s do fairly well in 3-bet defending versus 3-bets. They do have showdown value against a lot of overcards, Ace King, Ace Queen, Ace 10, King Jack, and so on. But we do see the 3-bet by Woo Junhao, 275,000. Just under 3x. Action back on Aaron now. 175k to call. If he does call, he's not committed to the spot just yet. But wow. He's going to make the fold.
Pretty quick fold, if you ask me.
Yeah, pretty quick fold. I think also some things they really have to consider as well right now is that they are 8 away from the money. And if you the min cash here is 2x your buy-in, which usually is like, you know, when you're buying in for your, you know, $225 midnight turbos. You know, I was like, oh, okay, cool. I made my buy-in like 2x my buy-in back, and I made 225 bucks. The buy-in here was 10,000 freaking US dollars. Very significant. So with those ICM implications, you're going to be seeing a lot of we'll be seeing a lot of tighter folds,
especially with 19 blinds left.
Totally. Yeah.
You could pick a better spot.
You know, that's an oh wow, Chunharas now. The action doesn't stop. You can never stop for a second here. Chunharas with Ace Jack also under the gun. 8 big blinds. 8 away from the money. Peanut butter jams it all in. K of Thailand. 7-5 offsuit. We saw the tank earlier with marginal holdings versus a jam earlier. Again, some consideration that a tank oftentimes can be for balance. Another reason is also there could be a lot of shorter stacks at the other table. So I'll try to use those time banks and try to outlast the shorter stacks, especially with a middling stack like 20 bigs like K does here.
8, 6, 7, 8, 9, 4. 6, 1, 4, 6, 2, 4.
Yeah.
Wow.
The Cowboys, King Kong.
The double look with pocket kings. He's like, do I really have kings?
Yes, yes you do. So folks, we're gonna see Chunharas of Thailand, all smiles, but all in for his tournament life and behind. Needs an ace on this flop. As flop comes Queen 9-9. Back doors in. Needs an ace and only an ace. Hits a jack. No good.
GG.
GG for T. Chunharas of Thailand, placing 16th here at the Asian Poker Tour of the Superstar Challenge. GG's.
You okay?
Very unfortunate. I mean, getting in it good.
เขินจริง
Yep.
Runs into
กลัว
kings.
กล้องมาก
Well, pretty much a cooler at 8
เปิด
big
ไม่ได้เลย
lines. 8 big lines stacked up, ace jack off, good removal. The other cards, would prefer, really honest, prefer to just get the folds, but just runs into the kings in the big blind. GG's, GG's. P Nasty in the chat says, uh-oh. Uh-oh was right. And kings again. That's the 6th time we've seen kings in like the past hour and a half that I've been doing commentary in here. And we had a 20-minute break. Kings running hot. Haven't seen aces once. Not once, but kings running hot.
I saw aces get cracked by kings earlier.
Oh yes, you captured that.
I did. Yeah, it's on our story, folks.
No, you could.
Lots of good, high-quality stories and posts on Instagram. Many courtesy to Poker Llama. So do go to our Instagram. Follow us there. The Asian Poker Tour on Instagram. And while you're here, make sure you hit that like button, the subscribe button, so you can keep up to date with all of our high-quality live streams, which will be running for the next few days until the end of our series. And also, it helps us push our videos and live streams out to a wider audience. Helps us grow the game of poker in Asia.
You know, when I got invited out here, I told Michael Soiza, but I'm not Asian. Not knowing what's going on.
Totally.
With APT out here in Asia, they're doing amazing, incredible things with these tournament events, and just the player pool growing and the quality of the stream. And yeah, I've just been having a blast out here. Really, I'm really honored to be here. But yeah, that's like one of the running jokes. And when people hear APT, they don't understand. Some people don't understand that it just means, you know, it's a tour in Asia.
Right. And while like people in Asia are predominantly Asian, it's not necessarily always the case. And you can see the diversity just reflected here in our 8-handed table of the Superstar Challenge. We've got Singaporeans here, Hong Kong people here. We have a Swedish player on this table. We've got players from the UK, Australia. You know, some series call themselves the series of the world, if you will. But you know,
wow,
the World Series. We shouldn't say that on stream. But I see more diversity and representation of the world here at the Asian Poker Tour.
Love to see it.
Love to see it. Chip counts. Asa Smith from the UK, a bit in trouble here with 6 big blinds. So folks, don't go anywhere. You see that little triangle all-in button there? That's flying into our felt very soon, I'm sure.
Whoa, with the ace-king here in the +1.
Yep, 34 big blinds to start here. One of our chip leaders at this table, if not the chip leader. Neck and neck with the other Singaporean. Having a big stack near to the money. ICM implications in play. Knows that he can put a lot of pressure on these middling stacks that are very incentivized to play tighter, so as to let the short stacks bust first. So folds all the way to the blinds. Folds all the way down to the big blind. Aaron Lim with the mystery cards in the big, representing Australia. 14 bigs to start this hand. Just lost 2. One to the big blind, one to the big blind ante. Heavily incentivized to defend a wide part of his range because He's getting a great price with all the dead money in the pot. And he goes all in. Wow, and a
He doesn't
snap
seem
call.
happy, yeah.
Snap call by Woo Junhao. So we have yet to see what Aaron Lim has. But Aaron Lim is all in for his tournament life. Against Ace King with pocket eights. Aaron Lim flipping for his tournament life with the eights.
Not Ace King, not Ace King. Take away the Ace King. Yeah.
This flop comes.
9, deuce, jack. Only an 8 here.
An ace on the river seals the deal. River ships him down out of here of this tournament. 15th place for Aaron Lim. And that's going to be a good game for Aaron. It's been a great, real pleasure doing commentary for you. It's been on our feature table.
No jack. Yeah.
Disappointing.
That's got to
here.
stink.
Absolutely.
That really stinks.
Absolutely. 6 outs on the river. Unfortunate. And Woo Junhao of Singapore. The rich just get richer. Massive chip up here, now to 51 big blinds. Overwhelming chip leader right now at this table. Sitting on 3.1 million in chips. All smiles. Nice little thumbs up in celebration. Love to see it.
Chip leader.
Yeah, running hot.
Running hot. Seat 8.
And the camaraderie. You hear all the other players congratulating Woo Junhao.
He stacked you earlier.
Running hot. Running hot.
Right?
Oh,
Yeah, how do you know?
Oh, your first bullet.
Yeah, you were same table, right? Just remember.
Oh, your first bullet, he
Yeah, I pay him off.
Oh, yeah, the King J.
Talking a little history here.
Yeah,
Seems like he was stacked.
Well, after playing for maybe up to 12 hours together, I'm sure they pick up a lot of history together, and also more importantly, the camaraderie. Folks, this is a $10,000 US buy-in. If I was here in this spot, sitting in that seat, I'd be dead quiet, stoic as a rock, trying to figure out my pot odds and how many big blinds I have in my stack. These guys, another day in the office, and also able to have fun along the way, and that's what matters.
Well, it also helps that they're getting dealt kings every other hand.
I'd be pretty happy about that too. So we should see the graphic updated shortly, but 13 players left remaining.
6, 9, 4.
If we make mistakes.
6, 1, 4. 6, 2, 3, 125,000.
As we get back into the action, C-spin on the hijack, raising ace 3 suited to just over 2 big blinds, 125k. And K on the button with the decision here with the pocket 5s, starting with 15 bigs. 14 bigs, pardon me.
Oh, he lets it go.
We'll let it go. Pocket 5s, I would say that's fine. It's just, especially when it's so hard to realize your equity with a small pocket pair unless you hit a set. You're just going to find yourself having to fold on a lot of flops. And this 5 away from the money seems reasonable. And a nice pickup there for Singapore. Singapore just dominating the competition. Makes me feel super patriotic for the country that I was born in but no longer allowed to return to. $13 players left remaining, which means we are 6-handed and 7-handed on the other table. We've got the 6-handed table, so we're going to see a lot of hands. Sepent in the live chat says, "Ship it!" Love to see the enthusiasm in the chat. If y'all want to just feel free to chat with us. You know, it's just Llama and I in a room. We could talk to each other all day.
Full transparency, it's my first time ever in a booth, everyone, so I have to warm up. Excuse me, pardon me in advance for some mistakes, but yeah, talk to us, ask me some questions, and hopefully I can get warmed up to this this commentary life.
Hey man, like, you know, I was in the exact same spot as you last year when I joined the Asian Poker Tour. But let's get right back. We'll get right back to that as we see Asa here ship it all in for 6 big blinds, just over 6 big blinds from under the gun with the ducks.
380.
A folds would be a great result. A double would be great too. K getting a count here. Does have an actual hand, ace-10 suited. Gleefully goes all in with the ace-10 suited.
6 orange.
Oh, wow.
Adam with the red queens in the small blind versus an
Buckle
under the
up,
gun
folks.
jam. A cutoff re-jam. And Adam with 13 bigs. And also we're 5 away from the money. We might see a double knockout.
There it is.
Cold.
Oh,
re-jam.
no.
What? No way.
What are we witnessing
Of
right
course
now?
there were kings. Of
course.
Of course there were kings.
Ladies and gentlemen, 4-way all in. With 13 players left, Greg, we were just talking about this. We have the 6-handed table.
Yes, I have S.
Wow.
He's
King
happy he's got
gleefully says,
one over.
I've got an out. I've got 3 outs.
Yeah, if I double up, 4-way.
Let's go.
Oh my, I cannot believe what we're seeing. It's not so often you see a 4-way all-in. Who's all-in for the tournament? Hu Junhao, who has the best hand here, the highest equity, 44%, has the kings. We could see a 3-way
elimination.
Plus the 3-way elimination.
Other table must be excited right now.
Pocket king cover.
Wow. We can barely fit all of the holdings onto onto the frame. As flop comes, King 8-5.
Whoa.
Wow.
My goodness, 94% equity here. Queens has some flush outs, but that's it.
That's gonna do it.
That locks it up. Wow.
3-player elimination, Greg.
I cannot believe my eyes.
We're gonna be down to 10 players, and they're gonna have to redraw.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Well, lots of GGs to be had here. GGs to Adam from Sweden. GGs to Asa from the UK. And GGs to K from Thailand. Good game. Lovely doing commentary for you. But what a way to go, huh?
Wow. Wu is just running hot to say the least. And as the chat mentioned, Pocket Kings again in the big blind. That seat is just on fire.
Wow. Big blind, big hands. You can see the rail that gathered there. As we're suddenly 3-handed at this table, so we're gonna see. We'll see some of we'll see the table shuffling a little bit here.
We swapped, right?
Oh,
we swapped 50%, right?
Yes. My goodness.
What a fucking kick look.
Wu with 85 bigs. Chip leader. 10 players left. And we'll have some new players joining this featured table as we get closer to the final table.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
From 16 to 10, like 10 minutes.
Yeah, insane.
The TV time cut short.
That's super crazy.
I don't know.
咦，有個短碼喎。
我哋
一齊聽咯。
Wow, look at
crazy
all of those chips. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 4.5, 5 million chips.
魚嚟嘅。
Wow. That man is building a wall and he's making his opponents pay for it.
From 16 to 10 in 10 minutes.
I mean, this is what dreams are made of, Greg.
This is what dreams are made of.
What better feeling than to be 85 bigs,
230 players,
10 players left, almost to the money.
Oh,
Yeah, for luckily.
Star challenge.
Hope you hope
No better feeling right now.
No jinx.
Wow, where's the Singaporean rail in this chat? That's incredible.
Okay,
who's your two new players? Who's your two new? Who's your new player? Okay, give me
Guys, if you just enjoyed what you just witnessed, please hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already.
Smash it.
Wow, we just witnessed a 3-player elimination. Kings, queens, ace-10s, pocket deuces. Wow.
And the guy with I loved how what of a good sport K from Thailand was with ace-10 of clubs. Gleefully shipped in ace-10 suited, and when he gets shown the queens and the kings, he's just like, I have an ace.
Yeah.
You know what? Probably it's a opportunity for quadruple up there for him as well.
Yeah.
Is what he's thinking.
But you also have to believe. You told me this once.
You
have,
have
to
to
believe.
believe.
There's a chance and good spirit for the game overall.
Absolutely. Holy crap, folks. 2 away from the money.
A little shout out there.
Shout out to people at home. We've already pointed this out, and I'm allowed to say it because it happens to me the most, but the gentleman there in the white hoodie looks extremely like Rampage Poker.
You did tell me that, and now I can't stop seeing it.
We couldn't get Rampage out here, but we got Liu from Hong Kong representing. Love to see him here. Right in the middle there in the grayish blue tie, Lloyd Fontillas, our VP of Poker Operations, keeps this whole cog machine running smoothly. I think this is a good time to shout out all of the staff and people who make this happen. Victor Chung on the right there, special advisor to the Asian Poker Tour, the biggest smile in all of Asia, coming in to congratulate Wu Junhao of Singapore.
Please take your seats.
Shout out to Nanda, photographer on the left from Malaysia, capturing all of these moments.
Small blinds, big blinds.
Shout out to the cutest card protector I ever done seen. What is that, you think?
I have no idea, but I like the basket.
That's cute.
30-60.
For carrying home
It's-
that bag.
It's clearly a lucky card protector.
If he started selling merch of it, people would buy it. With this card protector, you too can get into a 4-way all-in with kings and flop a set. You know, I was thinking too, I was like, with these many pocket pairs, like someone's got to flop a set, right? I just didn't think it would be kings.
All right, tournament dealers,
And
please
they were
check
already
open deal,
dominating.
30-60.
Yeah. All right, so new table draw. Right back into the live stream. It's about to get bananas here.
Shout out to Jeff. Jeff Gross Poker. Thank you so much for the compliment, even though it's my first time ever in the booth. But great seeing you. Unfortunate to see you eliminated earlier, but we love to see you around. We hope to see you tomorrow for the main.
And what a massive compliment. Great commentary from
Yeah, he's just being nice.
extraordinary commentator Jeff Gross himself. Does weekly commentary for the GG Millions. So sick. So sick. GG's Jeff. Wow. Okay, now that we've had a chance to catch our breaths, let's get right back into the action. Ashley Aw from Singapore saying, Singapore, let's go. Heart emoji from Jeff Gross Poker. Let's go. All right, here we go. Jeffrey Lowe. King, Queen suited in the cutoff. 16 big blinds to start. King, Queen, also known as Beauty and the Beast. Did you know that, Llama?
I did not.
Beauty and the Beast. Tale as old as time.
I can't follow up.
True as it can be. It's a bit of a tradition. Every time I see King, Queen, I gotta break out into Poker and the
I
Beast.
love it.
Poker,
I love
Beast,
it.
and Beauty and the Beast.
Two from the money, Greg. What would you do here?
As a short stack, middling stack, or a big stack?
As a stack with 16 bigs. 2 from the money.
Yeah.
Standard 2x here?
Standard 2x, but again, it's like there's so many. I need to take a look at the chip, at the stack sizes of the other players as well. If there's 2 smaller stacks than me, I may consider playing even a bit tighter. But it is only 2 tables. But we'll take a look here. Yeah.
佢有車鳩你咁樣。
唉，眯埋眼。
好似頭先 Ivan 車我咁啊。
Jeffrey Lowe picks up some chips here. Started that hand with 16 bigs.
Right.
Same amount of stack as Liu. Probably one of the shorter stacks, I guess, so likely does still have to play to spin up.
好似有幾段啊？
少過50。
Simon Yao says, let's go. Meng Ting CS says Beauty and the Beast. Hand 99. I don't speak Cantonese, but I heard 4-way all in. That is correct. That will go down as the hand of the day. Now, big stack on the bubble. Man, Woo Jun Hao's got power here.
Especially in position here, Greg.
Absolutely.
You put pressure on the shorter stacks, especially on the blinds, with this open.
And it's the great thing too. It's the middle stacks, it's the middling stacks in the blinds. He can put more pressure on the middling stacks than he can the short stacks. The short stacks are incentivized to double up because they need to, survive and get into the money. Their only chance of doing that without getting blinded out is to chip on up. It's the middling stacks that really have to play tight because they're so incentivized to outlast the short stacks. So a concept that got introduced to me just from doing commentary, so many of my very, very knowledgeable co-commentators in the past are like Vitor Singal and Henry Kilbane, is that the big stack wants the bubble to last forever. You don't want to get into the money right away as the big stack. You just want that bubble to keep going as the big stack. Hand 100, make a wish. Did you make a wish, Llama?
I just did.
Nice. Are you one of those people who's like, oh, I don't share my wishes unless they don't come true?
I don't share many other things as well, so.
Totally fair.
I'm just kidding.
Ooh, poker in the dark with Woo Jun Hao. Raises on the cutoff here.
Oh, already deal. No. It's the second hand. It's the second hand.
Oh.
I don't know. It's hand for hand.
Oh no!
Yeah, you can count how many hands.
Not yet, not yet. The hand isn't over. I know what you're referring to. The hand isn't over.
I thought it was over.
Okay, folks.
Over there, pause.
How many hands did they play?
1, 2, 3. There's a hand number 3 already.
To clarify the situation,
now we shuffle up indeed.
They were supposed to be hand for hand. Our very talented dealer, for one reason or another, did not get the memo, nor did the players at this table. And so, as a result, this table has played 3 hands, while the other table has only played 2. So we may see a brief pause, we may not. Let's see what happens. But just to goes to show again how tight you have to play. So we see a very reasonable hand, ace-7 suited, in the big blind. Just hitting the muck almost instantly versus Woo Jun Hao, who covers everybody's raise on the button. I think the way someone put it to me is the value of not losing your chips is more valuable than winning chips. As Woo Jun Hao hits the 90 big blind mark here. Loving the bubble, loving being the big stack. Does have a reasonable hand to open with. As we welcome Choi to the live stream table. And Woo just adds another 2 big blinds to his stack.
其實
Wow, look at the
有
chip
排可能
disparity here.
算
Wu
啦
Junhao
我知
up
道
top, 92 bigs. Second chip leader on this table. Doesn't even come close with 28 big blinds.
我講嘅有拍戲
A 都可以輸啊！
咁你輸咁咪好少 call 嘅，你可以偷嘅，成份車出嚟咯。
唉，4個人、5個人邊有咁多牌啊？你唔好諗呢啲啊！算啦，係死都我死先啦。唔係嗰邊，得閒去嗰邊睇下先。
冇咩做，冇咩做。
咁你要開，你要開㗎，你唔通真係放，咁煙質咁又放票咧？估你又唔係靠個 min cash
係喎，
贏㗎嘛？
有道理。
如果我而家咁，我俾
King Jack suited here in the small blind.
咁你已經過咗係一個對。
Definitely a decision to make here. With 2 from the money. And he's reaching for chips.
And an almost effective all in here for about 700,000.
嗰邊有兩個。
Looks like a wow.
啱差啲 all in 啊，知唔知啊？
And right into Wu Junhao, a chip leader. Liu, definitely not afraid about the implications here. Happy to take the most chip EV spots. And playing to win, it seems.
flip 啊！等下都 get bully 啊！
Love to see it.
科維 all in 嘅時候佢幾多碼？
佢已經係 chip lead 嚟嘅，佢已經
你拿科威呢啊，跟啊，佢飛咗唔記得咗啦。
Looks like we have action on the outside table here.
頭先佢 open 可以
Player all in.
傾睇下，唔好睇啊！
I just about to ask you. 5%.
Oh wow, as you can take a look, Elky.
5%.
Elky's here. First time caught him on the live stream table.
Debating a call here.
Fuck.
Go to our floor cam. Takes a look. Try to maybe is he trying to find a frequency pull? Trying to find a coin to flip.
Coin, yeah.
And you take a look at Elky's stack there. Looks about 1, 2, 3 million. 3.3 million or so.
好大分別喎兩個。有冇飛槍或第九問題？有。
But no blood. No blood to be had. But blood is coming. Blood will come. Do not go anywhere. 212 people watching. So sick.
That's a lot of pressure for me, Greg.
How many views do you get on TikTok? How many views do you have on TikTok?
That's different. I can record. I can fix my mistakes. You know, editing, post-production. Here,
everything is live.
Everything is live.
That's true.
I have to be careful.
Something that helped me before this is I used to do, I was a kids TV show host in Canada before this, and I used to do 15-minute live shows for children every weekday at 4:30 p.m. And my only thought the entire 2 years I was working there was, don't swear on live TV in front of kids. Don't swear on live TV in front of kids. And I never did.
Wow.
I actually swore in rehearsals a couple times, and then but we got action here, folks. Wow. Never stops. 2 middling stacks, neither wanting to run into either player. But Abraham from Singapore going to open under the gun with ace-10 suited, and Choi in the big blind with pocket jacks. Covered by C-spin. And is there a worse feeling than picking up jacks with 20 bigs, 2 away from the money? I don't think there is. Someone said Greg on commentary? Yes, yes it is. This is Greg Goes All In, joined by Poker Llama. Three bet and fold.
Snap fold.
A sheepish smile by Choi. It is not reciprocated by C-Spin. As we see yet another hand. Look at those chip counts. So Jeffrey, Low, and Liu, the ones to watch here, both from Hong Kong, both under 20 big blinds here. Simon Yao says, "Hi Greg, love your content." Aw, thanks Simon, I appreciate that.
I also love your content, by the way. I don't know if I've told you that.
Thank you, Llama. I appreciate
I
that.
thought it was just implied, given our relationship out here, how friendly we are. And, yeah,
Thanks,
it's been
boss.
great, man. But anyway, yeah, love your content.
Thanks, Dad.
Hello, Simon.
And if y'all haven't checked out Poker Llama yet because you live under a rock, YouTube, you're on YouTube too, right? YouTube,
I'm
Instagram,
on everywhere.
TikTok. He's on everywhere. YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. Hit him up, Poker Llama.
5000㗎大佬。
If you're gonna subscribe to Greg Goes All In on YouTube too, you can.
Wait, you mean they're not yet? Who's not going to be subscribed to you yet?
You know, 80% of my viewership aren't subscribed.
That's pretty typical on YouTube.
Especially with shorts.
Yeah.
試過大啲㗎啦。
Wow. So, see, this is what I mean. When you're the big stack, near the bubble, you can get all kinds of crazy. 10-6 off on the button, raise it up.
Frisky. And he's got quite the image, too. I mean, he's been getting dealt, as we've seen, kings twice, ace king. So, definitely has an image as well as an advantage.
And he's got that card protector, bro.
The card protector.
The card with the little man with the blue hat and the little basket. We don't know what it means. We may never know what it means. Maybe it means you'll get dealt kings in a 4-way all-in pot and become an overwhelming chip leader in the $10,000 US buy-in of the Superstar Challenge. Folks, did I forget to mention it's $10,000 US buy-in? You know how much is in the prize pool? We had a record-breaking 72 entries. So we generated a prize pool of 873 million Korean won. That's about 658,000 US. And first place is getting 191,000 US.
Same hand folds.
Wow. And yet again, another tough spot for a middling stack on the bubble.
No, he goes for it.
Nice. Love to see it.
Quick decision.
Nice. Singapore and Singapore conflict there. No problem. No blood was shed.
If we have aces, you're happy, Of course. I will be happy. I wouldn't be happy, no. I will be the same, I will feel the same way. We're all like that. Any updates on how many big blinds the guy have? The 400,000?
Alright, last hand at this level, shuffle up in here.
哇，升埋添啊！仆街。
A little bit of banter by C-Spin. Wondering how many big blinds one of the short stacks the other table has. I heard 6.
唔係我驚我有牌啊，跟住 back bid 嗰啲嘢。
I think I overheard the levels are going up as well, so more to be attentive about for that 6 blind
我覺
player.
得好嘥時間咯。
6 big blinds probably getting reduced to like 4.5, 5.
係專業嘅問題。
And Wu Junhao, not being a complete big stack bully, is also picking up somewhat reasonable hands as well. Ace 10 off under the gun, outpipped by Liu's ace jack offsuit in the big blind. Liu, we know, is not afraid, seemingly playing to win, taking all the chip EV spots he can. It is an under the gun raise, but if being 5-handed on this table effectively is the hijack.
Oh.
邊個 all in 啊？知唔知？
time chip gets thrown in. Players are entitled to 30 seconds to think, and then are required to pay a time bank for any additional 30 seconds that they use.
Fun fact, it was actually my first time playing in a tournament with time banks. And oh, wait a minute, he's calling.
That looks like a raise to me. The graphic. Oh, pardon me. You is right.
I'm right for the first time, Greg.
So off to a flop. Oh my goodness.
10 high.
Oh goodness. So single raise pot. Wu versus Liu. Ace 10 versus Ace Jack, and the dominated hand. Domination rotation, as we like to call it. Wu outflops Liu's Ace Jack here. Top pair, top kicker. A quick bet, and a quick
That's
fold.
unfortunate. It's better than seeing an ace, Greg. What do you think? For Liu.
Ace would have been pretty good for Liu.
Oh, it was, yeah.
But then you still hate calling. You still hate calling out because you're like, oh, I'm going to Ace Queen or Ace King. I'm dead. You know. Oh, we could wow, got all in and a call here. Looks like Ace King or versus 10-5 suited. As flop comes 6-10-5. Wow, two pair for 10-5.
Wow.
Stay loose, play 10-5. Ace King drawing to runner. Needs running clubs or running two pair.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow, what a sweat.
Needs a club. Ace King looks like it's in for his tournament life. That's usually we indicate by putting the all-in triangle on top of it.
He's an at-risk player.
And
wow.
both. And so we're going to see a bust out here by Ace King. I heard Lloyd Frontilla say in the money. Yes, we are in the money. Pardon me, it's top 9 get paid. Top 9 get paid out here, which is why we were hand for hand. Top 8 is the final table live stream bubble. But folks, we're in the money. You see Elkie there taking a photo.
A video maybe.
But
Shout
Ace
out.
King no good. 10-5 suited all the way. Would have loved to see that entire hand play out. But massive congratulations to all of the superstars here who have now all locked up 26 million Korean won.
I can get that conversion for you in a bit.
The buy-in was 13 million. But wow, we're gonna shuffle up and redraw the seats. We're gonna be playing down to the final winner, the grand prize winner of the Superstar Challenge. So you don't want to go anywhere. I'm Greg Goes All In on behalf of my co-commentator, Poker Llama. Thank you so much for watching this Superstar Challenge. And when we come back, we're going to be playing down to our winner. Do not go anywhere.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Man, how are you still holding it? Like, this is spicy.
You find spicy?
Yeah.
I leveled it up. Maybe my immunity is very high to spice.
Josh is just better. This show is not about Ray crying at the end of every video. Oh my god. Hello, welcome to APT Attractions, and this time we're doing hot. No, like for legal reasons, we can't use that word. What we're doing is Ray and friends eating some hot wings. Today with me is Josh McCauley from Australia. What's up, man?
Well, not much. How you doing?
Glad to have you here. Can you take spice?
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. So we're here in Incheon, South Korea. Have you been here before?
No, first time.
You've heard of Korean fried chicken, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? Before we get to the crazy things, let's have one without sauce first.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah, let's
do it. Let's do it.
Oh, it's gonna be messy, but okay, in a good way. It's fine.
Good, delicious.
So, you've been to most of the APT stops recently, but I don't think I know a lot about you. I only know you're from Australia. You're
correct.
So, but where are you based out of mostly right now?
Mostly out of Bangkok in Thailand. And I was originally born in UK.
Oh.
Yeah, so I was born in UK.
Learn something new.
Yeah. But we moved when I was 3 years old, so I don't really have any like memories or recollect living in the UK.
Yeah.
And then we went to Sydney, and then to Melbourne, and then to Brisbane. Brisbane and Sunshine Coast. Well, that was mostly where I grew up as a teenager and a kid. Yeah.
I see. Actually, so I did a little research on you. I looked you up on Hand Them Up. You guys can do the same. You have a massive amount of online winnings. You're really a more online player as well?
Yeah, predominantly online. But this year I've been like branching out to play live poker as well. And I've got a few results the previous years, but mostly was online.
Remember, this is not the other show. This is Ray and friends eating hot wings. So we prepare some sauce. Actually, the first one's kind of interesting because I don't think this is even spicy. This is a gochujang. Gochujang is what you would see in like what they call a bibimbap. But anyway, let's go for it. I mean, even if it's not spicy.
Let's do it. May as well, right?
Okay, give you a little bit. Give myself a little bit also. All right, let's go at it.
Dig in?
Let's dig in.
Butter it up.
It's even a little sweet.
Yeah. That was my first impression, a bit sweet.
It's not bad though.
Not bad. Definitely not spicy though.
No.
Not at all.
You know what? Let's try to get to something that may be spicy. Let's try the next one too. This one, yeah, I throw away the packaging, but also does not look spicy, huh?
My first impression was it looked like a Hershey's chocolate sauce from the packaging, but
yours. a whiff.
I think
It's
that's
not.
really-
It's not chocolate sauce.
Yeah, definitely. Hope not.
It does look like.
It does look like
chocolate sauce.
similar. I think we gotta butter it up a bit more.
Yeah, let's do
lather
that.
it up.
Let's do that.
Got an interesting taste.
Yeah. Still more barbecue-y than anything, honestly, to me. Okay, so Josh, how long have you been playing poker?
Yeah, I first started in the end of 2014.
Okay, great. So about 8-9 years.
Yeah, about 8-9 years. And I was sort of, at university, working 2 jobs and trying to play a bit of poker on the side.
Like a third job?
Not for a job, just for fun. For poker, it was just
okay.
for fun, yeah.
Oh, that's ready to go. Man.
Yeah. And then a few years passed, didn't do uni, quit uni, and I was starting, actually poker, it's quite an interesting game. I was starting to do well. I kept playing more and more and more. And basically, by about 2017, I decided to turn professional.
So I assume you start really low stakes?
Yes, correct, yeah. So I basically started at depositing $10 and then trying to play,
$10 is, very small.
Very small. It's the minimum deposit. You can't go any lower. So I was playing, 1 cent, 2 cent cash games, or play, a 10-cent sit and go, maybe a 50-cent sit and go, $1 sit and go. Then you look, oh, there's a tournament, 50-cent tournament. I'll try that one. And that's sort of how, you sort of $10 deposit, lose. All right, next time, $10 deposit, lose. Then $10 deposit, ooh, maybe after a week or two you win $30. And then you start building from there.
Wow, man, fascinating. So you know what? Let's go for the big boss. So this one comes with the fried chicken. This says red spicy seasoning. Let's do that. And before we get to the big boss.
Yes.
How about that? Okay, let's do
that.
Let's
yeah.
do this first. This
Crack
seems
it
like
open.
Powder. Oh, it is powder.
It is powder, yeah.
Get some on your plate. Ooh.
Okay.
Okay, I like the color.
Okay, enjoy. Still not spicy.
Oh, you didn't really take your heat, huh?
Ma. 30%.
Just to make sure.
เอาว่ะ
GG, bro.
All in, Not ace king, not ace king. Take away the ace king. GG. Oh, boy, A. Kings are 6, yeah.
Wow. Oh, wow.
What's I?
I shy. Showdown. Yes, I have S.
There's one way to
Alright.
get it. Yep.
Sit down.
4-way all in.
Yeah, if I double up. 4-way, 4-way. S10. Pocket queen, pocket king, pocket deuce. S10 suited. มีฟง 4-way all in. A. Pocket king cover. Flush.
Whoa.
Dead. Everyone dead.
Ice cream,
Dead.
all ice cream.
Wow.
GG จุนเฮา
GG, 3-way.
balance.
Three-way.
That was quite unreal.
Huh?
Holy
King unreal, bro. But whatever.
That was super
take,
unreal.
Wow. Whatever, take.
Alam. 屌啱我 A 隻喎，失得㗎。如果你哋跟住講話 all in，我唔知。冇辦法 A 隻你可以。
好撚舒服啊，贏啦！ITM flop two pair 15。
係咪㗎？係咪真㗎？
Timothy has raised a club. Only a club to say Timothy at this point. Alright guys, congratulations guys for making the money. Alright guys, we're gonna do a redraw really quick, sit tight.
其實你可以俾佢都
Okay. Ma. 30%.
Double check,
Just to make sure. Aua.
GG, bro. It. All in, it. Not ace king. Take away the ace king. Yeah, take it. Oh. GG.
Oh!
Ôi, A à?
Four way.
A à? Kings à? Six à?
What? Four way. Oh wow.
What say?
I shy. Showdown. Yes, I have S.
There's one way to
right?
get it.
Sit down.
4-way all in.
Yeah, if I double up. Four way. S10. Pocket queen, pocket king, pocket deuce. S10 suited. Mi phong. Four way all in. A. Pocket king cover. Flush.
Whoa.
Dead. Everyone dead.
Ice cream, all ice cream.
Wow.
GG to now.
GG, 3-way.
You need to rebalance. Three-way. That was quite unreal.
Huh?
Holy
King
shit.
unreal, bro. But
That
whatever.
was super
take
unreal.
Wow. Whatever, take.
Alam。屌啱我 A 隻喎，失得㗎。如果你哋跟住講話 all in，我唔知。冇辦法 A 隻你可以。
好撚舒服啊，贏啦！ITM flop two pair 15。
係咪㗎？係咪真㗎？
Timothy has raised a club. Only a club to say Timothy at this point. Alright guys, congratulations guys for making the money. Alright guys, we're gonna do a redraw really quick, sit tight.
其實你可以
Okay. มา 30%.
Double check, you so cute,
Just to make sure.
เอาว่ะ
GG, bro.
All in, Not ace king, not ace king. Take away the ace king. Yeah, never mind. GG. Oh, boy, A. Kings are 6, yeah.
Wow. Oh, wow.
What's
I shy. Showdown. Yes, I have S.
There's one way to
right?
get it.
Sit down.
4-way all in.
Yeah, if I double up. 4-way, 4-way. S10. Pocket queen, pocket king, pocket dude. S10 suited. Mi phong, mi phong. 4-way all in. A. Pocket king cover.
Whoa.
Dead.
Wow.
Everyone dead.
Ice cream,
Dead.
all ice cream.
Wow.
GG now.
GG, 3-way.
You need to rebalance.
3-way. That was quite unreal.
Huh?
Holy
King unreal, bro. But whatever.
That was super
take
unreal.
Wow.
Wow.
Whatever, take.
Alam. 屌啱我 A 隻喎，濕得㗎。如果你哋跟住講話 all in，我唔知。冇辦法 A check 可以。
無論輸我贏啦，ITM flop two pair
係咪㗎？係咪真㗎？
Timothy has raised a club. Only a club to say Timothy at this point. All right, guys, congratulations, guys, for making the money. All right, guys, we're gonna do a redraw really quick. Sit tight.
其實你可以
Okay. มา 30%.
Double check, you so cute,
Just to make sure.
เอาว่ะ
GG, bro.
This is okay. Man, this show is a bust. I mean, Jaws is too good. I don't want to be racist, but I kind of feel like I need to step up.
You definitely need to step up. You can't let me win.
Damn. Come on. This one needs to be good. But anyway, so, well, I really, this is something I'd really like to ask my guest. Because you have success in online poker, right? Because it's rare to be successful in online poker. You know, I know people who are good at online poker to just stick to online poker, just stay home and play a lot. But here you are. I've been seeing you coming to APT since a couple of years ago, and this year you hardly miss any of our stops.
Yeah.
So why?
I think there's like a few things that pop to mind. One, I think it's the welcoming staff, you know, the venue choice. Everyone is very lively. Everything's just really nice. You just feel comfortable. You know, everything's just structured well. And then you can go into the other aspects, like the buy-ins are fantastic. You have like ranging from high to low, and you have the structure, you know, numerous tournaments a day. So basically, you can just keep playing. If you bust one tournament, you go to the next one, and then you go to the next one.
Like that is the strong point of APT, isn't it? Like where the schedule is packed to the...
Yeah, it's jam-packed, and you know, it's sometimes disappointing if there's only one event per day, because what else are you going to do that day, you know? Especially if, let's say, you bust the tournament in the late afternoon, there's not much rest of the day to do, but you can basically jump into the next event. It's just event after event after event, 4 or 5 tournaments a day. Like, that's fantastic. Even in Da Nang, I won 2 tournaments.
Yeah,
so it was back-to-back days. I won the Superstar, and then I won the Bounty event. So, and they were both the
Bounty high roller.
Bounty high roller.
You seem to be making a lot of good decisions. Me, on the other hand, whenever I do these videos, I always do something I end up regretting later. Let's see.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the Asian Poker Tour Superstar Challenge, coming to you live from Incheon in South Korea. My name is Vidar Singhal, and I am here to be your Sherpa through this final table that we have finally reached. This is, of course, a single-day event for a massive 13 million Korean won buy-in. That is 10,000 US dollars. 72 entries racked up, an insane prize pool of over 870 million Korean won, leading to a first place prize of 254 million Korean won. That's good for over 190,000 US dollars, and 9 runners are in the mix to try and achieve exactly that. One of them, of course, one of the most famous players in all of the world, Mr. Bertrand Grospellier, Elky, as he is known, comes in with a sizable stack. Of course, we saw a crazy lead up to the final table, a 4-way all-in leading to the chip leader having 5.6 million chips in play. That's almost 40% of all the chips. I will happily introduce you to everyone as we go along. Every player here has locked up double their buy-in. That's 26 million Korean won, 20,000 US dollars, of course. We are here coming to you live from Paradise City Casino. The shot you see on your screens, of course, is the beautiful venue kicking off the streaming portion of our coverage here at APT Incheon. There you have it, 72 entries, 9 players remaining. The total prize pool ended up over 650,000 USD. Absolutely incredible, smashing all kinds of records for this event. We do have some players in the mix. Thanisorn from Thailand, who, by the way, finished 3rd in the super high roller, racking up a career best 51,000 US dollars, now looking to almost quadruple it. Of course, I mentioned Elki, the Hong Kong contingent coming in super strong, by the way, multiple players from Hong Kong. I'd be happy to introduce you to the diversity that we've been getting used to at every APT stop, but to see it in the Superstar Challenge is just something else. These are the best of the best battling it out. $10,000 buy-in as we have that extremely cinematic
watching
opening shot.
APT Incheon, South Korea 2023. And we have a good one for you. This is the Superstar Challenge final table. This is the biggest buy-in in the entire series. It drew 72 entries, and now we're down to the final 9. Let's see these fierce warriors. In seat 1, he's from Singapore. Give it up for Abraham Zisven. In seat 2, from Germany, welcome Julian Kleber. And in seat 3, another lion from Singapore, Jun Hao Wu. And in seat 4, the man from Thailand, known as T. And we have 3 fierce warriors from Hong Kong. In seat 5, we have Jeffrey Low. And other boy from Hong Kong. Make some noise for Kevin Choi. And one more in seat 7, Andy Liu. And from the United States, give it up for Daniel Lee. And in seat 9, ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you the best thing that comes out of the French Republic, Elki!
There we have it. The stage is set and christened by the Elki dance, the epic final table dance you are likely to see on GG Poker and Natural 8, of course. Elki always obliging, of course. He has made the final table of perhaps the most prestigious event at the tour. Looking to take his all-time earnings on hand and mom across the $15 million line. What a legend.
I let it be for 1 year plus, but I mean a small one.
You mentioned some of the nationalities being represented, announced so wonderfully by Ray Chu there. 3 Hong Kong players actually randomly seated next to each other in seat 5, 6, and 7. There's that final table photo you want to see. The overwhelming chip leader, by the way, in C3. Chun Hao Won from Singapore. Did manage to get all in 4-way kings versus queens versus deuces versus ace 10. And what do you know? A king on the flop pretty much sealed the deal. But to his credit, that took him to the 3 million chip mark. Since then, he made full use of the bubble that followed. 5.65 million in chips coming into the final table. In pole position to take down a huge score. And the score on offer, I already mentioned, 254 million Korean won. That's over 190,000 US to the first place finisher. Working our way down, 183 million. That's 138,000 US to second place. Third place, 91,000 US dollars. Fourth, 71,000 US dollars. Fifth, 54,000. 40,000 after that. 33,000 US dollars after that. $26,000 after that. And of course, all 9 players here at the unofficial FT have locked up $20,000 already. That's good for 2x the buy-in. Not a bad payday. Shuffle up and deal is the call. 40,000, 80,000 blinds. 80,000 is also the big blind ante.
Oh, I'm sorry.
These players most likely have played against the majority of the other players at the table in the lead up to this FT. But certainly some new faces here and there as the tables finally merge. 72 entries in this tournament. We are now in the money. I'm sure the players have had a few moments to reset, come in with that winning mindset, the relief having washed over them of being in the money.
Yesterday I win super high order, but
Wow.
I tell him I gotta take profit. He say no.
Are we all in already?
5 bullet today.
5 bullet today.
4 deuce.
Yeah, man.
Finds the jam against the tiny stack of Julian. And not a bad spot for Julian to be in. In for 3 bigs.
Oh, takes my phone.
Makes the call, 10-9 off. Had one of those bigs in there already, so pretty much was committed to calling any hand. I'm actually confused why Seastrin decided to go in with the 4 deuce. As it happens, he has 2 live ones. Actually got the perfect odds.
Ice cream.
10 on the flop surely seals the deal. Nice little double up there for Julian. Four deuce is the last hand you want to see when your opponent is never going to let you have any fold equity. They were basically auto-committed. Perhaps one Seastrin could have let go, but maybe that's a little bit too results-oriented. He could certainly afford a couple of lines. Down to 1.5 million. There's the stat I was hoping to show you guys. Woo. Commanding chip lead, 5.7 million chips. 70 bigs on the final table. Elky, by the way, second in chips. 2.6 million. Daniel Lee from the United States. 2.2 million. And the player from Thailand who came 3rd place in the super high roller. Tani Sorn. Goes by T, I believe. We'll just double check that, but 2 million in chips. So 4 players above the 2 million mark. 4 players below the 20 big blind mark. And Kevin Choi right in the middle at 20 big blinds. And so it begins. Ace 10 suited. Opens it up under the gun. 6 big blinds for Liu. Wing Po Lu lets the ace-6 suited go. Has to make the discipline laydown. I'm sure if it was folded to him, he would have shoved it in there with just 6 bigs. You want to be getting some fold equity. Don't want to be calling it off with the weak ace. So likely to be dominated, as he would have been. Pretty handcuffed there. Every page jump matters so much now. As I mentioned, the next one is to 26k. That's over half a buy-in. Survive 2 spots. You've made over 1 extra buy-in. 2 stacks below the 10 big blind mark. As Greg and of course Poker Llama doing an excellent job before the break, we're explaining to you guys, ICM favors the big stacks and actually handcuffs the middle stacks. Kevin Choi, Tani Sorn, and Daniel Lee, all between 20 and 26 big blinds, will have to wait for some of those shorter stacks to bust. Otherwise, they're giving up too much in ICM equity. Elki knows all of this multiple times over. Decides to open ace-4 suited in the hijack. He's second in chips. Once the chip leader folds to him, he has free reign to be the big stack bully. There is the chip leader. 8-7 suited. How must it feel to get to this stage? Jun has plenty of experience, the player from Singapore, almost $400,000 in lifetime earnings. Fearless. Absolutely incredible. Facing the late position open from Elki, instantly bumps it up. And Elki knows as the second biggest stack, he is not to tassel with the only player on the table who can bust him. And Jun takes complete advantage of that. Well done, sir. What a start to this final table. I'm sure a lot of these players are familiar with the exploits of Elki. We'll be keeping that in mind. But the man of the hour, surely. Jun is just showing how to use a big stack after that 4-way all-in. Just never look back, crossing 6 million in chips now. Kevin Choi finds pocket 8s. Reasonable open under the gun, but it's time to see if anybody wants to bully the middle stack, as I've been saying. Very, very tough to be a middle stack. Face a lot of heat, given the ICM. Ace Queen suited for Julian. Just found the double up. Still a very short stack. Very, very welcome sight. This has ended up looking like a bit of a squeeze, but considering that Elki only called behind, Kevin might think he has the best of it. Yeah, he goes all in behind. He knows Elki cannot have too strong a holding. Well done, well isolated. These guys are flipping with some dead money from Elki in the middle. If Julian can catch an ace, a queen, or some other cards to help him win this spot, he'll be up to 1.5 million. The flop comes 6-5 deuce, a king on the turn, needs an ace or a queen. Not to be. We do lose the first player from this final table. GG, sir. Julian Kleiber. Walking away with $20,000, came in as the extreme short stack on this table. Perhaps not totally surprising that he's the first one out, but very well played. Got it in pretty good. Flipping for a decent stack. Gotta win flips, such is the nature of the beast. And then there were 8. So The unofficial final table now becomes the official final table. This is, of course, an 8-max tournament, but with 9 people going into the money and 9 people being on the final table. That's when we actually broke. Now here we are. 26,000 US dollars. That's 33 million Korean won locked up for everybody. Usually, players tend to loosen up after the very first bust on the final table. They know they've made some extra money. An ace on the button, a decent one. Offsuit, none of the big stacks in the blinds. Seems like free reign to try and pick up those blinds. 200k in the middle, almost a full starting stack to fight for. There we go. The rich have gotten slightly richer. Ooh. Commanding chip lead, 72 bigs. As his next biggest stack covered twice over. What a great spot. Everybody seems extremely focused, here to do a job. To be expected, of course. You're talking about people who ponied up 10,000 US dollars. These guys are the best of the best. Sometimes it reflects in their Hendon mob as well. Of course, Elki, we mentioned, looking to cross 15 million in lifetime earnings. The only 8-figure lifetime earnings player on this table. Finds ace queen suited, opens it up. But certainly some shoutouts deserved alongside Daniel Lee on this table. Looking to approach almost $1 million in lifetime earnings if he can ship this tournament. Lou, the shortest stack, unfortunately finds 10 deuce on the big blind. He's going to be down to just 4 bigs. Does get to see about 6 hands for free before he's in the small blind again. Dire straights, however. Folded all the way around to the cutoff, the short stack. King 3 off, not good enough. Lets it go. Kevin Choi finds 8-5 suited. Not going to play that on the button. Knows that the tiny stack of Lou is right behind him. Would be going all in with most of their holdings. And wow, forced to give a walk. Mystery holding, but it must have been really, really bad for Lou to find the fold there. Would have probably just been called by Daniel, who would have been priced in. So Liu is down to just 3 bigs. Almost at that auto all-in territory in about 6 hands. Kings have been the hand of the day by a distant mile. Kevin Choi finds them in the cutoff. He's one of the middling, perhaps even one of the bigger stacks. A late position rather raise from him would look a little bit frisky. Liu finds what would be a pretty hand, ace 8 off on the button, but has discipline to let it go. Very, very disciplined, but just goes to show he is interested in finding that ladder if he can. With 3 bigs, it's one distant dream to try and spin it up. But certainly if you can fold your way into the next pay jump of $26,000, sure he'd happily take that. Decides not to take that spot with ace 8 off. Will give himself a few more hands. And this is the time the big stacks love. They know that with the tiny, tiny stack of Liu, the middle stacks should simply fold to most raises. You won't believe the kind of things I've seen, chat. Queens folded under the gun. Aces limping. ICM does crazy, crazy things to people. Three bigs and 10-3 off is about the ugliest combination of words you can think about in poker. Daniel Lee, meanwhile, 7-5 suited. Fearless. Opening with Elke and Seasvin in the blinds. A suited ace in the big. Seasvin knows it's correct to continue, has just enough of a stack to not worry about ICM, take the correct theory, take the pot odds, try to smash this flop. That certainly does not qualify as a smash. Comes 9-9-5, 2 spades. Daniel actually ends up with a very, very strong pair. On a board like this, 5 is almost the nuts, and you know Seasvin needs to fold such a huge portion of his range. The hand is over fairly quickly. I don't know about you, but things feel a bit tense. 240 of you watching, by the way. Thank you so much for joining me. Would love to hear who you're rooting for. And perhaps like me, it's just the game of poker. You can be cheesy and say you're rooting for good poker. That's what I'm here for as well. Of course, part of me is a huge fan of Elke. We've seen him reach Asian Poker Tour final tables before. He's a huge supporter of the tour. Loves coming down to play. We love seeing him make deep runs. Lee in chat says Liu is handsome. Sure thing. That's a good reason to support anyone. Has been mentioned multiple times, his resemblance to certain poker content creators. Cannot help but agree. We're talking about some handsome men right there. Once again, this is the Superstar Challenge. If you've ever wanted to be a superstar yourself, don't forget. Asian Poker Tour has a Superstar Challenge at every stop. But if that's not up your alley, and it certainly would not be up mine, 72 chosen ones decided to fight for that 191,000 top prize. Be like me. Join the $225 turbos we still have towards the end of the night. Join the mixed games. That's what I'm a huge fan of. The opportunity to play some really funky mixed games, including Super Hold'em. Of course, Big O in the mix. An excellent video of Greg asking good Big O strategy from the players around the arena. And don't forget, of course, look at that, reminded in chat by our lovely moderator, the Guess the Winner link is on the pinned message. Do not forget to guess who the winner will be. It is an absolute free roll. Winners are being entered into a free roll for tournament dollars on Natural 8. I simply do not know why you wouldn't do it. Go ahead, guess the winner, and we'll sweat it together. Amazing to see the support for the absolute short stack of Lou.
100.
I believe he's literally down to 2.5 bigs. Talk about a chip in a chair. 3.5 bigs, excuse me.
Cool.
Elkie with the call again. Mind you, last time around he had Jack 10 suited. And the time before that, Wu actually decided he was having none of it and decided to raise Elkie. This time around has Queen 9 suited but does not go for the squeeze. Sometimes the biggest stack also wants the pay jump, to be honest. It's $6,000 and all you have to do is wait for the 3 big blind stack to go away. Would not blame anyone for being tempted. The board is an extremely favorable one for Elkie. 10-7-4 rainbow. Top pair, top kicker for Elkie. Not much to write home about for Kevin Choi. Some backdoor diamond and straight draws. Not surprised to see him reaching for continuation betting chips. That board is often going to miss the range of hands that Elkie would be flat calling in the cutoff. Not all the overcards. Queen Jack suited, and so on. A hefty bet gets quickly called. Elkie knows if his opponent is bluffing, he wants to keep them bluffing. If they have an overpair, wants to be a bit cautious, and the absolute gin action card on the turn, the 8 of diamonds. Look at the out counter. We have run out of space up top. 15 out, some of them folded. Any diamond, 5, 9. Nut flush draw and the double gut shot. Kevin knows he has to be continuing here with all the increased equity. But does he want to just check and make sure he realizes the equity? Does not want to get blown off this hand. If he bets and is raised, he will be in a 6 spot. Don't forget the ICM, guys. Always remember the ICM. A 3 big blind stack is to the left of Kevin Choi. But Kevin is fearless, reaching for chips.
$500.
500. A big bet. Suddenly, Elkie cannot be too comfortable. Never mind. The quick call. What a pot we have brewing here. And look at the SPR, the stack to pot ratio. 1.9 million in the middle. 1.7 million behind for Kevin Choi. 1.6 for Elkie. And the 5 does give Kevin the straight. What a welcome sight for the man who had been double barreling. Perhaps would have had to fire that 3rd barrel instead now. Can try and go for some value. Apart from the occasional Jack 9 with a backdoor on the flop, having a straight to the 8 here with the 6 is pretty much the nuts. Kevin knows this. What's very interesting is that with the 4 to a straight on the board, although he would have bet an overpair on the turn perhaps the way he did, overpairs would not be jamming this river. Or even betting it the way he's about to. Very tough to have a 6 when you open under the gun +1 with insane ICM pressure on the final table. The sizing is a little bit blocker betish. 1/3 pot. Could it be the perfect amount to talk Elky into a call? Wow, Elky reached for chips. I thought he decided to toss them in there. This is tense. 2.6 million in the middle already. A call would take it up to 3.3. Good time to throw in a time bank, Elky. Think it through. Very, very tough to give your opponent credit for a 6 here, as I just said, with an under the gun +1 open. That being said, pocket sixes perhaps could take this line with a double gut shot on the turn. Of course, we see that there's a missed backdoor diamond draw. If you think about it, if Kevin fired with, say, ace-9 of diamonds instead of the ace-6, and then it came the 5, would he still bet the river? Maybe, that's the question. And that's also why you get bought odds. 675 to call, 2.6 in the middle. You only have to be right around 1 time out of 5 to make this call profitably. It is so tough to put your opponent on a straight here. But does Elky think Kevin might be doing this with 2 pair? Perhaps with the flop set. Elky does block the 10s. But pocket 7s, maybe pocket 4s, and every once in a while, pocket 8s. Could certainly play this way. Compare that to how many bluffs he thinks Kevin Choi is capable of. Maybe they've played together in the lead up to the final table. Maybe they haven't. I happen to know Kevin has about 241,000 in lifetime earnings. Elky just decides to sigh and make the crying call and gets the horrible news. Losing a massive pot and about 70% of his chips. Rough going there. And we have a new competitor trying to catch up to the out-and-out chip leader, Kevin Choi from Hong Kong.
I think he used 2 times.
Has made his presence known.
Two chips.
Oh yeah, turn 1.
Hey.
What a feeling that must be. The Superstar Challenge final table. Double barreling against one of the greats, catching on the river, and betting what seemed like was the perfect size to get paid off. Elky does not seem happy, understandably. One thing I do find is when players are sort of at that elite level that Elky certainly is and has been for perhaps more than a decade now, you certainly give your opponents a lot of credit.
200.
Which is to say, Elky thought that his opponent Kevin would have enough bluffs
Raise 200.
to justify a call given those spot odds, and who can blame him? A very, very hidden 5 on the river. On to the next one. The chip leader noticing that the person who was second in chips right before Elky has been crippled. Finds an ace on the button. Certainly feels entitled to raising and taking it down. Jeffrey Lowe, 6 big blinds. Has to fold. Look at that stack. 3 big blinds, 295k. Jeffrey Lowe would love the ladder as well. Just waiting for Lou, who has a lot of support in the chat, to either bust or double up. Until then, Jeffrey feels a little bit handcuffed also. Chip denominations, please, asks Alice in chat. Well, the green ones, the light green ones that is, are 25,000 a piece. And the blue and black ones are 5,000. And that's it really, pretty simple. All in, says Lou. Fairly fortunate, in my opinion, to find the King 10 suited under the gun. A decent holding, considering 60% of his stack was going in blind on the very next hand. And surely this does not get through. I mean, wow, the 3 big blind shove from under the gun, getting respect. And Lou up to 6 big blinds. That must be unfortunate news to Jeffrey Lowe, who is now the shortest stack. Well, all that energy for Lou seems to be working out. That's something you don't see every day. 3 big blind shove. The big blind folds, even though they had 1 big blind invested already. Just woke up with absolute rags. And perhaps the comeback does begin. Of course, he has to put in 2 of those earned big blinds rather. 1 for the ante, 1 for the blind. He was on the gun, so is the big blind this hand. If he can wake up with something pretty, that would absolutely change his fate on this table. Oh. So all you guys supporting Lou, let's hear it. What is the craziest thing you've seen or heard Lou do on the poker table? You don't get such passionate supporters without having some stories. If you tell me in the chat, I'll tell the rest of the audience, and the legend of Lou can grow.
I mistake. 200.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said 400. Oh, 200. Yeah. I hear for it.
240 of you or so watching on YouTube. I'd love for you to just hit the like button. How about this? If you support Lou, hit the like button. Send him that like energy. Really helps us promote the stream. Maybe promote Lou to other poker lovers around the world. Interesting spot here, by the way. Kevin Choi, with his newfound chips after that huge pot with Elki, has ace-9 off in the small blind. Decides to let Tanisorn have this one. He knew perhaps that the right thing to do was maybe 3-bet. He had the ace, which usually blocks stronger aces. In this case, he would have been facing a weaker ace. He had, of course, the bigger chip stack. And he had insane ICM pressure to put on his opponent. Letting an opportunity go, but it does happen sometimes. You win a big pot. You just grow attached to those chips. You don't want to lose them too easily. Big dealer change. I never knew that the dealers actually put the headset on each other, like a relay race. Very cute. Good to see them support each other in such an intimate way. And once again, let me just take this opportunity to shout out all the dealers, especially the ones on the feature table, guys. You see that headset. It is not easy. It's a very unique set of skills that enable us to make all these events and certainly these streams possible. And as you heard me and Greg hyping up earlier, all the mixed games we have going on at the APT, full credit to the dealers and of course our tournament directors, the likes of Lloyd Frontillis, who actually teach a lot of the dealers unique games. There's a reason you don't get mixed games everywhere, guys. They are very, very tough to deal. And here we have low buy-in, unique mixed game formats, all thanks to the dealers. More shoutouts for Luz. I see a lot of shoutouts, guys. I see no likes. Very disappointed. I'm not angry, I'm disappointed. But all good. Thank you for joining us nonetheless. Trust me, when Lou goes back home, no matter what happens in this tournament, he's going to appreciate the live chat replay. I know every time I'm fortunate enough to be on a final table, it's actually what I look forward to the most afterwards. See my rail pipe up in chat. Maybe hate on some of the other players. I don't recommend it, but I'm just saying sometimes it feels good. All in and call here. Queen 10 off. Jeffrey Lowe, of course, the shortest stack. Gets it in pretty decent shape. 44% equity against the ace of Daniel Lee. Does Liu get the pay jump? Queen 10 needing to hit a queen or a 10 now, or some backdoors. That's one of the backdoors. A jack now added to the mix. 10 outs, or we have our next elimination not to be. Jeffrey Lowe is eliminated. The player from Hong Kong. Very, very successful live tournament career. Over $500,000 in live tournament earnings coming into this event. Now can add $26,000 to the mix as he salutes on his way out. GG, sir. Appreciate the class act there. A smile and a salute.
Okay, I have like you.
And then there were 7.
I like it.
33,000 US dollars. That's 42 million Korean won locked up
Very good, right?
by the remaining 7. Not a bad payday, is it? 13 million, of course, was the buy-in. Over 3x the buy-in locked up already. Trying to go 19x, of course, that 254 million Korean won first place prize. Queens for Kevin Choi. Playing good, now running good. And ace jack suited for Liu. This has to be the moment. The man was down to just over 2 bigs. Actually, he wakes up with a premium holding. Unfortunately for him, Kevin has an even more premium holding in the form of pocket queens. The way the hand is gone, some other players might be incentivized to be in the mix. Try to ensure that they can eliminate the shortest stack. Queen jack off, not exactly strong enough. Good timing. Obviously dominated by the queens. And Elky has pocket 10s and surely just gets it in. The hard luck for Elky continues here. Instantly called by queens. A 3-way all-in. Liu v Elky v Kevin Choi. Let's just say this is for a lot of viewers. And of course the massive chip stack that would accumulate if Kevin Choi can hold. Chad, this is the moment. This is what you use your one time for at the final table of the $10,000 Superstar Challenge here at the Asian Poker Tour. Coming to you live from Incheon in Korea. Elky looking for a 10. Liu looking for an ace or some hearts. If Kevin can hold, he will be tied for the chip lead and have crazy momentum behind him. An ace right on the flop. 3 spades though. And a spade ends it. GG to both Elky and Wingpo Liu.
Easy tournament, right? Easy tournament. Easy. So easy.
Of course, with the shortest stack, Liu will be the one coming in 7th place. And Elky in 6th walks away with $40,000.
Hey, GG, Elky.
Smiling as ever. GG, Elky.
Okay.
We'll take the walk
Okay.
to the casino
I
floor.
understand.
I understand.
I understand.
Agak.
I understand now, okay?
Agak a bit,
I understand. These guys.
And
I
then
understand,
there were
guys, I
5, a double
One big
elimination.
blind,
Look
big
at this.
blind,
Look how
I
close
understand.
Kevin Choi is to what seemed like the
I'm very
insurmountable
happy.
chip lead.
Thank you very much. Sawadee
Jun cannot be too happy to have Kevin on his tail now. 60 bigs for Jun. Over 50 for Kevin. Look at that fortress.
You got 5.32 million. You got 5.2
Very
million.
comfortable.
No, you got more here. You got 5.3. You have more, right? Yeah, you have more.
Slightly more.
It's hard to count.
Yeah, slightly more.
4, 5.
Always sad to see Elki go. Just an absolute vibrant presence on any poker table he's on. But an absolutely incredible performance to just come in, finish 6th place, lock up 40,000. We could not get him across that $15 million finish line. But I have a feeling with the rest of the series, Incheon is where he makes that milestone happen.
Mia, 12. Half big blind.
So the shortest stack now. 12
You
bigs.
have 18 big blind.
GG to Lou. Lots of sad friends in the chat. Hong Kong legend, they say. Indeed. The legend has only grown with this performance. Don't worry, it is not easy to final table with 72 entries for a $10,000 buy-in event. Great deep run there.
Hello, bro.
Hello, bro.
Hold on,
How are you?
Give me a moment, be cut.
Relax.
BD, push the small blind.
All of a sudden, perhaps because every player now has 54,000 US dollars locked up,
Oh, very nice, huh? You take a
players can relax a little bit.
very comfortable feeling. You're gonna be here for a long time, huh?
Blind up. Blind up, right?
Blinds up? No. Blinds up long time
too
ago.
long.
Oh.
No, 80 minutes. 80 minutes. You want to hurry up so fast?
Sorry.
Oh,
For the page.
sayang lah.
Ah, okay, sorry.
There are the payouts. 2x the buy-in for the 9th place finisher. A little bit more for Jeffrey Lowe, and then the double elimination. Of course, Lou, being the shorter stack, ends up 7th place. That's good for about 33,000 US, and Elki gets 6th for 40,000. 5 different flags on the table now. Or perhaps 4, excuse me. Of course, Jun and Siswen both from Singapore.
300.
Rags versus Rags, and both of them refuse to escape the hand. 10-3 suited, 3 X's from the small blind, and why not? Who is the chip leader? Completely understandable, but the deuce 4 refuses to fold and flops bottom 2. And Wu has enough of a piece here to maybe get a little bit busy. A gut shot and the backdoor flush draw. Combined with the fact that he has the betting lead, what a fascinating situation is developing here. The stickiness of Tanisan has led to a very interesting board. This hand might get a little bit spicy, so let me just remind you one last time that you have 3 minutes left till the submission for the Guess the Winner prize is over. Spin to the top of the chat. It'll take you 30 seconds. Get it done. It's free money, guys. It's a free roll. $4 tournament on Natural 8. Meanwhile, back to the action. 235 is the continuation bet. Chan Wilson in chat, I will get to your question in
500.
just a moment. Hold tight. Look at this.
500. 500.
A click raise, as we sometimes call it in the online world, almost doubles it. Sometimes this exudes insane strength, and sometimes is the cheapest way to raise someone, get them off 2 overcards. How does Wu want to interpret this one? 6-4 deuce should not be easily hitting the calling range of a 3x small blind open, and yet here we are, with Tanison having defended 4 deuce suited. Perhaps Wu can give his opponent credit for a small set. Pocket 6s, 4s, and deuces. Could sometimes play this way. Pocket 6 is perhaps more likely to jam.
875.
There it is, the click back.
175.
Clip this for the highlight reel. The chip leader trying to exert maximum pressure, but that is not a convincing story that can be told, where Tanison would be worried with 2 pair on this flop. He would love to get it in against overpairs, be a 75% or so favorite. As it happens, he's against a much weaker holding. 1.4 million left, 375k to call, 1.4 million in the stack of Tanison. Does he want to call, risk a card coming out, keep his opponent's bluffs in, or does he want to go all in here, get overpairs to call off? I suspect the latter is where he's leaning. Too much in the middle. A 3 or 5 would be disaster indeed. Goes all in, and Wu knows he's been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Makes a quick fold, no Hollywooding, I like it. And what a great outcome here. A 3-bet on the flop, you don't see that every day on a 6-4 deuce board at this stage of this level of a tournament. We have a new chip leader, ladies and gentlemen. Wu has taken a hit, and Kevin Choi now becomes a new chip leader. Meanwhile, the player from Thailand racks up those chips. The stubbornness of defending 4 deuce suited against a 3x open, paying off in spades. 34 bigs now for Tanison. Comfortably 3rd place. Daniel Lee, 4th place with about 28 bigs. And Seasvin in seat 1 with the quick fold of the rags. In the danger zone, 11 big blinds. 5-handed. The big blind and big blind ante come towards you so quickly. Nowhere to hide, as we like to say.
300. 300. 300. Yeah.
Coming back to the chat, yes, Chan Wilson, you asked, why did Liu get 7th place and Elke 6th? Simon Yao obliging correctly.
Whatever happens, happens.
One more? Oh, my ace.
Oh my. Oh my.
Oh. Maybe not good. 200. $100.
You got ace ah?
King X diamond. Under the gun. If I pop flash card, but if I see the ace of diamond, like, straight away punch it.
So I see one ace in my hand. I see one ace, but then the flop open, I mean the hand open ace. I got one ace in my hand. Rebuy.
Momentum can make such a huge difference on final tables.
Got around how much?
The chip leader has been aggressive without having the best of it. Pocket sevens this time.
Okay.
Mind you, I should take that back. He is no longer the chip leader after that 3-bet on the flop with the 10-3 of diamonds, but certainly enough of a stack to work with. 50 big blinds. By the way, 250k in the pot every time up for grabs. And look at this, the ace-10. Let's
Where's
go
my
fairly
phone?
quickly, respecting the under-the-gun raise. Perhaps he had somewhere to go.
Yo.
Maybe rushing to the washroom.
Oh, you can't have your phone. Really? Not even in the pocket. Yeah, good luck having me on that game.
Okay lah.
Ace-5 suited hits the muck as well. Daniel, rags. Ace-8 now for the short stack in the big blind. Certainly cannot consider folding, but is he considering jamming? Decides to peel. Would have been flipping if he did jam. 600k in the middle, 835k the effective stack, and the Queen Jack 10 flop. Super ugly for pocket sevens, but Wu has shown himself to be completely fearless and certainly not bothered by what actually comes on the board. Loves to put his opponents to the test. I'm thinking back to almost the very first hand on the table. He ended up raising Elke from the small blind. We just saw a 3-bet on the flop with the 10-3 of diamonds. Now decides to put C-Swin to the test. Knows the shortest stack can only continue with the narrowest of ranges. Look at the size of that bet, 1/5 of the pot. C-Swin, by the way, has a double gutter. The 9 or the king would have given him the straight, and yet he lets it go. Power poker shown by Wu. Chipped his way back to the chip lead there. Certainly the most active player on this table. In this case, knew that he could represent a lot more ace-kings than his opponent. Overpairs, sets, having raised under the gun. Took full advantage of his range advantage. Junhao Wu, by the way, from Singapore, as we mentioned. Muscled out the fellow Singaporean Seaswin there. So the biggest stack and the shortest stack. Of course, we saw Tanisorn, the player from Thailand, get busy with the 4-deuce suited. Kevin Choi raising it up right now. Mystery hand once again. He's from Hong Kong. And the final player on your screen right now, Daniel Lee, representing the United States. Seaswin perhaps the most relatively inexperienced. Certainly nobody ponying up $10,000 is inexperienced, so to speak. Seaswin does have almost $100,000 in lifetime earnings. And actually, about a third of those came from a single-day high roller at APT Incheon. So he's clearly parlaying. Made about 30,000 in a single-day high roller. Buys into the Superstar Challenge. What a beast. Over 250 of you watching on YouTube. Thank you so much for sticking around. We are now at the business end of the single day event. 5 players left. We'd really appreciate if you could hit a like. Helps us promote the stream. Don't forget, we have 6 more days of action. And of course, that means 6 more days of streaming coming up. If you're wondering which events that is, we did have a few natural aid events online, where the final tablists get a main event ticket and get flown to APT Incheon. Players from Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Thailand. Those will be tomorrow and day after, including an influencer challenge, by the way. Those are always fun. I'll, of course, be with you here in the booths. And then the main event coverage kicks off day 2 on the 31st of August, day 3 the next day. And, of course, the final table. That's the 2nd of September. And as usual, we wrap up with our final APT Lion Trophy. I mean the Big Lion Trophy, the new era. Gold-plated or pewter-plated trophies. With the APT High Roller final day. The 2-day High Roller. The 2-day High Roller wraps up on the 3rd of September. Back to the action here. Big stack versus big stack violence could be occurring. The pot exceeding 10 big blinds. Wu is forced to fold. So Kevin, once again, the chip leader. There you have it. We were so shallow in terms of stacks for so long in the lead up to the final table. Then all of a sudden, Junhao Wu decided to win. A 4-way all-in. Become the big stack. Really used the bubble to increase that lead. Now here we are, 5-way, battling it out. Everybody fairly deep. That's how it should be. Multiple 40 big blind stacks. Of course, 25 bigs for Daniel Lee. The clear middle stack. He's going to have the most ICM pressure. Because, of course, Seaswin from Singapore has just 7 bigs. And the next pay jump is a big one. $54,000 locked up for everyone. Next prize, $71,000 for fourth. A suited ace on the button is a welcome sight, surely. 7 bigs should find their way into the middle.
我唔係多佢哋好多嘅，起碼你多呢個好多咯。其實好撚搞呢，多佢10個大麻嘅。
Takes his time, I like it. Well balanced. And a time bank as well. I don't know about that. If you survive the tournament, these time banks can be very precious. Poker is a game of making decisions. The more time, I believe, the better the decision making. There is merit to Hollywooding sometimes, but he knows he's getting this in there. There it is.
Yeah. Cannot.
Yeah. I didn't see what they were, but let me venture a guess. Absolute rags. So gets that one through. Certainly, the stories of the hour are the 3 stacks at the top. Singapore, Hong Kong, Thailand. Not afraid to get chips in the middle. Completely aware of the pressure they can apply on each other using the ICM pressure of the shorter stacks. Very curious what they do now that we're 5-handed. Daniel Lee on your screen has been a bit card dead, but has been quiet as well. Certainly handcuffed right now with the much shorter stack to his left of C-Spin. I believe C-Spin dropped a chip. We can't have that. Each chip is precious right now. He only has 10 bigs. Blinds now 60,000, 120,000. 120,000 is the ante as well, so 300,000 to fight for in the middle each time.
NP 120. You take it.
A very surprising open with the King 8 of diamonds.
240.
2 things are at work here. One, Daniel has been quiet for a long time. He's hoping his opponents have noticed, and his image gives him some respect. And he gets this one through. Number 2, the second thing that might be going on here, my best guess, is that we have been noticing for a long time that when the big blind ante is in play, players get friskier under the gun. There's something about needing to put in 2 big blinds on the very next hand that makes you loosen up, want to take down a pot, maybe earn your way into putting up those 2 big blinds. Kevin Choi does defend the suited king on the button, as you are supposed to. 2 diamonds, the nut flush draw for the pre-flop aggressor, Daniel Lee. About as good as a flop as he can hope for without connecting with a pair. Should feel comfortable continuing, but that ICM pressure has to be in the back of his head. For instance, he bets 200. If his opponent had an ace or found a raise, would he be able to continue with the hand? Turns out it's a moot point, but do not discount that ICM pressure. It's sometimes harder when you do have a lot of equity, such as the nut flush draw. Works out this time though. 24 bigs now for Daniel. So the Guess the Winner contest is over, of course, now that we're 5-handed. Pin common, back to the trivia quiz. Perhaps the easiest trivia quiz you'll see in a long time. And for each correct guess, you get 100 chips And those are the chips that will be put towards a $688 flip out on Natural 8 for tournament dollars. It's a free roll, guys. Never give up a free roll. Pocket tens now for Kevin Choi. Has been flirting with the chip lead, looking to lock it up. It feels so great to actually have a hand when raising from the small blind, because so often you're raising with the intention of trying to get your opponent to fold. And an ace for Daniel. This would be bad timing if he decides to play back. The ICM pressure, the shorter stack to his left still looming. 10 big blinds for Seesven. Daniel did just pick up some chips with that C bet with the nut flush draw. Wow, just folds it. ICM pressure, ladies and gentlemen. Good timing too. Most of the time, he would have folded the better hand there. Kevin very likely to bully him around with much weaker holdings, but this time, the radar completely on point.
Like 900 something. me 800 behind, 800 behind, 120 in front. Yeah, okay. 795 behind, so 800 lah, huh?
An ace in the cutoff. Good enough to open. More to do with the people on the blinds than his particular holding. The second shortest stack and the shortest stack in the small blind and big blind respectively. Kevin probably knows this, but not much you can do with the king. Queen 6 now for Seesven. We saw him defend with just an ace. I think he wants to peel and hit the board. Perhaps a stop and go play. The SPR, almost exactly one. If he catches a piece, he's going with it. That's a piece. Checks to the razor. Would love to get a little bit more out of his holding in the form of this continuation bet. There it is.
180.
All in.
Quick all in.
Wow, juicy, 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 juicy.
我有傾，我有傾。佢 open 我 fold 咗，
死咯，
跟住 flop 去打去 check raise 咯。
Just because you're playing for a small fortune doesn't mean you can't have some fun. Juicy, juicy, says Seesven.
咁中咯，傾女5，傾4 off。
To all of you in chat, once again, thank you for sticking around with me. It's late into the night in Korea, by the way. Not sure where you're watching from. Sure, it's getting late there as well. Perhaps the other way. Maybe it's a bit early. Who do you guys guess, by the way, for the winner? Who's still live for Guess the Winner? Surely, those of you who submitted late have an advantage. Are your horses still in the mix? I'm curious. After that four-way all-in, certainly you would think the poker gods are favoring Junha Wu a little bit. Came in as the out-and-out chip leader. Now has fluctuated back and forth.
1.5, is it?
Yeah, including 1.5. 1.3 here.
Gets the count, but will let the Queen 8 off go.
Hello, hello.
The comeback is on for C-Spin. 14 bigs now. Not particularly in the danger zone. 5-handed though. Certainly need a few more blinds before he's too comfortable. Daniel Lee though must be getting a bit uncomfortable. At one point he was waiting for C-Spin to bust. Now
I have this.
still
Just
there is
this.
some ICM pressure.
Go fold then.
22 bigs versus 14 bigs, but
Wonderful fold.
Daniel can actually loosen up a little bit now that C-Spin is not immediately at risk. On the one hand, as my often partner in crime Stephen Lai says in the booth, he is a slave to ICM. Absolutely makes decisions keeping ICM in mind, but for exactly that reason, sometimes, yes, you did not get the pay ladder because the shortest stack actually increased their chip stack. However, that can have long-term benefits because after all, now you don't need to be a slave to ICM. You can actually make looser decisions, play wider ranges, be more aggressive. And maybe that's the right way for you to get the right chance to win the tournament, as opposed to just ladder up. Kevin Choi, the chip leader still, 45 bigs. About a third of the chips in play.
Me, how much?
I can see. Thank you.
Okay. 3750.
240.
240.
A welcome sight in the form of ace king off under the gun. Looking like no action behind. Daniel picks up some much needed chips. I want to take a moment to point out that Tani Sorn, middle of the pack there, 3 million in chips from Thailand. 129,000 in career lifetime earnings. 51,000 of those from 2 days ago, coming third in the super high roller. Decides to parlay at N2. A buy-in into the prestigious Superstar Challenge here. Now has locked up at least $54,000 for 5th place, which, by the way, would be his biggest score by a couple of thousand. A huge chunk of his 129,000 came from 2 scores, including the SHR here at APT Incheon. I mean, what a series this is turning out for him and for his poker career.
240.
240.
We've seen many Thai superstars perform very, very well at the APT. Punat Punsri comes to mind, shipping the main event in Taiwan. Bashara, well-known reg on the circuit, and shipped the high roller in Taiwan. Could Tani Sorn continue the Thai domination? Ace sent off for Daniel Lee in the big blind.
740.
He knows what he's supposed to do. Finds the willpower to do it. Makes a huge 3-bet from the blinds. Wants to say to his opponent, hey, I'm committed. Are you? Even though I have a feeling from an ICM perspective, Daniel would not be committed. Ace 10 off, probably the bottom of his 3-betting range.
Yeah, for sure lah.
Maybe the suited aces, like the ace 5, ace 4, ace 3 suited. Find some 3-bets, but apart from that,
All in.
all in, says Tani Sorn. What a play. And time to test my theory. In my head, there is no way Daniel 3-bet this with the intention of calling it off. But now that he's been put to the test, how much does he want to respect ICM? The pot odds on offer are just insane. And where does TinySwan find this sick 4-bet in him? This is the Superstar Challenge I had come to expect. All the time banks thrown in by Daniel Lee, no matter what happens in this hand. Let's hear it for the player from Thailand in the chat. He is just showing how it's done. ICM pressure at its best. Final table play at its best. Pure aggression at its best. Has to have picked up something in terms of a live read.
What a call, bro.
Wow.
What the fuck?
Daniel does call.
My goodness.
Right as G says in chat, no way he is calling. Well, I agreed with you, G, but
I don't know. I think
these guys are made of different stuff than you and I, my friend. Makes the right call. Time to see who is rewarded more for their bravery. King Jack off versus Ace 10 for the chip lead pot here. 10 on the flop, but the king and the jack have 10 outs, including the queens for the straight. 3 diamonds now are meaningless. And the jack on the river
What a call.
eliminates Daniel Lee for making an excellent call.
What a call.
I cover.
What a call, man.
A disappointing river, a dagger through the heart, surely of Daniel Lee. Hopefully, the $54,000 he walks away with will cushion the blow, but surely he will be thinking what could have been. Meanwhile, we have a new chip leader, King Jack, rewarded for the 4-bet bluff, essentially. Catching the jack on the river now.
Hello,
6 million chips.
Happy to be here.
Hello.
I'm happy too. I'm happy too.
Okay, you happy, I happy, everybody happy, yeah.
Everybody is always anti-railing each other on
I
the
need to
final
change
table as soon as
I
Daniel
think
leaves. Of course,
have it because it's hard to
out of politeness, certainly waited for Daniel to be off the table.
And a break.
And then
No, later break. Oh, at the break.
the tension is released when the players say hello, pay jump. 71,000 now.
61.20.
Guaranteed.
yeah.
4 remaining.
Yeah. Sorry, man.
No problem. I am one big blind.
How much was it on? 25 big.
I don't know, man.
No?
Damn, it's hectic.
I think cannot call. A10 I cannot call, right? S10.
It's very hard for him to call.
Yeah. But I think he think you capable. I think maybe you take king queen.
You play him before?
No.
No? Oh, sick.
I think maybe he think you take king queen bluff.
Yeah, a lot.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
TinySwan saying he has not played Daniel before, so that 4-bet bluff was
Nobody says high,
no space.
No space, is it?
Hard to call.
that 4-bet bluff rather was not born out of some history. I think TinySwan just took the spot. I think he just had some intuition that Daniel was not super strong with that sizing. Perhaps some live reads. And he was absolutely correct, but Daniel just outdid him.
Maybe him?
Made the right call. Flop best, but by the end of it, knocked out.
What do we do?
GG, in case it wasn't said, Daniel. Very
You
well
bite
played.
him and I bite him, okay?
What, bite the Singaporeans?
Yeah.
Hey.
We have
okay,
deal.
you bite him, then I bite him.
Everything is a little bit funnier when you're racking up chips at the table or when you've gotten the pay jump without needing to do any work. That is the case with most of the players on the table right now. See Sven, 10 big blinds. Facing the 2.5x, 2.2x rather, from the button. All in, he says, great timing. Kevin completely out of line with the A3 off.
Happy oh.
What a short stack ninja. Still by far the shortest stack, but has navigated it fairly comfortably. 16 bigs now.
250.
Over 250 of you still watching on YouTube and on Facebook and Twitch. Once again, thank you so much for sticking around as we close out this epic event. We're up to about 41 likes. By the way, one of those is mine. I certainly demand that you help me get up to 50 likes. I'll count mine as well. Really helps us promote the game. We'd really appreciate it. You'd be amazed at how much YouTube values having likes on the video. The algorithm gods are just very pleased with that offering.
You have more six?
There are the bottom 5 finishers and the payouts. $52,000 to Daniel Lee. The latest exit, 70 million Korean won. Elki, of course.
25.
Unfortunate. 10s running into queens there. 40,000 for his efforts, all the way down to Julian Kleiber. A quick exit, coming in extremely short of the table. Managed to 2x the buy-in. Another premium for Kevin. Ace King of Clubs.
250.
He's hoping it looks like a frisky raise. What a quick fold from Seasfin, four-handed. Not easy to let aces go, and look at this, the chip leader at one point. Now down to 36 bigs. Junhao Wu has pocket 5s. In the small blind though, very difficult to navigate.
Fold.
Goes with the call. Does this price in Tani Sorn? Jack 4 suited.
Call.
Fold.
Apparently yes.
250.
쓰리스맨을
6, 4, 3, something for everyone. The ace king suited, of course, the pre-flop aggressor. 2 overs and a backdoor flush draw. Pocket 5s, the best hand as well as the open ender. And Jack 4 does make middle pair that now gets converted into trips, and by far the best holding. What a turn of events. This is why you defend Jack 4 suited from the big blind, I guess. Turn trips multi-way. Time to start betting for value. Does not want the 5, maybe even a deuce or a 7 to come out. Junhao Wu, by the way, eyeing the player from Thailand very closely. Surely is planning to continue in the hand, the pocket 5s that is.
600.
A big bet. Gets the job done with respect to Kevin Choi, but what about Wu? Has way too much of a piece here. Tanisorn's sizing also looks like it could potentially be weighted towards bluffs, spades, perhaps some gut shots. Wu continues as expected. Not much in terms of implied odds, I would suppose, considering a straight would mean a 4 to a straight on the board. Queen is certainly not that. Easiest value bet ever for Tanisorn. The question is, what does he put Junhao on such that he would size appropriately? If he thinks his opponent might have a 4 as well, somehow a weaker 4.
All in.
This is indeed what he would do. Just says all in. Is so confident in his reads, it seems like. Is he trying to utilize his image here? After all, he was just caught 4-bet bluffing with King Jack off. A very interesting one for Wu. Pocket fives does block the straight. A 6, a queen. A simple pair should not play this way. Tanison is saying he has at least trips here, and good trips at that. Jack 4 apparently makes the cut. Is trying to represent all kinds of misdraws on the 6-4-3-4 board. But with Wu having the 5 of spades here, he blocks a lot of the hands that would be part of the bluffing range and the drawing range on the turn for Tanison. It would behoove Wu to look down on his hand, see the 5 of spades. Reducing a spade and 2 5s from your opponent's potential holdings could weight Wu towards making the correct decision, a fold in this case. This is why blockers matter. It's not just a word people say. Makes the right decision.
Around there.
Oh, yeah.
An out-and-out chip leader now.
It doesn't fit this one. 19 only.
Tanison has over 7 million in chips.
Next pressure, huh?
Somewhere between a third and 40% of the chips in play belong to the man on the right hand side of your screen. C-spin on the other hand, 10-9 off, 16 bigs only. Last hand before the break this. It's going to be a quick one. As I've been saying, we're at the business end.
360. 360.
3x once more. 350. These kind of bets usually tend to be weighted towards trying to get folds. We did mention once in a while being value heavy. Really helps balance that out. Let's not forget how Tanison began his rise to the top. It was with the defense of 4 deuce suited, 3x in the big blind. Exactly the kind of pressure he was trying to put on Kevin Choi. Kevin, having none of it, continues and flops best, but there are 2 diamonds. Ace, king, 9, 2 diamonds. Very interesting board.
180. 180.
180.
Well, this last hand before the break could be a fun one. Surely Kevin Choi cannot fold to this sizing, having caught a piece. That's more than 180. No, he just decides to call, excuse me. Certainly would have surprised me if he had raised with the 9 there. Instead, the check mark going the way of the 6-3 of diamonds, would you know it. The flush completes on the turn. A baby flush, as they call it, 6 high.
1 million.
Needs to be bet.
1 million. 1 million.
A diamond on the river would be an action killer. 1 full million. 4 people's buy-ins is the bet. surely the pressure is just too much. From a GTO perspective, you have to think about how you'll have much better holdings in this exact spot if you run the situation hundreds of times. After all, call the 3x open pre-flop. Could easily have an ace or a king. Call the flop, but still have an ace or a king. Now the turn only has a 9.
I thought it was break time now.
I thought break. Oh, it's break.
Certainly not at the top of his range, as they say.
They skip the break.
Why skip?
Yeah. Should be break, right? Yeah.
Yeah, should be break.
Should be break.
Or we request a break.
I need a break. I need to go toilet, bro.
Yeah.
Hold on. You know, I fall because I need
Well,
to go
players were discussing to skip the break, but I think the player's actually asking for a break. Apparently the clock, with all the resets, might have skipped past it. So there we are. We are on the break, as I had suggested. The players certainly seem to need it, and why not? They have all locked up a massive sum, and it's time to wrap their heads around it. Adjust to the new reality. $71,000 locked up, $190,000 plus to fight for at the top. As we come back after a very short break, about 15 minutes at the most, we will see you on the other side as we wrap up the Superstar Challenge here at APT Incheon.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Yesterday I win super high order, but I tell him I guarantee profit. He say no, if you 5 bullet today.
5 bullet today. Today 1 bullet?
Yeah, 1 bullet. Oh, takes my phone.
Ice cream.
GG. Let's cover.
아이고. 이제 실패도 안 해?
Lúc này
thì không.
Have shot. GG.
You guys. 자요.
GG.
그거 반응할 때 어떡하는 거야?
Must
우와. 뺀.
Jack. Okay. Sit and wet money.
우와.
Red.
GG.
GG.
攞住我哋啲馬。
Easy tournament, right? Easy tournament.
Call. Wow. Wow, what a play by you. What a call, bro. What the fuck? My goodness.
Wow, sick.
Big boys. I don't know. I think he's all in. Eastern is all in.
廿個大馬。
Ooh.
GG.
GG, bro. What a call.
You need to love me. Right?
Sorry?
You need to love me.
Sawadee What a call.
Don't do it. Yesterday I win super high order, but I tell him I gonna take profit. He say no. If you 5 bullet today.
5 bullet today. Today 1 bullet?
Yeah, 1 bullet. Oh, takes my phone.
Ice cream.
G. Cover.
아이고. 이제 슈터거는?
Have Sean.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the Superstar Challenge here at the APT Incheon, coming to you live from South Korea. We are at the business end, 4 players left trying to battle it out for that incredible 191,000 USD top place prize. This, of course, was a $10,000 buy-in one-day event, a very unique battle of the elite. And we are down to the final 4, as I mentioned, the short stack ninja and the chip leader coming into the final table, both from Singapore. But the man of the hour is the player from Thailand, chipping his way up to almost half of the chips in play. It has been an incredible run. Of course, we had some superstars, such as Elki on the final table, going out in 6th place for 40,000 US dollars. We did lose a player right before the break, Daniel Lee, getting unlucky. A 4-bet bluff from the King Jack, from Tanisorn, the player from Thailand. Ended up running into the hero call of the Ace-10. Did not work out. But what an incredible day it's been. 72 entries to this tournament. Again, a single day high roller. 4 out of those 72 players remaining. The prize pool accumulating to over $650,000. And of course, first place prize, $191,000. Let's not forget, Second place, 183 million Korean won. That's about $138,000. Third place, get below the six figures, but still 91,000 USD. And of course, everybody has locked up 71,000 USD. That's 7x the buy-in. It is going to be an exciting finish as these players have everything to play for. But the man on your screen racking up the new bricks that have come into play, the plaques as we sometimes call them, the 100K chips. Those are the blacks, of course. 250Ks as well, the yellows. That's, of course, the player from Singapore. Jun Hao Woo came in as a chip leader. Still comfortably at the top of the leaderboard. Seaswin in seat 1 in the black t-shirt. Has been grinding the short stack and grinding it well. And of course, I just mentioned Hani Sorn from Thailand. The out-and-out chip leader now. Certainly had a few things go his way, not least of all catching a jack on the river after 4-bet bluffing King Jack. It's gone from strength to strength since then. My name is Vidar Singhal, by the way. I am here to guide you through what is going to be an exciting finish, hopefully. Missteal, one card, flips up. Replaced immediately as he was the last player to get a card. Ace-5 off for the chip leader on the button. No lack of aggression to be seen from anybody on this table, especially the two players in your frame right now. The chip lead bounced around between the 3 remaining bigger stacks. Seaswin has been grinding out his shorter stack. And Kevin Choi here in the frame. Still a comfortable stack. As I mentioned, had the chip lead for a while. It was between him and Wu, but the players have been fairly comfortable. You'd think they were playing for penny stakes. I suppose to be putting up $10,000 means you've already reached a certain level of comfort to play at any stakes. But when you're talking about the difference between 70,000 and an extra 120,000, with just 3 people between you, I know I'd be tense. With these guys, you would not be able to tell. Those of you still in chat, thank you for after the break and welcome back. We hope you're ready to finish this out along with us. I'm looking forward to some more aggression, just the way we've seen so far. Thailand number 1 says Gestapo in chat. Indeed, that is the scenario right now. The Thai contingent always has incredible showings. Thinking back to Punat Punsri and Pachara, closing out the main event and the 2-day high roller at APT Taiwan. The summer series perhaps a little bit more muted. Of course, both of them being in Vietnam, Hanoi and Da Nang. You do see the Vietnamese contingent outperform, but now that we're back to Korea, to our title events, here is the Thai contingent showing up again. Kevin Choi raising it up with ace, deuce off, and ace on the button, usually good enough. And does Junhao Wu have some ideas with the queen deuce suited? As a spectator, this man set the tone early, 3-betting Elki from the small blind with 8-7 suited, and now queen deuce suited. Finds a 3-bet. I said I was looking forward to some aggression. Well, here we go. The word of the day will be ICM, because the short stack of C-Swin should handcuff these middling stacks. Wu just knows exactly how light
There's a box here.
button opens will be, how wide the ranges will be,
You kasi the 1 million.
risking a million chips to get the fold.
You see your card, then you 1 million.
Look at that. Tiny Sorn. Almost 50% of the chips in play. In case you have not had the privilege or the pleasure, perhaps I should say, of playing with those bricks or plaques, those yellow and black tiles you see next to the players, you'll never feel more like you're in Casino Royale than when you put out a million chip bet in tiles.
How much?
3.9.
3.9.
I myself, of course, have to simply play with them after the tournament is over. That's my privilege, being part of the production team. That's the best I can hope for now. 250,000 was the starting stack. Blinds now up to 160,000 for the big blind. The same for the big blind ante. You're putting in more than a starting stack every time you're on the big blind. King 10 in the small blind. The chip leader in the big blind. A limp from Wu. And an ace in the big blind. I have the feeling checking behind is not the primary option. All in, he says. ICM pressure to the max, has an ace.
Sure. You love me, sure.
Incredible stuff. Both these players, Wu and Tani Sorn, have been so active, so aggressive. It has taken them this far. 71,000 USD locked up. They've 7x their buy-in. How far can they go?
Are you from Singapore?
No, Singapore.
Ah, in Hong Kong.
Well, there we go. Some introductions finally. Now that there's only 4 players left. Singapore, Singapore, Thailand, Hong Kong. And of course we're playing and coming to you live from Incheon in South Korea. How's that for an Asian poker tour? In fact, well, let me pause on that sentiment for a moment, because C-Swin has found a hand he can go all in with. Under the gun, I've mentioned repeatedly how players are more frisky under the gun because of that ante coming their way. And the ace-jack is found on the big blind. Surely gets called.
Okay, not so bad, 60-40.
Yeah, sir. You bust him.
Hey, not yet.
Okay.
Next time you short stack, I say.
C-Swin at risk of going out in 4th. We did see a King 8 outdo an Ace Jack. It was King 8 suited, I remember. Knocked out Jeff Gross. A King or an 8 only on the river. Not to be. We are down to 3-handed poker, ladies and gentlemen. Good game to the player from Singapore, Abraham C-Swin. walks away. $71,000. By the way, his total live earnings, $92,000. His total live earnings before APT Incheon, closer to $60,000. And here he is, walking away with 71,000 US dollars. That's 90 million in the local currency, Korean won.
Four.
Can we see the number for ICM shop?
Can we see the numbers is the ask. In case you don't know what that means, it's an ask of the tournament director to see what the ICM chop numbers would be, which is to say what the payouts would be if the players were to use an ICM calculator, put in their chip stacks, and see what their chip stacks are worth in the best model that we use, ICM, to convert the value of tournament chips. There are the existing payouts, $191,000 to the first place finisher, $138,000 to second, $89,000, let's just say $90,000 locked up already. So an extra $100,000 to play for. The players will be discussing a deal with the newfound chips. Might be headed to a break if they want to take the discussion to the next level. By the way, the Asian Poker Tour is extremely supportive of all deal making. Unless something is very esoteric, a deal can be made with the support of the Asian Poker Tour. Danny Tang, by the way, comes in to advise his fellow countryman. One of the best known players,
We can look at numbers first, or else we can just play.
perhaps globally in the poker world at this point. Danny Tang. Completely understandable to get advice here and there, conferring with their rails or mentors. As I was mentioning, the APT is happy to support all kinds of deals. Of course, there is the Lion Trophy to play for. Usually, the players will leave something on the table. They'll battle it out. In case you're supporting any of these players who have made it to the final three, these guys are discussing huge sums of money. I mentioned $90,000 locked up, but $138,000 to second place, $191,000 to first, an exact chip count being taken so that the numbers can be put in to ICM calculators, given to the players, and then it's up to them to decide. I've been in situations, by the way, in tournaments where these deals have to be made, so to speak, off the books, off the table, which, trust me, is a pain in the ass. And instead, the APT, absolutely player-friendly, player-centric, as always, helps facilitate these deals. We will be completely transparent. In fact, I've seen that in earlier spots, they're simply earlier stops, I meant to say. It's just a deal-making form, and we'll be happy to share the payouts with you. Very important to get these chip counts right. Each chip could be worth thousands of dollars. Think about that. The greens, 25,000. The blues, 5,000. Those beautiful, beautiful blacks, 250,000. The yellows, 100,000. The blacks.
It's not like the bubble has been going on for a long time, and you see he's aggressive, right? I mean,
In case you've never been familiarized with ICM chip chops, usually it means the player in the lead who arguably has the best chance of winning the tournament, gives up from a little bit of the top prize pool, and you distribute that amongst the second and third player. Now, why would you do that? You have the chip lead. You might think you're going to win. Well, it's because there's variance at play. There's certainly a chance you don't win. And it's almost a way of ensuring a much bigger chunk of the second and third place payout. Not easy to strike three-way deals, by the way. Lots of egos in the mix. Lots of back and forth negotiations. Of course, the chip leader is the one who needs to decide what kind of skill edge does he think he has over his opponents, and if he's willing to ride the variance train to try and actually exert and realize that skill edge. But we all know what poker is like. Coolers can happen. I'd love to hear more about what the players are discussing. We do our best, of course. The players are in no obligation to make deals in public, but they will make the final deal public. I've seen many of these negotiations break down as well, but the players seem intent on making a deal, at least, considering the way they asked for it. Wu from Singapore seems to be conferring with someone he trusts. Of course, we saw Kevin Choi had Danny Tang in his corner. Always a bit unfortunate when you think about the fourth place finisher, C-Swin. There we see Lloyd Fontelius, by the way, our super expert when it comes to all things tournaments. Happy to facilitate any transaction, as I mentioned. Well, good to see laughter. Wow, look at that. Truly jovial, all three of them. Usually a good sign in terms of a deal being made. The dealer patiently waiting, just as you and I are, surely. Simon says, please show the chip count. Give us just a second, Simon. I can tell you in the meanwhile, the chip leader, 8.2 million. That's 43% or so of the chips in play. Kevin Choi, 35 big blinds, 5.7 million. And Junhao Wu, 3.8 million. Roughly 50 bigs, 35 bigs, 25 bigs. I'm sure the deal numbers will reflect that. The biggest beneficiary, by the way, in an ICM chop is the shortest stack. They tend to get a much bigger pay jump than the amount that they've locked up already. I am hearing that we are on the verge of a deal as we take a look at the cutest card protector of all time. Whatever this is as a good luck charm, I am certain it is not leaving the side of player from Singapore, Junhao Wu, anytime soon. Look at those blocks up close. Nothing makes me want to play like those styles do. Let me just say, if the players have been away from the table as long as they have, a deal is likely to be in the works. There's the snapshot of where we started and where we ended up. 72 entries. 3 players remaining. Talking numbers, as they call it. Trying to make a deal for the remaining prize pool. They will still play it out. Not least of all for the trophy and the glory. Probably leave some money to play for. That's usually how deals work. 872 million Korean won, of course, was the prize pool.
Alright, so this minus this. Alright, this is the remaining price. 10% of that is this one. Amount played for. Alright?
There are the numbers. Let me walk you through what we just heard. 10%.
So I just add this to this. This is the ICM of the remaining prices. This is the remaining prices. ICM that plus this. This is the 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so we secure, everyone secure 190.
Yes.
Then we are playing for...
Yes, this is 10% of the difference.
Okay.
Right? This is the remaining. That ICM.
What is this 10%?
This amount played for. If you want to continue.
Yeah.
We have to put some money to play.
Yeah.
So we are playing for 19K.
Yeah,
Yes.
playing for 19K. This is the
If we take it, right? If win,
whoever wins, take this.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Plus
this
You make sure you guarantee and plus
Guarantee.
this.
Plus
This is
this.
our
okay.
guarantee.
Yeah.
Oh,
Based on
okay,
your chance.
okay.
This is the guarantee.
So if I'm third place, I'm guaranteed this. I'm third place now.
If you have third place, you
I'm guaranteed this.
If you win, plus this.
Oh, then I plus this. Oh, okay.
Just 1 minute.
Yeah.
High five, save.
I believe a bit of a good there. To keep matched up at the risk of you guys having heard me already. 10% of the remaining prize pool will be played for. I believe that's about 20 million Korean won. Yep, there we have it. 10% of the remaining prize pool is about 20 million Korean won. That's about $15,000. That's what the first place finisher will get on top. They're now playing for that first place finish and first place trophy. It's a very different game of poker all of a sudden. Now the question is, what do these players lock up? And these are massive amounts $151,000 locked up for first place. So mind you, if you come first, you get the 15,000 remaining and the 151. So instead of 191, you get 166. Second place walks away with 133,000. Of course, that's not too different from the 138,000 that was on offer, but the deal being that this is already locked for the person in second place. That's Kevin Choi, by the way. Junwoo locks up 157 million Korean won. That's $118,000. Once again, the minimum guarantee right now was 91,000. So that's a huge jump. As we finalize these numbers, and by the way, as I mentioned, $15,000 will still be played for. And there we go. I believe this deal is final. And as I mentioned, 20 million Korean won still to play for. We will just take a short break, and as we come back, we will play for those extra $15,000 and, of course, crown the winner of the Superstar Challenge. Stick with us as we head to a short break. Hopefully you enjoyed that process as much as I did. We thank you for sticking along. We will be right back.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
It's day 2 of APT Incheon, and we just reached the final table of our kickoff event. Let's see what happens. Taniguchi all in for his tournament life with 10-9 offsuit versus Piao Guangguo's Jack 8. River is a 7. That's going to be a good game for Taniguchi Takashi of Japan. Piao still behind with 9 high. Needs a 9 or a 5 on this river to stay alive, and it's not going to be there, so that's going to be a good game for Piao Guangguo of China, eliminated in 8th place. Hua Xuefeng of China finds himself with some kicker problems, eliminated here in 7th place. King 6 offsuit against 9-8 suited as he gets outflopped 9 on the board plus a flush draw, and he's not going to improve, and that's going to be a good game for Shin Jung Hwang of Australia, placing 6th. 4-1 favorite to double up here. Just needs to fade a 10. Just needs to fade a jack. Oh my goodness, wow. Made straight for the pocket 10s, cracking the jacks. And that's going to be a good game for Zhao Zhangxin of China, placing 5th. What a bad beat. Needs to find a 5 or a 4 on this river to stay alive. And it's not going to come. And Ho Shen Xiu of Taiwan eliminated in 4th place. Seiki Koichi all in for his tournament live with the Jack 6 suited versus the 9s. Needs to find a Jack. Is not going to find it. And that's going to be a good game for Seiki Koichi of Japan, eliminated in 3rd place. Which means we're now down to heads up Jung Hong-ru of China versus Kimura Shogo of Japan. Kimura all in for his tournament life with 10-9 offsuit against pocket 4s, flipping for his tournament life once again as flop comes 4 on the flop. Gets out flop, drawing dead, and that's going to be a good game for Kimura Shogo of Japan, placing 2nd in kickoff event, and of course placing 1st Jung Hong-ru of China.
It feels pretty good, and joined the APT event for the first time.
So first APT, first event, first place, amazing! Congratulations! Thanks so much for watching. Hit that follow button, and for more information about APT Incheon, please go to apt.poker. Elfie, do you know what day it is today?
I think it's Mystery Bounty Hunter.
That's right. Why is it a mystery?
Where is the mystery bounty?
That's right. Where's that 20 million won mystery bounty? We don't know. We're gonna find out. Let's go, bounty hunter.
And we are back after having made a deal. The final 3 players here at the Superstar Challenge of the APT Incheon. We are looking at the numbers here and playing for a winner. Let me just remind you, the players came in. Tani Sorn from Thailand, 8.2 million in chips over big. Followed by Kevin Choi from Hong Kong, 5.7 million in chips, about 35 bigs. Junhao Wu had about 3.8 million, that's 24 bigs. And the way the payouts have been decided is thus 151,000 to the chip leader, 133,000 to Kevin Choi, 2nd in chips. This is US dollars, by the way. Incredible scores. And 118,000 to Junhao Wu. So all 3 players locking up 6 figures. Incredible tallies to their live tournament earnings for some of them. In particular, for the likes of Junhao Wu, even for Tani Sorn, these are absolutely crazy increments to their lifetime totals. Great performances here by them. Now, what is left to play for is the question. 10% of the remaining total of prizes amounted to 20 million Korean won. That's good for 15,000 US dollars or so. And that goes to the winners. So, for instance, if the current chip leader does win, instead of 151,000, he of course walks away with 166. And perhaps more importantly, now that they've locked up such incredible scores, more important than the 1.5 buy-ins is the glory, the APT trophy, to be forever known as the winner of the Superstar Challenge, that too at the APT Incheon here in South Korea. Things always do change after a deal has been made, as you might imagine. I mean, think about someone like Junhao Woo on the left of your screen right now. Came in as the clear chip leader. Now with 3 people left, was bottom in chips. Has managed to lock in 118,000 USD. This is now an incredibly high stakes sit and go for these players. And let's not forget, nothing to play for second place. ICM completely changes. And more importantly, could be worth different things to different players. How much do these players want to win?
All in.
Everybody wants the extra $15,000, but look at this. The bluff jam with the blocker to the straight. You know how I said things change after a deal? Well, Hanison was certainly capable of making a play like this before the deal as well. Perhaps he was even more likely to, given the ICM pressure. But maybe, just maybe, Junhao Woo, before the deal was made, would not have considered calling it off. Here he's actually seriously considering it, it seems. This would be an epic hero call, even though that pressure has been taken off with the deal. We're still playing for $15,000 and the coveted Lion Trophy for the Superstar Challenge. Trust me, that's one you want on your hand and want for life. When it comes to live poker street cred, there's not too many tournaments that offer what the Superstar Challenge does, and here's Junhao Woo risking his tournament life. Contemplating it anyway. He called down with just a 10 here. The 8 is a minor blocker to the lower end of the straight, but not really. You really do want to have a jack here. Be able to block your opponent having the nut straight. Wow. For a moment, I thought he was going to just flick in a chip. Still contemplating. Has thrown in all his time banks. He can use as many as he needs. The tournament perhaps drawing to a close. Now's the time. Use those time bank chips, each worth 30 seconds apiece. Junhao has watched all the aggressive moves. He does make the call. That is incredible.
2, 3.
Oh my word. For those of you who stuck around after that deal, perhaps this makes it all worth it. Yes, the dynamics are completely different. With the page arms, it's not a factor, but that is an incredible call. I mean, that's a man who wants to go for it all. I'm talking about Junhao Wu. And credit where it's due, Tanisorn going for that all-in bluff with just the nut straight blocker on the river. Wild stuff. Shinwei in the chat says sick. I could not agree more. That is a sick call.
300. 300.
Ace check.
No, it's 3. Yeah. It's
okay.
3.
If you ever need confirmation that you have built up an aggressive image,
200. 200.
getting called
200.
on the river
And
to an all-in raise
3 million.
by second pair
1 million, 2 million, 3 million.
should give you all the validation you need.
60.
300. 300. And 60. Correct.
Well, we have a new chip leader.
This time you call me.
So naughty.
Yeah.
So naughty.
So professional.
So naughty. Caught with his hand in the cookie jar now. Bottom and chips, still 28 bigs. He's worked his magic before, but Junhao Wu came in as the chip leader. Did strike a deal. The most he can make, by the way, is the same as the second place finisher, the 15,000 plus the 118,000. There you have it, actually. The payouts have been updated with the deal numbers. 152,000 first place, 130, let's just say 4,000 to second place, and 119 to third place. So as I was saying, even with the extra 15, the most Junhao can make is actually the same as the second place finisher, but the glory, the title, and of course $15,000 is no joke to fight for.
One, two, three, T5.
How much you have?
1, 2, 3, T5, 6, 7, 8. 4 million. 4 million.
4 million?
And yeah. And 7, 8, 9, 10. 4 million and 1 and 5.
Thank you.
Junhao Wu wants a count, has an ace in the
Let
small
me
blind.
up this hand.
You sure? Raise.
Well, the count was about 4 million and change, 4.2 it turns out, 26 bigs. We actually did see a jam in the opposite scenario. Tanisorn was the one with the ace, was limped to in the small blind, jammed the 25 bigs. 7-6 off for him, seems to be doing some math in his head. Wants to peel, I guess.
Call.
Oh my, what a flop for 7-6 off. 8-7-5, 2 spades, pair, and an open ender. Ace deuce, waves the white flag. $300K is the bet. Ace deuce, red cards. Such a whiff on that board. Pretty tough to continue. Nice check fold there. Junhao Wu. Picking a good spot to slow down. 2 of 2 in terms of good decisions. A sick call. Now losing the minimum on that board to check fold.
Nice up.
100.
1, 2, 3. 你玩多少
Dealer change.
你现在玩多少
Final 3, battling it out. Huge sums locked up. $118,000 at the minimum. Wonder how that feels. All in a single day. 72 players, 72 entries at least for the $10,000 buy-in. And here we are at the end of the night. In case you're not familiar with Korean local time, we're approaching 4 a.m.
Call.
But quite a day at the office for these three gentlemen. 6 figures in profit, mind you, locked up.
Oh.
And what an outing for Tani Sorn, by the way. At least as per his Hendon mob.
That's all.
About $129,000 in total lifetime earnings. Comes down to APT Incheon. Comes 3rd place in the super high roller. Good for $51,000. Tying with his 2019 score of about the same amount. 4 years later, ties his highest score ever. And then 2 days after that, parlays
King high win.
the $10,000 buy-in into locking up at least $151,000. These are the stories I live for. Imagine coming down to the APT and quadrupling your lifetime earnings. Let's not take anything away from Kevin Choi, by the way. Locks up 133K. Could go as high as 149K, depending on if he's able to close this one out. Compared to a lifetime total of 241,000. The player from Hong Kong on your screen right now. What a great outing this must be. And let's not forget, the series is young. Certainly Tani Sorn in the running to be the winningest player at this series. It's tough to beat these prize pools, only main events and perhaps super high rollers and the 2-day high rollers come close.
That's all. Check.
Hopefully Incheon is now Tani Sorn's favorite city in the world.
Okay.
Mystery hand, Junhao Wu. Battling once again with what I suppose we can call is his nemesis after that hero call with the 10-8 off.
Check. Okay.
Check to the river. The king does hit. Certainly given the action, even with the mystery hand. Top pair, very likely to be the best hand here. 1.1 million in the middle. Lines, by the way, are up. 100,000, 200,000, 200,000 is the ante.
Check.
Surely a value bet coming. Might want to polarize to try and represent some bluffs. Exactly what he does. Goes huge. 900,000 into 1.1 million. Wants his opponent to think that he has Either something huge or nothing at all. But of course, the way the hand went rather. Difficult to have something huge. Maybe Queen Jack off, but mystery hand hits them up. And hey, what do you know? We have the results of the Who Will Be the Winner poll that was held not too long ago in the chat. 58 votes. Thank you for voting, by the way. Let's just go by country. Thailand gets 37% of the vote. Well, middling stack right now. In fact, all the players are slightly even stacks. Chun Ha Wu, Singapore, getting 32% of the vote. Kevin Choi, getting 29%. Pretty even voting as well. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Equal support, it seems like. Guys, 58 votes and 46 likes. What is going on here? You're hurting me. Are you telling me we're going to end the stream, perhaps, and not get to 50 likes? Chat, we're in this together for the next week. We cannot start out our relationship like this. Hit the like button if you haven't yet, please. Really appreciate it. And thanks so much for sticking around. It's 4 a.m. in Korea. I'm sure it's pretty late in your part of the world as well. Not every day you get to see a winner-take-all at these stakes. But after the deal, that of course we were completely transparent about. And that's what we're looking at. It has completely changed the game, as has that hero call. But as I mentioned, all the players slightly even in stacks. Checked all the way. The 10 is going to take this one down. 3, no good. Kevin seems as focused as ever, by the way. I like it. Could not get closer than this, I think. 32, 28, 27 bigs. And it's a winner-take-all. Leave everything aside. Leave aside how much you've made and locked up so far. You're playing an even stack sit and go with 2 amazing players for $15,000 and the chance to call yourself the Superstar Champion. Pretty high stakes.
400.
On in chat asking for the prize. On, a deal was struck. 151,000 to first place, 133,000 to second, and 118 to third place. $15,000 still to play for.
4.
Action has been eclectic after the deal has been struck, to say the least, and now 3 playable holdings. Perhaps the most playable is the Queen Jack suited. Has the most equity as well, with the kings blocking each other's outs. In comes a raise. Nice squeeze. The button opens, the small blind flat calls. Queen Jack suited on the big blind. Good enough to bump up the action. 1.4 million. And that intense stare.
1,400,000.
Gilbert Go, frequent APT supporter in the chat asking, did they strike a deal? Indeed they did, Gilbert. I just went through the numbers. I will soon as well. You can of course go back and check it out, but $15,000 to play for. Winner take all, and of course the trophy. Junha Wu arguably has been caught with that 3-bet, has only King 9 off. Should be an easy fold under most circumstances, but if he thinks Kevin Choi is getting out of line. And by the way, Tiny Sorn's body language, a bit of a tell, I have to say. Looks a little bit ready to fold. Could be information. that Junhao Wu factors in. You would expect him to be a lot more focused. Lets it go, and as expected, Tani Sorn had made up his mind already. Lovely squeeze spot there. The squeeze executed perfectly by Kevin. This man seems intent on taking this down. Takes the marginal chip lead, in fact. Let's go, Kevin, says G in the chat. Let's go, Kevin, indeed. Certainly seems the most intense and the most focused at this stage of the tournament still.
400.
Having been part of a three-way deal myself in a major tournament, I have to say, I was the one who actually became a little bit wayward after the deal was struck. Completely changed my mental attitude towards the whole tournament. Instead, these guys are showing how to do it. Perhaps the difference between myself and $10,000 buy-in players. Ace-9 off now in the big blind. Mystery hand raising it up on the dealer button, but Ace-9 is just so strong three-handed. All in. Quick fold. Stacks no longer even, but tied at the top. Close enough, though. What's the deal is the question again. One last time. I will repeat it. $151,000 to the first place finisher at the time of the deal, which was Tani Sorn, a player from Thailand. $133,000 to the second place finisher at the time, Kevin Choi, on your screen right now. And $118,000 to Junhao Wu from Singapore. $15,000 still to play for. Winner take all. Of course, stacks have flip-flopped around since then.
Nice 400.
Kevin now tied with Junhao Wu for the chip lead. The chip leader at the time of the deal had been crippled, but now wakes up with ace-king off. $21 bigs in his stack. Can certainly 3-bet jam, knowing that he's going to get folds a lot of the time.
Raise.
Instead, he says raise. Ace-king too good to just jam it in. He wouldn't mind getting played back at by the ace-jack suited, ace-queen suited, those type of holdings. Of course, if there's a hand that's going all in anyway, for instance, pocket pairs, he'd happily call off and take the flip. And gets action. And the bad news as well for the former chip leader, the 10 high board, 2.7 million in the middle, 3.3 million in his stack. A 1.2 SPR finds the check. The board is extremely dry. The continuing range, which is to say the hands that call to a 3-bet for Kevin Choi, will have some 10s in them, but not too many. Plenty of lower pocket pairs could also play this way. A 1 million bet. Does Tani Sorn want to convert his hand into a bluff, or is he ready to give this up? You never know with this lad. He's been insanely aggressive. It's taken him this far. Does call. Ace-king too strong to give up at the moment, but the SPR getting lower and lower. 2.3 million.
Yeah, 1 million is
1
same.
million.
It's 5, it's 5. And 5. It's correct.
There we go, sorted out. A little confusion there. As I was saying, 2.3 million in the stack and only 4.7 million in the pot. Still top pair. Kevin Choi has to be very comfortable. Should be an easy jam here. Not too many hands. That check call should be ahead of top pair. The additional equity of the gut shot is tempting, but 2 overs. Unlikely to be the best hand. Of course, with the ace of hearts as well. That's the card you want your opponent to have and be bluffing with the ace high flush draw. Tanison should have a fold here. Never mind, as he says, call. And he's going to be way behind. 23% equity. He needs an ace, a king, or a 4. Could we be down to heads up? Well, this is perhaps why you strike deals. And a 6 gets the job done. The player from Thailand is eliminated as we get down to heads up. Just to finish my thought, I was saying that this is perhaps why you strike deals, or perhaps why you don't strike deals. You do tend to take your foot off the gas. Tanison never did. Just got caught bluffing, and in this case, called off the ace king there. Walks away $151,000 richer than when he started the day. GG, sir. Incredible performance, of course. Was the chip leader at the time of the deal. So actually is guaranteed to get the biggest payout from this event. And then there were 2. We are down to heads up, and Kevin Choi has the chip lead. He has been the most focused with this 3-way action, perhaps getting advice from his mentor, Danny Tang, who joined in the deal negotiations as advice. The fist bump and good luck. Jun Hao Wu of Singapore and Kevin Choi
你有大概多少？
你数几就可以了。
of Hong Kong.
对不对？
对，有道理。
我也不知道，你数了。
18 million 啊，18 million。 18 million. 6 point.
18 million, by the way, is the total number of chips in play.
6.1.
So that way, one of them
6.2,
counts their chips, the other one doesn't need to.
6.3.
Kelvin, our producer, helping in the chip count. Well, it's only 4 a.m., ladies and gentlemen, and the staff is busy at work, ranging from operations to productions, but perhaps credit, first of all, to these players battling it out, putting up the $10,000 as the buy-in.
What is the buy?
And here they are at the end of the day, fighting all kinds of fatigue, trying to close out, get that coveted first place finish, the bragging rights, the glory, the trophy, and a $15,000 juicer on top doesn't help as well.
Rolling and action.
Raise 800.
We're gonna take the photo for his okay. Yeah. I think you have 8 million, right?
没有，我有。
So hard to count. A lot
Yeah,
of-
very hard to count.
yeah.
3, 5,
Can we take all the
5.5,
blacks?
5.7.
The plaques.
我差不多有
Yeah.
6.3 million 这边。
Believe
这边有 6.3。
应该多一点吧。
We can hear the
我应该没有这
discussion.
么多。
你有太多了 ，bro。
100、200、
3.5。
300、400、500、600、700。
Of the remaining chip stacks, of course.
哦，有。
3.5, 5.5, 5.6, 5.7, 6.2，我有620万。
620。
6.2 million is the count for Junhao Wu, which means almost precisely a 2-1 chip lead in the favor of Kevin Choi.
Yeah.
Can we put the chair? Yeah. Maybe you can just stand both of yours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Take this chair away.
We sit down or what?
I think standing better.
Standing better.
So just push the chair to the side. Alright.
Sorry.
Hey, there's Greg goes all in.
Sorry.
Alright, maybe I want you to hold your hands.
Like that.
Side. Yes,
Like
right. Turn this side, bro. Face this side. Bro, yes, right.
Oh, well, there
Very
it is.
accent.
Is it UFC? UFC, right?
Yeah, UFC.
Side it, turn this side a bit.
Huh?
This side a bit.
This? Or this?
Alright, next side a bit.
Oh.
Okay, side this side a bit.
This side a bit.
Yeah. Okay, go. Right, 1, 2.
Not quite angry enough for the UFC.
Guys, 1, 2. Guys, one fist bump.
Huh?
Fist bump. Face each other.
This one.
Right, look at the camera.
That's certainly more my speed. Very uplifting.
All the best.
Yeah.
All the best.
All the best and a handshake as it's down to business. A 2-1 chip lead. Very, very easily surmountable with the right dynamic, right mix of cards, perhaps a
Very
cooler
hard,
here and
yeah.
there.
It looks damn good on TV, bro.
Yeah, it looks very good, but like, I can't even see how much he have.
Absolutely not. It looks damn good.
Like high stake cash game.
Yeah.
The players complaining about those beautiful plaques. Well, as Greg shouted from off the screen, looks damn good on TV. Actually important to stack them the right way, which is what I believe Junhao is complaining about. The 250 should be stacked in 4s, of course. They make up 1 million. And the blacks are 100,000. Ideally stacked in 10s. Most players just don't get used to it. They only come out so late into a tournament, around the final table.
你放错。
169 if you're still watching. I cannot thank you enough for hanging around, hanging out with me, and getting it over 51 likes. Hey, what do you know?
Oh, here.
That's 50 likes apart from my own. Much, much appreciated. Do not forget, we have a full schedule of streaming this week. Of course, the usual streams, the main event, day 2, day 3, and the final day. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the usual closer, the 2-day high roller, day 2. The series saver, sometimes people call it. But it's usually very, very well attended, and of course, elite poker on display there. And do not forget, some special streams this week. Natural 8 events, regional events, mind you, for Taiwan rather, Hong Kong, as well as Thailand. That's later on. Tomorrow and day after. The final table, 6 max. All the final table lists have been flown over to APT Incheon. They've been given main event tickets and will be fighting it out from a $3,000 prize pool among the final table.
950.
As well as the Influencer Challenge tomorrow. So join us, 12:30 p.m. local time is the kickoff. That's what tomorrow and day after are about. Perhaps nothing will compare to the stakes we've become accustomed to tonight. A $10,000 buy-in, almost $200,000 up top, a 3-way deal struck, 6 figures each for 3 gentlemen. But I promise you it'll be fun nonetheless. Perhaps a bit more approachable for the likes of us.
Yeah,
yes,
please.
please.
And then, of course, we head to the main event. The $1 million guaranteed main event.
Can we pause the clock first? We count.
Yeah.
Yeah, we chip up first. We pause the clock.
Yeah.
It's 2 million, right?
Yes.
One. 2 million.
Okay. Thank you.
Still clarifying the count, I believe. Very important. Blinds, by the way, finally at that glorious level where each big blind is one scalp, as I like to say, is the starting stack. 250,000.
Oh yeah, I think he's coming back for chips. Wait, we pause the clock?
Mind you,
So you have 7 million.
with the
right?
big blind ante,
6. Yes,
heads
7.
up sometimes can go quick. A lot to fight for in the middle. Time to color up, by the way. Those 5,000 chips, meaningless now that the blinds are as high as they are.
Later.
Yeah, wait for him to
Just
color.
a minute or two. On the one hand, I understand the impatience of some of the players, although they're being
Here's one more. I don't think we need. We don't need
extremely
this, right? We don't need
polite
the proof
for the most part.
Yeah, we don't need to.
But let's not forget,
One
guys,
queen.
it
You don't
is
have queen.
4:15 a.m. What a day it's been. By the way, we see one of the final tablists at the back, Kiat, I believe. A Malaysian superstar. Seems to be grabbing a bite. Excuse me, I misspoke. One of the feature tablists, I meant to say. Did get eliminated a bit early on. There go the 5,000s. Instead, the 250,000s, each tile, one buy-in. There go the 25,000s as well. Only bricks now. Or plaques, if you prefer.
Yep.
625,000 in the middle to fight for. 27 bigs for Junhao Wu. About 42 for his opponent, Kevin Choi.
Yes.
A 2-to-1 chip lead simply means an all-in reverses your dominance. This is under a 2-to-1 chip lead. Interesting flop. 8-5-4. Both players have straight draws. Gut shot for Kevin, but the best hand. The 6-3 means an open-ender for Junhao Wu. Very easy continuation bet on his shoes, the open-ender. Does come in, which means a pair for Kevin. Hard to make a pair in heads up, as they say, but here it's second pair on a 4 to a straight board. Kevin cannot feel too comfortable. Goes for value.
875.
Kevin Choi's straight draw also rendered a little bit meaningless now, since a 6 would mean both players would have a straight on the board.
75. Oh, never mind.
Good fold by Kevin. Makes it look easy, but it's always tempting to continue one more street with a pair, especially when you catch it. And the gap narrows, 8 million to 10 million. A monster for Kevin. Ace-10 suited. And 8-5 of diamonds. A pretty holding. Certainly easy to defend with, heads up.
500.
Off we go to a flop. Wow. Bottom 2 for the 8-5 of Junhao Wu. A big whiff for the ace-10 suited, but the betting lead and position. The board looks relatively dry. Jack 8-5 rainbow. All kinds of backdoors possible. The ace high could be good. All of this amounts to a continuation bet.
275.
There's 300.
300,000.
300.
One pluck and two 25s. To call or to raise
1 million.
is the question.
1 million.
Goes with raise. Very tempting to raise when you have bottom 2 as opposed to say top 2. Because of course you unblock top pair. Which means your opponent is much more likely to continue. Even play back at you. And how about continuing with just the ace high and the back doors? This spot is ballooning up and Junhao Wu is in control. In fact, he gets the check mark. Choi now drawing dead. Junhao cannot imagine how weak Kevin Choi has floated him. He will probably love to get more chips in the middle. Most hands that call the flop would continue on the turn, with the exceptions of hands that are actually blocked by Junhao Wu, such as bottom pair,
2.1
middle
million.
pair.
2 million.
2.1 million.
That's the reason the huge bet comes in from Junhao Wu. He would love for jacks, straight draws of all kinds to continue, perhaps some backdoor flush draws now. Surely Kevin has to release now. And with that, I believe a new chip leader is here. Pretty much a dead even heat. Once again, $15,000 and the trophy to play for here. Kevin has locked up $133,000 from the deal. Junhao Wu was the shortest stack during the deal, so he only locked up $118,000 and
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
almost by coincidence, if Junhao was to convert, him and Kevin would win the same amount. New dealer comes in with a smile, perhaps the energy we need at this hour. We're approaching 4:30 a.m. in Korea. The Superstar Challenge, assumably drawing to a close. You never know with these lads. Battling it out, even after the deal. Kevin Choi in particular seems so focused. Getting advice from who I assume is his friend and mentor, Danny Tang. Junhao Wu came in with a chip lead to the final table. Feels like he has a chip on his shoulder, wants to close this out. Did strike a deal, third in chips, but would love to collect the extra 15,000 USD and the trophy. Ace-10 suited should certainly help the cause.
$750.
Lines are up 150, 300. As a result, the raise sizes increase. 750,000 is the open now. Queen 9 suited has to defend. Very strong hand, heads up. Good enough to speculate despite the 2.5x open. Clubs would be a disaster for Kevin. How about a queen high board? Easy life. Quick check. Junhao has missed hard enough that he might not want to continuation bet. We have seen him actually even check fold to wet boards. In this case, he's in position, checks behind. Nice timing. Picks up a straight draw, but actually Kevin Choi picks up the open-ended straight draw and still has that top pair. No doubt would be a good time to start putting chips into the middle. With the check behind on the flop, he knows he is very likely ahead here. Can comfortably bet for value. As I mentioned, Junhao Wu has had no issues in giving up these kind of holdings. And look at that, lets it go. So many people, including Kevin Choi in the very last hand, get attached to aces heads up. Junhao's radar serving him well. And look at that, a dead even heat once again. Anybody's game. Queens now for Junhao Wu. A suited 3-gapper. 8-4 of diamonds. Unbelievably, this hand has to open heads up. Well, decides to go with the limp here. Surely a raise is coming. The only question is how much and whether Kevin Choi continues. A huge raise. Trying to make it look like that he's stealing the pot. The 8-4 suited hits the mark. Good timing. Wow. 29 bigs apiece. Could it get any closer than this?
Can I give you some green? So hard to see.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
I change. Okay. Wait, sorry. 200 enough. Okay. Better?
I was thinking 1.5 mil.
The players struggling to count each other's stacks. Little do they know, they have the exact same stack, 29 bigs apiece. This is a heads-up battle for 20 million Korean won and the coveted Superstar Challenge APT trophy. Club draw for Kevin Choi. It's not semi-bluff with it too much. Pot remains small. Was check, check. Jack high still the best hand. Kevin does have the 3 of clubs. A blocker to the straight that just came in. Not much else to write home about. And as Junhao Wu rather, excuse me, want to show down the 9 high. Surely he feels
600.
compelled to bet at it. Kevin has the opportunity to make a sick hero call. We saw Junhao Wu make a sick hero call early on when we were 3-handed. Nah, not this time. Having 2 clubs doesn't help either. Of course, he wants his opponents to have a card like the 3 of clubs. Junhao Wu from Singapore, Kevin Choi from Hong Kong. Who takes it home is the question. I certainly stay away from the word deserve when it comes to poker, but given the way, the intensity, the ferocity with which these 2 players, and certainly most of the final tablists, but in particular the final 3 players approach the final table, they certainly do deserve to walk away the winners that they have. The only question is, who's the ultimate winner? As they say, only one person is happy at the end of a tournament. The joke being that even second place finisher is always lamenting what could have been, but with the deal, perhaps a different story. The third place finisher, Hani Son, actually ends up with the highest cash price, but it's clear from the way these 2 have battled it out that the trophy and the glory mean a lot. There we go. Jeffrey in chat says, come on, Kevin.
Exactly.
That's what we need. 4:30 a.m. and an active rail. Let's go, Jeffrey. I like it.
Very hard to counter.
Yeah.
King 8 suited. Certainly strong enough.
750.
Easy open, surely, for Junhao Wu.
750.
That 2.5 excising seems to be the preferred option here. Stealing those blinds.
5 more. It's 11.
Slight chip lead now for Junhao Wu. Those 4 big blinds can count for a lot when you end up all in and you're able to actually have 8 big blinds left behind in case you lose. Kevin counting his stack, as you must do, non-stop and heads up, especially to figure out when you can jam. An ace in the big blind.
900.
No, the clock.
Ah,
The-
sorry.
Could Junhao want to get this in? He does. All in, he says. An audible gas makes the call. This might be it. Ace-7 to 7, right in the window, versus Queen-10 suited. Lots of backdoors, lots of outs. This is for the tournament, and 8 for maximum action. 14 outs. Could it be over? A 5 hits the river. That is it, ladies and gentlemen.
Is it cover?
Junhao Wu wants to double check. Little does he know, he has won the Superstar Challenge at APT Incheon here.
Yeah,
What a turn of events.
Yeah, I think
was third in chips when the deal was struck. $118,000 locked up by him.
95 cover.
After which he manages to make a comeback and win it all.
8, 7.
Ends up with 133,000.
Yeah.
Tied essentially with his opponent at this table, Kevin Choi.
Too many.
There's the handshake.
Almost same, right?
Yeah.
Too many outs, they joke. A common problem.
Yes.
There it is, the Superstar Challenge, the superstar himself, Mr. Junhao Chu, as Greg steps in to interview him.
Thank you.
Anything you want to say for the friends and family back home? Sure, take the mic.
I mean, towards the bubble, I ran pretty hot. I got in a 4-way all-in, and I woke up with kings on a big blind. So I think, other than skill, I think I have to. It's not all about skill. It's like the luck factor involved is also very important.
Pretty humble answer.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations again, and
Yeah.
I'll
Thank
see you
you.
at more APT. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can, no?
Humble indeed. Hey, look at that fist bump coming out from the cameraman, I assume. There's the money shot. Junhao Wu of Singapore is the superstar of today. Let's have one last look at the payouts. Of course, as a reminder, we struck a deal, 201 million out of the 870 million prize pool, going to essentially the person who ended up the third place finisher, Tani Sorn of Thailand. That's good for 150,000 US or so. And the man in front of you cinches the whole thing, takes the trophy, takes the extra money that they were still playing for, ends up with a $133,000 payday, and of course ties with the second place finisher in the form of Kevin Choi, who also ends up with 133,000. But the glory and the trophy goes the way of our champion, Junhao Wu of Singapore. What a day it's been, and what a way to kick off a week of coverage here at APT Incheon, the Superstar Challenge. 72 players bought in, one winner taking down what you see in front of you, the final payouts. Don't forget to add in the $15,000. Junhao Wu ends up the champion. We, of course, do have a whole week of coverage, as I reminded you. 2 sets of National 8 events, both tomorrow and day after, followed, of course, by the reliable Day 2 coverage, Day 3 coverage, and, of course, the final day coverage of the main event, the $1 million guaranteed main event, by the way, followed, of course, by the high roller, the 2-day high roller that we close out our events with. Do not forget to join us as you take a moment to take it all in. Of course, if you're able to get down to Incheon, make sure you see us there. And if not, if you're liking what you're seeing, if you want to be part of the APT, go to apt.poker. We have announced our next stop back in Hanoi, but it's going to be bigger and better than ever. And by the way, as you look at the payouts, Wu, Kevin, and Tani Sorn striking a deal, but Junhao Wu of Singapore coming out on top. Of course, Elki, perhaps the most notable player at the final table, walking away in 6th place, $40,000 as well, and obliging us with the classic Elki dance. What a day it's been, approaching 4:30 a.m. here in Korea. Thank you so much for joining us. I mentioned the schedule as we have tons of streams coming your way and almost 50 events still to go. I've been Vidar Singhal, and it's been my privilege, of course, not only to take you along for the ride, but to watch these elite players go at it. I will be joining you for the rest of the week as well. Do not forget to join me for Greg Goes All In, and of course, Poker Llama in the booth. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.